All right, so good morning. At least it's morning as I'm recording this. It's just barely past 8 a.m. And I wanted to do something. I think I always start off like this, but so I've been thinking about this for a while, and I decided that I wanted to go back and reread Child of Satan, Child of God, because uh, originally, if you followed this channel long enough, or at least since 2021, you'll know that in 2021, I recorded myself reading Susan Atkins' book, Child of Satan, Child of God. And as you can see here, now, originally, when I read Susan's book, I was just reading from an electronic, typed up, homebrew PDF version of it that I found on the internet. And in the years since, I believe last year in 2025, I ended up buying two physical copies of Susan's book because there's actually three, at least as far as I know, three different versions of the cover, but the two I bought have the same cover. And it's been about 4 years since I originally read Susan's book, and I have a better microphone now, and I know a lot more about the Manson case. And so, pretty much, I just wanted to go back, make a higher quality recording, and of course, show my face because right now, as I make this video, like I've said before in the past, recent past, there's a lot of people that mistake me as just an AI robot and not an actual person that reads these books. So, without further ado, this is the re recorded version of Child of Satan, Child of God. Before I start, I wanted to mention that I also, in 2025, ended up making a Bandcamp page, not for the sake of making music, but um, with a lot of the things that I've read on this channel, I know that there's a lot of people that enjoy the sound of my voice, which I really appreciate. But I understand that not everybody wants to go onto the YouTube channel just to listen to the various things I've read. So I'll probably show like a screenshot or something here, and I'll link it in the description of the video to what is now my Bandcamp page, that if you want, you can just download many of the poems and short stories that I've read on the channel and the public domain stuff and things like that. So me rereading Child of Satan, Child of God is also like a celebration of this. And actually back in 2021, back in about November of that year, the original hard drive that I recorded myself reading this book, the original version, that hard drive crashed. So those original files are not around anymore. And so I couldn't upload that to Bandcamp because I don't have those files. So another reason that I'm rereading Susan's book is so that I can have, individual files and not just this long mega video from 2021. So I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from, and I really hope that you enjoy me rereading Susan Atkins' book. So, of course, we start off with the cover, which says Charles Manson's woman, Susan Atkins, from helter skelter to her miraculous rebirth. Child of Satan, Child of God. Her own story. Susan Atkins with Bob Slosser. So just because I find this to be interesting, I'm going to read the acknowledgments, which starts off with, without the vision and persistence of John Work and his wife, Sharon, this book would not have gone beyond the thought stage. As the president of the New Life Foundation, which provides the organizational support for Susan's ministry, John pushed, prodded, and pampered until the project was well on its way. The authors also wish to thank Jamie Buckingham for his help and encouragement, and they are especially grateful to Frank Williams, Susan's correctional counselor at the California Institution for Women, whose faith in the project reduced many mountainous problems to molehills. Indeed, they are thankful for the help and courtesy extended by the entire staff at CIW. And then, of course, there's the, I don't know what you would call it, disclaimer that the names of some of the peripheral characters in this autobiography have been changed to protect them and others from harm that might result from their identification. Names of all center characters are actual. And this is something I will kind of comment on later on through the book. But this isn't until really near the end when Susan is put on death row. Chapter 1. Manson. I gasped for breath and felt the dampness of perspiration across my lower back. Standing for a moment inside the door of the big brown house, I heard the pounding of my heart. There was a slight ringing in my ears. I was stoned. The hallway was darkening in the late afternoon. No one was in sight. Faintly, I heard music. Someone singing, I thought. I exhaled noisily, then stood still and listened. Somebody was singing upstairs. Delicate guitar patterns formed around the voice. I wondered. No one here plays like that. I waited, and my eyes adjusted to the dimming light. Where is everyone? I heard myself ask. My scalp suddenly tingled, and I felt goosebumps rise on my bare arms. Maybe the police had beaten me back to the house. They were really hot after Tom. I smiled. I had given them some chase. Now what? I climbed the stairs slowly, my bare feet silent on the carpeting, and my short skirt swishing barely audibly back and forth across my thighs. I turned to the left at the top of the stairs. The music came from the big living room. Passing through the massive oak double doors, I was startled. My eyes landed instantly on a little man sitting on the wide couch in front of the bay windows. The fading sun's rays slanted through the partly opened curtains behind him, throwing his features into shadows. But I could see he was singing, his eyes seemingly closed. Without moving his head, he opened his eyes and stared directly into my face. I stared back. A woman was seated on each side of him, and the rest of the girls in the house were ringed around him on the floor. Only 2 other men were in the room. A smoky haze deepened the tan aura of the wood-paneled room. The smell of marijuana was heavy, despite the sweetness of burning incense. Food and candy were piled high on the coffee table in front of the singer. A slight smile flickered on and off the skinny little man's clean-shaven face. The shadow of your smile when you are gone, he sang, softly. seductively, will color all my dreams and light the dawn. His voice was middle range and expressive. He played the guitar magnificently. I stood for a moment longer at the doorway, fascinated by the scene before me. The women's faces were rapturous, uplifted toward that little man on the couch. Obviously, most of them were stoned. There was a space on the floor to the man's right. I tiptoed to it and eased myself cross-legged to the floor, my skirt rising neatly to my hips. He looked at me and smiled. I studied him, unsmiling. He had a tattoo on each forearm, the heads of women. He wore a white t-shirt, blue jeans and sandals, and several strands of multicolored beads hung from his neck almost to his waist. His small hands moved deftly upon the battered guitar. He's like an angel. I don't think I spoke the thought aloud, but I was so loaded, I couldn't be sure. I've got to dance. For him. The thoughts raced in and out of my mind. He's playing pretty for us. I've got to show him what I can do. I've got to dance for him. But I was motionless on the floor. I watched the room deepen into brownness as the last sunbeams made little whirling figures in the smoke. I completely forgot my flight from the crazy cops. I was safe. Everything was beautiful. I was aware that the man with the guitar had stopped singing. Voices and low laughter rose up and down, almost lyrically. The little man's spell still prevailed. He was talking quietly and smiling, but he never looked at me. As my consciousness grasped that the music had stopped, I stared at the man's guitar. It seemed a thing of magic and wonder. I'd like to play it, I thought. I bet I can play it. In a split second, he turned his head slowly to look into my eyes. Why don't you play it? He started to move the instrument toward me. My mind swirled. Had I said that aloud? No. I had only thought it. How did he know it? No, thanks, I said softly. I can't play. He smiled and looked, unblinking, into my eyes. It was as though something was sitting on his shoulder, talking to something sitting on my shoulder. It was as though our minds were speaking. In a second or two, he looked away and joined in conversation in the middle of the room. Who is this man? I was shaken. He's really strange. Someone started the record player off to my left. It was The Doors, acid rock. Break on through to the other side. It was a driving beat, and my body began to move to it, even as I sat on the floor. The little man with the guitar was watching me again. I could feel it. He's powerful, I thought. He knows something. But he looks so ordinary. His brown, rather wavy hair, fairly short, was combed straight back. He was just an unusual little guy. But I'm not sure I can handle him, I thought. I got up and walked to the record player, flipping through the pile of records on the floor. The player was blasting out the driving, pounding music of the Jefferson Airplane, the White Rabbit album. I needed to dance. Some of the other kids had already begun. They were passing joints around, and the intensity in the room heightened. The thoughtful, melancholy mood established by the stranger burst into pulsating, stabbing emotion. I danced formlessly around the player as the record concluded. I stopped and dropped on another Doors record. It was alive and furious. I threw myself into the music and danced, lost within. I'll dance for him. Within half a minute, the little man placed his guitar on the floor beside the couch and walked close to me. I sensed him more than I saw him. He began to dance behind me. The music was driving. I felt his hands on my hips and began to move my body. What's he doing? I thought, in the storm of my mind. He was leading my body in movements I had never tried. Gently, with ever so little pressure, he guided my body in rhythmic, sensual variations. He moved very close to me, putting his arms around my waist from behind. He whispered into my left ear, "That's right. That's good. Yes. In reality, in your God self, there's no repetition. No two moves, no two actions are the same. Everything is new. Let it be new." Our bodies moved together, close, then apart. We moved. He moved me. And we danced. It was all new. It was all new. I was a good dancer, a professional dancer. I had done fantastic things with my long, slim body before the searching eyes of men, but I had never danced like this. I wasn't merely dancing. I was dance. We swung to face one another, our bodies moving and jerking to the pounding drum beat. Suddenly, something happened that has no explanation. I experienced a moment unlike any other. The stranger and I, dancing, passed through one another. It was as though my body moved closer and closer to him and actually passed through him. I thought for a second that I would collapse. What had happened? Was I crazy? Had our physical bodies passed through one another? It was beyond human reality. As we turned to one another again, we mirrored each other perfectly. He moved as I moved. I moved as he moved. We were perfectly together. One. Some of him was in me. That's it, he was saying. It seemed far away. That's it. Everything is new. We danced savagely. I don't know how much time passed, but as though coming out of fleecy white clouds, I became aware that the music had stopped. The stranger and I were standing face to face. He smiled. You are beautiful, he said. You are perfect. I've never seen anyone dance like you. It's wonderful. You must always be free. For a few moments, I could only smile. I watched his face. Its features were slender, delicate, shifting into many expressions. His eyes were almost black, flat, hard. Thank you, I finally said. I paused. My name is Susan Atkins, I said. Who are you? The eye contact was broken, and he lowered his head, brushing his hair with one hand. Who? Me? Oh, I'm Charlie. Charlie Manson. He turned toward the room. Most of the women were sitting on the floor again. He snapped his fingers once with a quick move of his left hand and said, "Let's go, girls." 3 of the women rose quickly and walked out behind him. It was early afternoon, 2 days later. The big brown house at Lion and Oak Street in Haight-Ashbury was quiet. The leaders, the men, were all in jail for selling drugs. What was to happen? Things were falling apart in our family. I was fast falling into discouragement. We obviously couldn't survive without our men. Tom, the head of the commune, Bob, my man, who was second in command, and the others. I had been there several weeks and only occasionally felt the first tinges of acceptance. I could sense the smothering clouds of insecurity and dread rolling back in. I walked into the second-floor hallway, and there stood the strange little man, Charlie. He just stood there, empty-handed, slouched behind his stretched-out 5'7" height. "Hello," he said. Surprised to see him there, I said nothing for several moments. "Hello," I finally said, unable to raise a smile. "Where is everybody?" he asked. "They were busted." "Oh, no," he said softly. "I knew things were hot the other night. but I didn't know what happened. I suspected he knew more than that. Somehow, I thought he probably knew none of the men were there. But this only intensified the fascination he stirred in me. As we stood in the hallway, he seemed to change from a skinny, slouching little man in t-shirt and jeans to a man with mysterious power. Suddenly, I was extremely vulnerable, but unafraid. I knew I had aroused interest in him. He was as attracted by the strong, willful spirit within me as I was by the powerful, knowing spirit within him. I knew he was a challenge to me, and I suspected I was the same to him. He watched me closely as we talked about the drug raid, and I knew he was seeing inside me. I was tough, but still only 18. I felt my weaknesses, my fears, were being laid bare before his eyes. "Why don't we go for a walk?" he said, matter-of-factly, simply. "You intrigue me. I'd like to talk to you about it." We went out into the street and walked slowly, seemingly haphazardly for several blocks. We ended up in front of a big wooden apartment building, shabby and run down. "I'm staying here," he said. "Come on up and we'll talk some more." He said it so openly. We stood in front of the mirror in the bedroom he had been given to use. It was a full-length mirror. He put his arms around me, and we kissed, long and hard. Together, we removed my clothes, and I stood naked before him. He looked at me in the mirror. "Look," he said softly. "Look at yourself. You're beautiful." Sex was nothing new to me, but his words still embarrassed me, and I was aware that the guy holding the apartment was just a few feet away in the living room. I looked at the two of us in the mirror. He was standing slightly behind me, holding my body. "Don't be crazy," I said, half giggling. "That's not beautiful." He almost cut me off. Yes, you are beautiful. You are perfect. You've got to see yourself as perfect. Beautiful." His voice was so low and soft, but even in its softness, it seemed to have an echo in it. "You've got to love yourself," he said. As he talked, he kissed my shoulders and my neck. In the mirror, his eyes burned into mine. They never left my eyes. His eyes don't blink, I thought. I knew he saw inside of me. Continuing softly, he said, "When you were a little girl, did you ever want to make love to your father?" I was stunned. My mind went blank and then raced swiftly over images of my dad. I'm afraid I giggled again. "Don't be silly," I said. "No." I know you have, he said. You must be honest. Every girl at some time wants to make love to her father. I was silent. You've got to be free of all your inhibitions and your fears. They're weighing you down. They're choking you. You've got to break free. He moved his hands over my body, continuing to watch me in the mirror. You've got to break free, he said again. My mind recalled the song by The Doors, Break On Through to the Other Side. Make love with me. His voice was even lower. Make love with me and imagine that you're making love to your father. You must break free from the past. You must live now. There is no past. The past is gone. There's no tomorrow. There is now. You've got to break free from your father. Now. We made love in Charlie's bed. How many others has he done this with right here? The thought flashed into and immediately out of my mind. I tried to imagine that Charlie was my father, but my mind couldn't hold that image either. It raced over and over Charlie's words. I knew he was right about the past. I must live in the now, I thought. And I was fully convinced. It was late afternoon as we sat on a curb at the edge of the sidewalk. The streets were beginning to fill with people, the counterculture people, the hippies, the world called them. Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco was in full swing. I was well acquainted with it, having started with weekend flings into the life of a flower girl to escape the rushing, mindless, plastic world I had frequented as a topless go-go dancer. Charlie seemed to talk in several directions at once, always driving in one way or another at escaping from the past and realizing the present. Sometimes it seemed that he babbled, but there was knowledge in it. There was power in his mind. Suddenly, he said, Susan, if I postulate what I want, I'll get it, you know. I didn't know what he was talking about. What do you mean? It's simple. If I think about a quarter, for instance, if I think about it and see it, I'll get it. I said nothing, watching the people go by. They were interesting. Bearded, long-haired men in simple clothes, barefoot women, mostly young girls, in long dresses or faded jeans. Without warning, a young brown-haired man turned around and walked up to Charlie. Here, brother, he said, I want to give you something. He put a quarter into Charlie's hand. Charlie looked into my face. He said nothing. After a moment, he got up and led me into a fast food shop and bought a cup of coffee with a quarter. Back on the street, we walked around quietly. Rain was falling lightly, but it was warm. We started down an incline at a driveway, and my bare feet slipped on the wet pavement. My body started backwards. Suddenly, Charlie grabbed my right arm and held me up. His face was close to mine. "I won't ever let you fall," he said softly. The words gripped me. "I won't ever let you fall." That's what I craved. I was a tough, streetwise 18-year-old, ready for a new world culture. But I needed someone who was stronger than I was. I needed someone who wouldn't fail me. I wanted Charlie to grab me and keep me from falling. He was short, skinny, almost emaciated, but he had strength. He had mind strength. I knew he would keep me from falling. Even before he asked me, I knew I would leave the big brown house and go with him. He had other women with him. I knew that. But I wanted what he had. "Come on," he said simply. "We're going to LA." The big, battered school bus had been remodeled inside as a camper. The seats had been replaced by a bed, sleeping bags, a sink, and odds and ends. I threw all my belongings into the back end, as did the 5 other women, and Charlie drove out to the highway and headed south. We were a strange-looking group. A skinny little man with a gang of girls, yelling and laughing our way, and an old, hollowed-out school bus. It was late at night, and we were somewhere between San Francisco and Los Angeles when Charlie pulled the bus off the road and stopped. We had picked up 2 guys and 2 girls who were hitchhiking south. "Let's have a party," Charlie said, swinging out from the driver's seat. There were enough of us for that. Each one of us dropped acid, LSD, immediately, and we all sat around on the floor of the bus. All but Charlie. He sat cross-legged on a huge pile of multicolored pillows, looking down on us. Then he talked. In minutes, the scene was transformed. We all listened intently as Charlie talked. Suddenly, my mind was paralyzed by the knowledge that I was going to die. I was dying. Through the paralysis came Charlie's words. "You are all going to die. You all must die." It was the most frightening experience of my life. I looked at Charlie. His mouth was moving, and his hands moved through the air, punctuating his words. But nothing was coming from his mouth. Yet, I could hear his voice, eerie, echoing. I could hear his words plainly. "You are all going to die." I turned my head. My God, I thought. His words are coming out of the sink. He's speaking through the sink. I looked up at him. He was still speaking, staring first straight ahead, and then at one, and then another. "This is insane!" I screamed inside, but I kept my mouth closed. "You must die to self," the voice said. "You must die. You must become one." Suddenly, the bus shook violently. It shook so hard that I nearly fell over. I looked at one of the guys leaning against the wall. I couldn't believe what I saw. He had turned to bones. He was all bones. A skeleton. He had no flesh, or hair, or clothes. Only bleached white bones. I couldn't believe it. The others watched him, too. Then, just as quickly, his form, his flesh returned, and he was the same young man. But his eyes were full of terror. Charlie slipped down from the pillows and yanked the boy to his feet. Like a flash of lightning, he punched the boy in the mouth, knocking him to the floor. The force of the blow was superhuman. The youth screamed and cried, scrambling madly toward the front of the bus and the door. He tore it open and ran into the night. Insane laughter filled the bus. It was Charlie's laughter. Screeching, cackling, horrible laughter. It scraped nerves, grating, grinding. Charlie, standing in the middle of the bus, had his head back and his mouth wide. But the laughter, the hideous noise, came from the sink. It boomed from the sink, filling the air. I crawled on my hands and knees, dragging my drained, nearly paralyzed body across the hard floor, and clutched frantically at Charlie's leg. I grabbed it and held on. Am I dying? Oh God, am I dying? The words screamed in my head, but my mouth was tightly shut. I held on to his leg desperately. I must hold on. Abruptly, everything became quiet. I was prostrate on the floor. Charlie went back to the pillows. The others sat or lay quietly. After several minutes, I was aware of people moving toward the door. All but our original 7 left without saying anything. They disappeared into the darkness. The bus was filled with fear. We were all afraid. I looked at Charlie, and his face was chalky white. He rubbed his hands back across his hair. I walked over to him, and he looked up at me. Did you see that? His voice was almost a whisper, and it came from his mouth this time. He rubbed his head again. My voice came out of the sink. Yes, that's all I could say. I didn't know what more to say. We had been out of control. We had been through something beyond this world. Chapter 2. Jesus. Someone spoke my name. It was a strong voice, a man's. Susan Atkins? Mrs. Barstow, my Sunday school teacher, moved my arm toward the aisle, and with her other hand gave me a gentle shove forward. I looked at the front of the church sanctuary. Somebody, a man, was standing in front of the gigantic pulpit, and he was smiling at me, one of the smallest of the preschool children. I was scared, but I walked toward the front, dressed in my finest white dress, black shiny shoes, and white stockings. People stretched and turned to see the tiny figure walking nervously down the aisle, the one who had received the greatest number of gold stars for her Sunday school lessons. I was not quite 3 years old on that Sunday morning in 1951. I was aware of the man in the black robe in front of the pulpit, but all I really saw was the figure of a man hanging on a gigantic white cross above and behind the black-robed man. I had never been in the sanctuary before, but I knew that the man on the cross was Jesus. I'm not sure how I knew. Why is he hanging there? I wondered as I walked slowly down the aisle. He was my friend. I had been taught that. He was gentle and good, and he loved little children. Why does he have to hang on the cross? I reached the man in the robe, and he took my right hand, shaking it up and down. And then he handed me a Bible. I clutched it in both hands in front of me. It was white and beautiful, and my name was printed in gold letters on the front cover. I glanced swiftly up at the man on the cross. I hoped I had pleased him somehow. He loved little children, and I desperately wanted him to love me too. People kept telling me he did, but I wanted to be sure. This was the first time I had seen him. I turned and walked back up the aisle. I was still scared, but all the people were smiling at me. I looked down at the red carpeting on the aisle and went quickly to my seat. Mrs. Barstow guided me back into the pew. It was a hot Sunday morning, shortly after that first encounter with Jesus. I walked down the steps of our home in Millbrae, California, and saw my babysitter's dad standing in the driveway, waiting to take all the kids to Sunday school. He had always taken us. Suddenly, he screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his head with both hands. He screamed louder. Everyone rushed to him. Neighbors ran to their front doors, and many went toward him. In a moment, he was quiet. He died of a brain hemorrhage. I stood in front of our house, terrified. I cried loudly and ran back toward the door. Mama, Mama, what's the matter, Mama? What's happening to him, Mama? I stood at the door and felt my body go rigid. I could hardly move. I could hear cannons exploding within my head, and red, white, and black flashes tore at my mind. I was horrified. My babysitter, Shirley, was left without a father. I couldn't comprehend it. He was a wonderful man. I really loved him. And he was dead. How would I go to Sunday school now? I won't go anymore, I thought. I'll never go again. The ambulance squad lifted the man onto the stretcher carefully and slid him into the back. I began to cry again. I knew I would never see him again. The jolly, kind old man was dead. I remembered Jesus hanging on the cross in the church. Doesn't he love him as much as the little children? My frightened mind asked. When my babysitter came the following Sunday, I refused to go. I would not go to church with her. My father became angry, but I wouldn't move. I stayed in my room. Born May 7th, 1948, I was 5 years old when we moved from Millbrae to San Jose. I didn't understand such things, but the Korean War had ended, and everyone felt comfortable with General Eisenhower in the White House. But I wasn't all that comfortable. My mother had her third child, my little brother Steve, shortly after we moved. He demanded and received all her attention. I resented that, even though one part of me fully loved little Steve. And my father was always occupied with my older brother, Mike. They were forever doing things that looked like fun. I turned my love and attention to my Siamese cat, Pia. If I was going to be left out, I wasn't going to be alone. It was nearing bedtime one night. Thunder was rolling across the sky, and lightning came faster and sharper. Soon the storm struck, and immediately the lights in our house went out. Mother quickly lighted 2 candles on the table and resumed rocking little Steve in her lap. Dad and Mike took a candle to the next room where they were playing a game. The streaks and crashes came rapidly. Pio ran under the couch, and I was alone. And I was afraid. I sat for a moment, and suddenly, with no apparent reason, I remembered the white Bible that had been given to me in Millbrae. I knew Mother had packed it in one of the drawers in my room, but I hadn't touched it for 2 years. I ran to the room and, fumbling in the darkness, found it, still clean and white. Back in the living room, I went to one of the candles and started to thumb through the Bible. It contained color pictures of Jesus and other people. Some of the printed words were in red, too, amid the black lettering. I was deep in rapturous concentration and didn't comprehend my mother's excited words. Something's burning. But I jumped when I heard my name. Susan! My mother's voice was almost yelling. Susan! It's burning! Move, quickly! I jerked backwards from my crouching position and fell over onto the floor, holding the Bible aloft. It was smoking. I dropped it to the rug, bottom side up, and, terrified, saw a black, ugly hole in the back cover. The flame from the candle had burned a hole in it. I slapped the spot over and over, and my mother grabbed it and rifled through the pages frantically to extinguish all the sparks. I was panic-stricken. I had burned a hole in the Bible. After a few hectic moments, I took it from Mother and looked at the back. The beautiful, clean, white book was ugly. Ruined. Tears flooded my eyes, and I sobbed. Guilt swept over me, and I couldn't control my tears, even as Mother stroked my head and told me it would be all right. I knew God would not forgive me for burning his book. I thumbed through the Bible once more, slowly, and saw that the flame had burned right through the last section, the part I had trouble pronouncing, Revelation. I didn't understand all the words there, but the black hole burned into the pages frightened me. I walked back into my bedroom and opened the bottom drawer of my chest, slipping the Bible back to the rear beneath a stack of sweaters and heavy clothes. I wanted it out of sight. One day, my father announced to us children that we were going to move to another section of town. Our opposition exploded. I wouldn't be able to leave my friends. We had lived there 7 years, and my little brother sobbed in his despair. Mike didn't like the idea either, but he at least would be going into high school and would be with all his old friends. Our protests accomplished little, however, and we moved into a good-sized but modest home in the suburban community of Cambrian Park near the Blossom Hills. One Sunday morning, our new next-door neighbors, a divorcee and her 3 children, asked me to go to Sunday school with them. I had been worse than a regular in going to church over the years, but the oldest daughter next door, Sherry, was fast becoming my best friend, and I thought it would be a good idea to go along with her. I sensed something special in Billy, the mother of the family, and I felt good going along with her. Before long, I became a regular at the Cambrian Park Baptist Church. Each Sunday, the minister spoke about sin and people's need for salvation. His preaching struck terror into my 12-year-old heart, and each time he invited people to go forward to the altar to repent, I was one of the first there. Each Sunday, week after week, I went forward and sobbed for the forgiveness of my sins. I knew I had many. The next day, or even the same afternoon, however, I put all that behind me and resumed my increasingly reckless life. But the next Sunday, there I was again, back at the altar rail. The minister never blinked an eye as the same girl kept showing up week after week to be prayed with. He preached on sin, and forward I went. Over the next 2.5 years, Sherry and I became intimate friends, but my heart grew warmest over her older brother, Albert. He hardly knew I was there. After strenuous days playing outdoors, Sherry and I would often allow our conversations to drift along serious, even solemn paths during the summer evenings. We often talked about God. Sherry was convinced he was real. I, despite my weekly repentance, wasn't so sure. "Okay, smart Alec," I said one sultry night. "What's he like if he's so real?" "I don't know what he looks like," Sherry said quietly. "I just believe he's real. I know he's helped me and my mother a lot. And look at Lulu. She's only a kid, but she really loves God. Can't you see there's something different about her?" I didn't say anything, But I remembered some of the times when little Lulu had pleaded with us not to do something mean or dangerous. She would always mention God. And what about my mother? Sherry said, more vigorously. She says Jesus is real and is with us all the time. My love for Sherry's mother, Billy, rose in my throat. She was the kindest woman I knew, but I remained silent. Sherry went on. And I really think your mother believes in God. She acts like it to me. I wasn't so sure. I loved my parents, but I felt alone many times in my own family. I almost felt like an outsider when Mike and Stevie were around. And anger was beginning to smolder inside me because of something else I had recently detected. My mother and father both drank a lot of liquor. I had become aware of it in my father several years before. I was certain he was an alcoholic, a word often used by other children about other people, but whose meaning was not quite clear in my mind. I knew that both my mother and my father were frequently drunk. Okay, I said. Let's try something to see if God is real. What can we do? Sherry agreed. We thought for several seconds in silence. I'll tell you what, I finally said. Let's give God a present. What? Sherry laughed. How can we give him a present? I don't know. There ought to be something. And if he takes it, he's real. If he doesn't, he's not. We thought silently for several more seconds. I know, said Sherry. Let's get a rose from your flower bed and put it outside. If it stays there, then he isn't real. If he takes it, then he's real. Okay, I said excitedly. We got the rose and stood in the middle of my backyard. Where can we put it? I asked, holding the big pink rose carefully in two hands. We looked around. Let's put it in the center of that bush over there, way back inside where nobody can see it, Sherry exclaimed. I agreed, and we carefully placed the rose back in among the branches of the 6-foot-tall, heavily leafed bush. Then, standing shoulder to shoulder, facing the bush, we solemnly voiced a small prayer. God, Sherry said softly, if you are real, please take this gift from Susan and me. We both give it to you. Each of us said, Amen. Sherry went home, and I went into the house. I got up very early the next morning, before anybody else was awake, and went into the backyard. It was another sparkling, sunny day. Almost on tiptoe, I walked up to the bush. Lifting the branches, I stared at the center. All I saw was green branches. It's gone, I said inside. It's gone. It's gone, I said aloud. It's gone, I shouted. The rose was gone. I got down on my hands and knees and scrambled around the bottom of the bush. Nothing was there except the bush. I looked all around the yard, but there was no rose. Then anger started rising in me. I bet Mike and Steve took it, I said aloud. I raced into the house and into their room, but I knew from the surprise in their faces that they didn't know what I was talking about. I raced next door to Sherry's. Her little sister was up and let me in. I bounded down the hall and into Sherry's room. I was getting hysterical. "It's gone," I cried. She looked at me in disbelief. "It's gone," I shouted again. "He's real. He's real. God is really real." Sherry didn't believe me at first, but we ran together to my backyard and looked all around for the rose. I swore to her that I had not taken it, and I cried some more. We went back to her room and sat on the edge of her bed. First I would say it, and then she would echo. He is real. God is real. Later that summer, I was playing hopscotch on the sidewalk in front of our house as evening approached. I was the only one outside on the whole block, unusual for a summer evening in that suburban neighborhood. I smelled dinner cooking inside as I played by myself, determined to squeeze in as much time as I could before going in. The sun was getting low, and its rays were intense in the pale blue sky. Our community sat right at the foot of the Blossom Hills, a part of the Los Gatos Range, and our home was only about 3.5 blocks away from those hills, rising gently to the east and covered with fruit trees and grapevines. As I hopped on one foot, fully absorbed, I felt an unbelievably strong urge to look around. Without much thought about it, I turned and looked at the hills. My feet froze on the sidewalk, and I became perfectly still. Fear pushed outward toward my chest. Right before my eyes, just a few hundred yards away, was a huge, burning cross. It covered half the hill, at least a few 100 feet wide and 100 feet long. I stared at it for several moments, but it was so bright it actually caused a slight pain in my eyes. After several seconds, I ran into the house, yelling, "The hill's on fire! The hill's on fire! It's burning like a big cross! It's on fire!" My father looked up from his chair and said, "Take it easy, Susan. Calm down. What's the matter?" "It's a fire, Dad," I said, half screaming. "Come and look. It's on the hill." "I don't smell any smoke," he said, smiling up from the newspaper. "But it's burning," I exclaimed. "Come and look." "Now, Susan," he said, "go back out there and take another look. I'm sure your eyes are playing tricks on you." I was angry because he didn't believe me. But I turned and raced back out the front door and down into the yard. I looked up at the hills. My heart sank. The cross was gone. There was no fire. The beautiful hills and trees were just as they had always been. All I could see was a man carrying a ladder toward a shed on the side of the hill. I cried. I didn't let anyone see me, but I cried. I was angry and bitter and confused. The cross was gone, but I had seen it. It had been real. I sat on the front porch step and cried. That was God. I sobbed softly. I know that was God, but nobody believes me. Chapter 3. Death. Karen and I stood on the sidewalk in front of the variety store, spellbound by the women's clothes. Eventually, we worked our way to the lingerie display and stopped, staring in wonder at the flimsy articles. I've got to get a bra, Karen said out of the blue. I looked at her. Mom won't get me one, she went on. She says I'm too young. We were both 12. But I really need one. She blushed ever so slightly and giggled. I giggled too because I certainly didn't need one. Let's go get one, I said with a toss of the head. I grabbed her hand and led her to the swinging door. The women's things were in the back and to the right. You wait here, I said to her. She knew my reputation. I'll be back in a minute. I went nonchalantly to the lingerie counter, stopping now and then to look at something in the glass case. I reached a rack holding brassieres of all shapes and sizes, from misses to matrons. I spotted the smallest one there. It was at the end. With a quick look around, I took it off the rack, examined it for several seconds, looked around again, and slipped it under my jacket. I started toward the front, not rushing so as to attract attention, and could see Karen on the other side, fidgeting quite noticeably. She had watched the whole thing. So had someone else. One of the clerks. She cut me off as I turned to the door. Just a minute, young lady. Panic filled my throat, and I thought I was going to be sick. I've been caught. Let me see what you have under your jacket. There was nothing to do but to hand it over. The lady called the store manager, who took me to his office and sent for the police. The manager pressed me to identify my accomplice, recognizing immediately that the bra was not for me. But Karen had stayed in the background and was undetected. I was handed over to a policeman. We rode in silence to my home as my mind whirred over my prospects. Could I jump out of the car and run? No, I'd get killed. Could I make up a story that would convince my mother? No. The police are always right. What could I do? Nothing. We stood just inside the front door as the young officer, who didn't crack a smile throughout it all, told my mother what had happened. He spoke of my being sent to juvenile hall if I were caught again. Mom began to cry, jerking both hands to her face momentarily, and then to her chest. I started to cry. The tears were real, but they were angry. For the first time, the policeman betrayed emotion and, embarrassed, quietly backed out the door. My tears increased, and I rubbed my eyes with clenched fists. I clenched them tighter. They'll never catch me again, I thought. I'll never get caught again. I immediately remembered a similar vow nearly 9 years earlier when I was between 3 and 4 years old. I'll never get caught stealing again. I had sobbed after being soundly spanked by my father. I was caught on my first venture as a thief. It was Christmas time and we were at grandmother's house. We called her Momo. Without announcement, I walked to the corner store with nothing more than curiosity on my mind. It was a fascinating place. I walked in, unintentionally quiet and unnoticed. In fact, nobody seemed to be around. And there was the candy counter, with every kind of gum and penny candy imaginable lying right out in front. Again, with little forethought, I reached up and helped myself to 4 penny Tootsie Rolls and strolled out, still unnoticed. Back at grandmother's house, I opened one of the Tootsie Rolls and bit joyfully into it. My dad watched me open the wrapper and wolf down the first piece before asking me, "Susan, where did you get the candy?" A chill gripped me. "At the store," I said. "I found 4 pennies on the ground and bought the candy with those." My father didn't accept the story, and I eventually acknowledged that I had stolen the candy. He took me by the hand and rather roughly walked me back to the store. Inside, he said to the elderly store owner, "My daughter here took 4 pieces of candy from your store a few minutes ago. Now she wants to return 3 of the pieces, and here's a penny for the 4th. The old man looked at me. He had a white, bushy mustache and very soft brown eyes. He didn't smile, but his eyes twinkled. Anger showed in my father's face and voice. "What do you say, Susan?" he asked. "I'm sorry I took your candy without paying." I looked at his neck rather than his eyes, and I was humiliated. By the time I reached the 3rd grade, I was the best shoplifter in my neighborhood. I had a strong reputation among all the kids, and that put me at the center of our loosely structured gang. If anyone needed clothes for her dolls, I could get them for nothing at the 5 and 10-cent store. And I moved on to small items of clothing and accessories. But I left the gum, candy, and soda pop for the boys in the gang. They took care of the heavier things for our after-school parties. I maintained mostly A's in school until the 5th grade, and then my downhill slide began. Up to that point, I mixed a number of wholesome activities with my escapades and presented at least a facade of respectability. There were brownie meetings when I was younger, and then came Girl Scouts as I reached out more and more for a sense of belonging. One of my favorite times came during walks through the vineyard on the way to the old mission house where we held our scout meetings. I walked as though in a trance through the rows upon rows of vines, approaching the big old house at the center of the vineyard. I was in a fairy tale, warm and secure, on my way to my friends. And then came boys and parties, more fun and freedom. But school was suffocating me. My first male teacher was a pushover, a soft touch. I had him around my finger. Why work? So my 8 average faded and then evaporated in the 5th grade. Finally, the assistant school principal called me to his office one day. "Susan," he said, his prominent jaw sticking out even farther in his close-mouthed firmness, "you've completely fallen apart. You're failing just about everything in sight." If he wasn't going to smile, neither was I. I stared into his eyes, but he outlasted me. "I'm trying as hard as I can," I lied. "I try to do all the work, but I just seem to be having a bad time." He interrupted. "It's so bad that you're not going to pass. You're not going to make it into the 6th grade. You're going to have to repeat the 5th grade." I was stunned, and my tough look crumbled. Tears filled my eyes, but I was determined not to cry. I didn't succeed. Tears slipped from my straining eyes as the news sank in. I would not move on with my friends. I'd be left behind. I was humiliated again in front of everybody. The 2nd year of the 5th grade was no better from my point of view, and not much better from the school's. I passed, but my enthusiasm reached bottom. Boys and physical education, they were okay, in that order. English, arithmetic, geography, ugh. My second brush with death began when I was 14 years old. My father did not look into my face. Twisting his hands together, he then stiffened them and let them go limp. I knew what was coming. Mother had been in the hospital too long. There had been too many wrong diagnoses. "Mom's got cancer," he said, finally, simply. "They say it's terminal. She's not going to make it." Panic surged into my throat. A bitter taste rose into my mouth. He continued to talk, but I didn't know what he was saying. My whole body shook, starting from my legs, then up into my torso, and then my arms. I was very cold. What about Stevie and me? I thought, trying to hold my hands still. They quivered perceptibly. Mike had enlisted in the Navy, as it became obvious American involvement in Southeast Asia was not decreasing, but Steve and I were still there. What will we do? I said to myself, knowing Dad couldn't cope with us. Our house grew quiet in those autumn days of 1963. It was quiet and gray, especially before Mom was finally brought home and everything was left to her pain pills. I scrambled around the kitchen in the mornings and the evenings, trying to cook, to wash clothes, to cheer up Steve, trying to squeeze my way into the in crowd at school, but never making it, trying to find out what God was doing to me. By mid-fall, I was exhausted, and my schoolwork plummeted into nothingness. I was standing by the stove in the early evening as the outside darkness enveloped and then penetrated our house. I was tired and angry. In a flash, I understood my anger. I was mad at my mother for being sick. I was mad at my father because I didn't think he understood what a load I was carrying. I was mad at Steve because he needed so much help. I was mad at myself because of my resentment toward my own dying mother. She's just let go, I thought. She's just dying. I don't understand why. Why does she have to die? I'd only seen one person die, and that had taken place quickly. Mom was dying right before my eyes, a bit each day. She was beautiful, I thought, but now she's ugly. I didn't like what I was thinking. I didn't like the flames of resentment consuming me within. I didn't like myself at all. During this period of bitterness and regret, Sergeant Wright, the pastor of the Cambrian Park Methodist Church, began to stop by our house regularly. Dad knew him from the time he had led the Boy Scout troop at the church. "Why don't you come to church, Susan?" he asked me once. I didn't know how to handle his bluntness, so I said I would go. Week after week I went, hoping it might do something to change things. I even joined the choir and often volunteered as a babysitter for the nursery during church services. One afternoon, I walked into the house after school and saw Mr. Wright standing alongside Mom in her bed in a room at the rear of the house. His head was bowed. Mom's eyes were closed. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I assumed they were praying. When Mr. Wright left, he took my hand and held it for a moment, then smiled and walked out. That night, Mom seemed to be smiling all the time. She even laughed out loud when she and Dad were talking alone. It seemed that her room had gone from gray to bright blue and yellow and pink and even orange. It was the third week in December when the young people in the choir met at the church to go caroling. I was happy when I joined them, ready to go to the houses of the old people and entertain them with carols. We piled into 3 cars and set off in the cold, biting air. But there was no snow. There was no snow, but it was cold. The kids said very little as we drove along until we reached my school. They saw me look at it, and traces of smiles began to show on their faces, but they were secretive. We turned the corner onto my street, and I knew where we were going. Instantly, my eyes filled with tears, and I was unable to see. The car stopped in front of my house, and the kids put their fingers to their lips and said, "Be quiet now. We want to surprise her." They had come to sing for my dying mother. I was crying openly as I rushed into the house and told Mom to look out the window onto the patio. They were there, 14 teenagers, boys and girls, forming a semicircle outside the window. We turned on the outside light, and they began to sing Silent Night. Tears streamed down my mother's face. Dad was crying too. I grabbed Steve's hand and squeezed it tight. We all joined hands and laughed and cried and laughed and applauded as they sang 6 of the prettiest Christmas carols I had ever heard. The kids left without me, and I stayed with Mom for several minutes. She was smiling and happy, but she was quiet. She took my hand and drew me to her. "Dear little Susan," she said softly. "Dear little Susan, it's been so hard on you." She looked at me silently for a moment. "I've asked God to let me stay with you until the new year." I was suddenly stone cold. "I'm sure he will," she smiled. "He's been so good to us tonight. I'm sure he'll let us have the holidays together." My mother died on January 9th, 1964. Chapter 4. Slide. It's a regular painting place, I thought. And it was. Everyone in Los Banos, California, population considerably under 10,000, knew everyone else. And everyone knew what everyone else was doing. In a high school of 690 students, that meant everyone knew who was joyriding and having sex with whom. Those were the main preoccupations for the majority. I was in the majority. Jeff was good-looking, a football player, and he had a car. He was persuasive. "Susan, you're crazy. This is a whole different time. Things have changed." His left hand caressed my neck and shoulders. His right hand tightened around my waist. "You can't stay pure all your life." I laughed within. Pure? Who's kidding? But aloud I said, "Well, I could try, can't I? What's wrong with wanting to save yourself for the right guy? For your husband?" "Oh, come on," he chuckled. "You sound like my mother. That's for their generation. If you lose your virginity, who's ever going to know it? You might as well enjoy it now. And everybody else is." I lost my virginity that night to Jeff during a party at an older bachelor friend's apartment. And I was quite drunk. My sexual purity was about the only thing I held on to after my mother's death. At her graveside that day, nearly 2 years earlier, with absolutely dry eyes and stony face, I turned loose of everything that I had clutched to my being. "I will not cry," I said inaudibly. "It won't bring anything back. They can all go to hell. All of them. All of humanity can go to hell. God can get lost." I was cold and alone. Our move to Los Banos, with my dad and my brother Steve, was just one more step into bitterness and loneliness. I had resisted because of my friends in San Jose, and a boyfriend too. But Dad was having trouble holding jobs, it seemed. I had no other options, for the moment. Dad, Steve, and I moved into an apartment complex, and I drifted, drearily, into a life of loathsome schoolwork, cooking and cleaning, and moral chaos. Guilt stabbed at me because of my inability, my unwillingness to handle responsibility. "It's not fair that I have to do all this," I said aloud one night, as I wiped crumbs from the tiny table that Steve and I had eaten our supper from. "Why do I have to do it? Why can't he do some? He was my father." As on so many nights he had not come home. He was drinking somewhere, trying to wipe away the memory of my mother's death. I finished the dishes, looked at Steve in front of the television set, and went out into the darkness. If he can drink all night, I can too, I muttered angrily. On the sidewalk in front of the A&W root beer stand, 3 of the guys and 2 girls were ready to go. Anywhere. So off we went. After a while of purposeless driving, I asked to be let off on the outskirts of town, where the bars were. For the next several hours, I hopped from one bar to another, anywhere I could charm the bartenders into serving me. Dad never went to the outskirts. He would never catch me. I hated liquor, but I learned to force it down for the sake of a good time. Sweet drinks when possible, grasshoppers, screwdrivers, stingers. It was better than being alone. I had gotten my first taste of the lush life even before that, the summer after my mother died. Bitter, angry, and rude, I agreed to go stay with Aunt Ethel and Uncle Bob down in Whittier, and in the hope that I might find a new spark of life. Kindness flowed in Aunt Ethel's home, but I twisted it into opportunities for wild parties and the first steps toward alcoholism, which seemed to plague my family. The famous Southern California beaches weren't far away, and they were loaded with boys and girls. The bartenders were easy prey for my conning talents and ability to look older than I was. It was my junior year in high school. Things seemed out of control. I had taken a job at the International House of Pancakes in Los Banos. Good work, one of the best jobs available to women in the town at that time. It helped fend off the deterioration at home, but added another strain to my overstretched life. My homeroom teacher handed me a note one day. It was an instruction to see the dean of women that afternoon. "Susan," Mrs. Edgeworth said, "I want to talk to you about your future." I sat stonily, unblinking. "We have spoken to you about your schoolwork. It's getting worse and worse." I maintained silence, looking down just below her eyes to make her think I was staring her down. "And now," she went on, "it looks as though you'll have to repeat your junior year next year." "What else is new?" I heard my voice speaking inside of me. "You're nuts if you think I'm coming back here." But aloud I said, "Quite frankly, Mrs. Edgeworth, I don't plan to be back next year." She raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips. I went on. "You see, I'll be 18 before school starts next fall, and I'm going to leave school to take a job." It was her turn to be stony. Several seconds passed in silence. "You're making a serious mistake, Susan. You'll regret it all your life." For the first time, I smiled, bitterly, arrogantly. "I know things have been hard for you this year," she continued. "I know you've been under a heavy load, but to quit now is all wrong. You have a good mind, and you could build a good future. You could start by turning things around next fall." The smile, bitter victory, stretched my face. I shook my head, slowly, back and forth. "Thank you, Mrs. Edgeworth, but I've already made up my mind. I'm leaving." I rose from the chair. "But who knows? I may try it again sometime. The next move, I thought, as I walked out the door in the hallway, is to get free at home. I've got to get out of this. I've got to get out on my own. In the hallway, I was cold, even in the spring warmth. I was cold and lonely. I ran as hard as I could, but my feet were heavy. They hardly moved as I tugged and strained to get them off the ground. As I dreamed, I saw doors everywhere, dozens of them, all white doors. I couldn't see behind me clearly. Much of the place, the wide, sandy desert or wilderness, was dark, cloudy. But a huge black sheet billowed and flapped noisily behind me, like the sound of bats in the night. It was close to me as I fled from door to door. I knew it would smother me, but I couldn't get into any of the doors. Their golden handles did not turn in my hand. Groaning, I tried to turn the handles, but my hands were weighted and numb. I couldn't clench them tight enough to turn the handles. Each of the doors remained shut as I raced up and down the shrinking area in front of them. I pulled and scratched with my fingernails on their shiny surfaces, but they wouldn't move. The flapping grew closer and louder. I tried to scream, but nothing would come out of my opened mouth. I suddenly heard Steve calling to me. He seemed to be behind me, but I couldn't see him. Then I heard a sobbing sound. Long, deep sobs. It was my father. Where was he? He was behind me, too, but I couldn't see him. I must find them. I could hear my voice. But if I turn back, I will die. The billowing sheet was behind and above me. It was closer. I'm going to die, my voice said. I could feel the billowing sheet. I swung quickly to look at it. Who was waving it? Somebody's there. But it was a gray mass, a form, shapeless. Who is it? Who are you? I tried to scream again, but nothing came out of my mouth. The doors. I must get into the doors. It will be safe there. I threw myself against one, but it was like concrete. I crumpled to the ground, and the monstrous black sheet closed over me. I'm dying. I'm dying. Steve, Daddy. I stopped breathing. I lay awake in the single bed in my tiny room. I yanked the cool white sheet off my face and breathed deeply. My heart pounded wildly, and I was drenched in perspiration. But my entire body, stiff in the bed, was freezing. I was all alone. Late in the summer, I moved out of the apartment and into a room in the home of a little old lady. The rent was cheap and close to my work at the pancake house. In 3 weeks, I turned 18, quit my job, and headed for San Jose. Back to the city and freedom. Steve would be okay for the time being. Dad could drink all he wanted, too, and who cared? So could I. And who cared? Chapter 5. San Francisco. Night after night for 7 weeks, I returned to the tiny apartment. Most of my conversation was with 2 gay men who operated the building. Sam was nice, good-looking, but conversation was all he was interested in. I couldn't entice him. Joel was just too effeminate. The other girls in the office seemed to disappear into the San Francisco meetings, and I returned to the 1.5 rooms on Upper Market Street that were described as a studio apartment, but without windows. Short, fat, bald Mr. Pritchard, the president of the company, had never followed through after his initial advances. Dollar signs were all over him in his green silk suit as he leered at me through his horn-rimmed glasses that first day. "I could do great things for you," he said, unabashedly surveying my lean figure, theatrically heavy makeup, and short bleached hair. "I'm going to put you into the field as a follow-up girl." His company was in the magazine subscription business, and I had been hired as a telephone surveyor through a newspaper ad and interview in San Jose with young, ambitious Jim, my supervisor. But the talk had been bigger than the payoff. I hadn't even received any money yet. Just an apartment and a blue Rambler station wagon. It seemed as I was being kept, but with no money, and my skimpy savings from my waitress work were just about gone. And neither Mr. Pritchard nor Jim had followed through on their obviously intrigued first glances. I wasn't sure what was going on. It was Thursday night, and I was alone. With a hard snap, I turned off the television set and threw myself face down onto the bed. I sobbed and cursed deep in my throat, pounding the pillow with my right hand. "I won't go back," I cried aloud. "I'll die back there." I wanted to call home. My mind swirled madly. Black and white streaks spinning round and round, first like a cylinder, then like a wheel. But I won't call them. I hate them. To hell with them. I pounded the pillow viciously. Suddenly, I saw a printing machine, a teletype machine. It silently spelled out words in my mind. "Your pills. Coding pills." I knew instantly what they were. After a trampoline accident the year before, I had been given a bottle of codeine pills for pain in my sprained knee. I had never taken any of them. Pushing myself up from the bed, I went to the tiny bathroom. There they were in the medicine cabinet, untouched. I took the bottle, there were at least a dozen pills in it, and went back to the bed. I could still see the teletypewriter. "Slender thread," it wrote. I said it aloud. "Slender thread?" I smiled. Slender Thread was a Sidney Poitier movie I had seen late one night. I rose again, went back into the bathroom, ran water into a glass, and swallowed all the codeine pills, 3 and 4 at a time. The teletypewriter continued to pound out words, like a script. Returning to the bed, I grabbed the telephone book from the night table and found the listing for hospitals. Emergency room. That's what I wanted. I placed the telephone on the floor beside the bed and dialed the number and lay back on the bed. A woman answered. "Emergency room. Hello? I want to talk to somebody." "What about?" The woman's voice was level, but rushed. "I'm not going to be here long," I said solemnly. I'm going to be with my mother. The voice tightened slightly. Where? I paused for 2 or 3 seconds. In heaven? Oh, I see. The voice became softer, confidential. I hope you haven't done something foolish. I detected a muffled sound. Then the voice continued. Why don't you tell me what the problem is? Let's talk about it. I smiled. She was stalling for time, just as I had known she would. Oh, you'll see pretty soon, I said, quite cheerily, in fact. The woman, obviously a nurse, talked on swiftly but gently, without panic. I saw the teletypewriter. Give her just enough time. It spelled out, a letter at a time. Several minutes went by. I have to go now, I said abruptly. Thanks for talking with me. I put the receiver down, pushed the button, but then left the receiver off the cradle. I forced myself up from the bed with some difficulty. I fastened the chain lock on the door, but left the door ajar. The chain could be snapped. I smiled at the deadly melodrama I was playing out. I rummaged through my chest of drawers and pulled out the old white Bible. It was scuffed and turning gray. The hole through Revelation was as ugly as ever. I withdrew the picture of my mother that was tucked inside and returned to the bed, sprawling face up. My arms and legs felt removed, no longer part of me. My head seemed hollow. I put the Bible under one arm and the picture under the other and closed my eyes. The teletypewriter was gone. What if they don't come? I thought frantically. I tried to sit up, but was unable to move. My God, I hope someone finds me. Then, in the distance, I heard sirens. I smiled. Soon I heard a buzzer. It was so far away. It must have been the basement flat. Then there were excited voices, shouts. A fireman burst into the room. I forced my eyes open momentarily. My God, a man shouted. It's just a kid. Everything became jumbled. Everybody yanked on my arms, pulling me to a sitting position. Then he put his arms around my waist and jerked me to my feet. His face was close to mine. Then he reached up and slapped me. It hurt. He slapped me again. Come on, walk, he said. You can walk, young lady. Now walk. He dragged me across the floor. Walk, damn it. Back and forth we went. Walk. That's it. Keep moving your feet. Several men were in the room. Some were policemen, I thought. We walked and walked, back and forth, without stopping. Several minutes went by. Suddenly, someone took hold of my chin and held my head up. This is coffee now, he said. Drink it. It was scalding. I know it's hot, he said, but drink it. Don't horse around. He spilled as much down my chin and the front of my sweater as went into my mouth. I wanted to smile, but I couldn't. There was a guy on each side of me then, walking, walking, walking. They were firm, rough. I didn't remember the ride in the ambulance, but I soon found myself sitting on a table. One of the firemen was there, the head one, and he was angry. It beats me why they do something like this. A nurse put a plastic cup in my hand. "Drink it," she said. "No more coffee," I mumbled, my first word since arriving. "No, it's not coffee," she said. "Drink it, and do it quickly. All of it." She shoved it against my lips. Before I knew it, I was vomiting, over and over. I had never vomited so much. My stomach ached. A nurse led me to a stretcher pad on the floor in the hall and told me to lie there. I learned later that a nurses' strike had left the hospital understaffed and overworked. They just didn't have enough time to give to someone like me. 3 hours later, I was taken back into the emergency room, where I overheard one of the supervisors ask, "Should we put her in 90-day observation?" I couldn't make out the muffled answer, but in less than a minute, a man in a gray suit walked up to me and sat on one of the tall, four-legged stools in the room. "I'm here to talk to you about what you did. I'm Dr. Stone." Fully aware of my surroundings, but sick to my stomach and aching all over, I was instantly angry. Everything was rotten. "Get the out of here," I shrilled. "I don't need any psychiatrist to tell me what's wrong. I just want to go home." He left. And 10 minutes later, a nurse supervisor, a gentlewoman, came up to me. "Who can we call to help you?" "Call my boss," I said. "He'll come and get me." Back at the apartment, Jim, my supervisor, was making scraping noises in the tiny alcove that was called the kitchen. He turned around with a smile on his face and moved like a tightrope walker toward me, with a bowl of steaming chicken soup. I lay on the bed with both pillows piled behind me and slowly spooned the soup into my mouth. He sat in a chair 3 feet from me and periodically reached toward me with a paper napkin. The soup kept dripping on my chin. I was like a little kid to him, I was sure. Finally, he asked the question he'd been wanting to ask. "Why did you do it?" There was a long silence as I pressed the napkin to my lips. "I was lonely, I guess. This apartment is a box. I feel all cut off." "Well, we can fix that," he said. "We'll get you something else." In a few minutes he left, standing at the door and looking pitifully toward me. I was a mess. "If you need anything, call me. And don't go anywhere tonight." The next morning, Jim took me to a second-floor apartment in a building next to our office building. I stood in the door and looked at the big living room. It was fine, spacious and loaded with windows. But it had no furniture. All I had were my clothes and a mattress. "Well," I said with a shrug, "I can always use boxes. At least it's not a chicken coop like the other one. Late that afternoon, after having wrestled the big mattress out of the first floor apartment and into the back of the Rambler wagon, I stood on the sidewalk in front of my new building. I can't get that mattress up 2 flights of stairs, I said to myself. I stood on the curb and looked to the right and to the left. 2 doors to the left was a bar. Maybe there's some help in there. I smiled. I went into the dark, long room, stopping just inside the door as my eyes adjusted to the change in the light. A half-dozen men were seated on bar stools. I put my hand on the door jamb and leaned rather dramatically against it. Is there a man here who'd like to help me carry my mattress upstairs? Everyone swung around to look at me. A smile was on each face, and some began to laugh out loud. I refused to let it faze me and maintained a big, knowing smile for several seconds. 2 men, one a big, blond guy, got up and said, "Sure, we'll help you. Where is it?" I led them to the car, and they easily carried the 3/4 mattress up to the empty apartment, flopping it onto the floor and turning to me. I gave them my biggest smile. "Thanks." "Is that all?" the smaller one said with a leer. I stared right back at them. "Yes, that's all." My voice was even, but sharp. "Thanks." They both laughed and went out. When I went down to the street to get my clothes, a suitcase and a medium-sized cardboard box, the big blond guy was standing by the car again. "Hello again," he said. "I'm Bill. Can I help you with the other things?" He seemed genuinely interested in helping me, and he was good-looking. "Sure," I said, and he carried the box as I walked ahead with the suitcase. "Since you're new around here," he said easily, "why don't I take you out to dinner tonight and show you around?" "Sounds like a good idea to me," I said. "There's not much here but 4 bare walls right now." We ended up in his apartment. His gentleness and easy strength were just what I needed. We made love that night. We spent many evenings together in the next 3 weeks, mostly in bars or in his apartment. With him, I seemed to be able at least to get my head above water. But twice during that period, I fell back into great loneliness and depression, and had to be taken home by 2 considerate bartenders. I became so drunk that I couldn't walk. At other times, I boarded a streetcar and rode up and down the streets of the city, watching the people and fantasizing about their worlds. One night, I sat at the bar near my apartment and saw Bill's friend, the one who had helped with the mattress, stagger through the door. He stood, weaving for several seconds, and came over to me. He was very drunk. "Hi, Tony. Where's Bill?" He looked at me, then at the floor. "He's dead." I knew he was serious. The muscles in my face froze. "What do you mean? How can he be dead? I was just with him night before last." Despite his drunkenness, Tony spoke clearly but slowly. "He went up into the mountains with 2 other guys, climbing." My hand shook, and I was suddenly very cold. Bill fell and was killed. He started to sob softly. My body was rigid. My jaw muscles were tight. Crying's not going to bring back the dead, Tony. I know. I got drunk that night. I don't know how I got home. My next affair began with an automobile accident. The Rambler wagon stalled on the streetcar tracks in heavy traffic, and before I could get it out, it was struck on the driver's side by a streetcar and pushed 75 feet along the street. The impact knocked the passenger door open and threw me halfway out of it. I was dazed. A police car and an ambulance quickly arrived, and people were running around in several directions. I sat half in and half out of the car, my dress riding high on my thighs. I didn't bother to lower it. Let them look, I thought. The ambulance medic obviously looked and helped me out of the car. I seemed okay, but he said, "You better get checked out at the hospital. There might be something wrong that you don't know about." So, for the second time in less than a month, I was on my way to an emergency room. This one in a small clinic. An intern pulled and poked for a couple of minutes and pronounced me unhurt. As I left the room, the young medic was waiting. "Let me take you home," he said. "Okay," I responded. "If you're sure you want to." Among other things, I convinced him as we drove to my place that I was 22 years old and quite sophisticated. Meanwhile, I was nervous about the company car. "My boss will kill me," I said. "He doesn't have anything to blame you for," the medic said. He turned out to be right. The transit department accepted responsibility and made a settlement for the car. But I was determined to leave the company anyway. I still hadn't been paid anything. Jim, the supervisor, kept telling me I was on commission and would get my money in one sum. "To hell with that," I said. "I'm quitting and taking a job that will pay money." The medic, who was growing romantically serious about me, introduced me to a friend who recommended me for a waitress's job at a corner coffee shop. Things are complicated with the medic, who is too straight, too clean for my tastes. But he opened the way for me to support myself. Tips were good for a girl who knew how to smile and walk right. I had to move out of the apartment and into a seedy old hotel that had all the earmarks of Skid Row. "But at least I'm supporting myself," I said, "even though this really isn't up to what I expected." The room, at $14 a week, was on the third floor of the third-story building. The wallpaper was filthy gray, with faded burgundy and olive green flowers, which were bleached out almost into non-existence. I could almost feel the grit in the ancient carpet, deep burgundy with a dirty cream design. I was glad to have windows, even if they were so streaked and dirty that the sun could hardly penetrate them. The drapes, ceiling to floor, were just as dirty as the windows. For furniture, there was a wrought iron sagging bed that squeaked, an overstuffed, worn-out chair, an old dresser with a huge mirror, a wardrobe, and a little coffee table in a musty bay window area, and an old metal pitcher, a wash basin, and a towel rack on the wall. The bathroom was at the end of the hall, to be shared with the old women and men living out their lives, often in drunkenness. I seemed to fit in well with them. One night about 7:30, there was a knock at my door. I opened it, and a huge burly man in a gray suit was standing there. His neck bulged over his shirt collar, and his tie was pulled into a tie knot like a piece of string. He was a private detective. "Your brother Michael has hired me to track you down, Miss Atkins. He wants me to bring you home." Fear caused my skin to tighten. "My family has found me," I shrieked to myself. Aloud, I said calmly, squinting my eyes into hardness, "Tell him to go to hell." I started to shut the door, but the man showed no sign of moving. I opened it wide again and looked him straight in the eyes. "And you can get the hell out of here too, or I'll call the cops and have you locked in jail. Get lost." I closed the door, turned the key loudly, and went to the middle of the room, clasping my hands around myself. I was cold and shivering. I walked down the grim, smelly hallway, tired and ready for bed. Suddenly, my eyes felt as though they would pop out of my head. My door was ajar an inch or two. I was terrified, but I knew I had to go in. I grabbed the knob and flung the door wide open. I couldn't believe it. My father was slumped into the overstuffed chair, half conscious. It took about a second and a half to see that he was hopelessly drunk. He opened his eyes and looked at me. Tears slipped over onto his cheeks. "What are you doing here?" I screamed, planting both feet firmly in front of him and letting my rage roll out. "Hello, Susan." He tried to continue talking, but sobs tore at his throat. He cried for several minutes. I just stood there, determined to say nothing. But my insides were pushing down on my bones and muscles like great weights. From my chest to my groin was one solid concrete block. I was afraid I would collapse. "Can I stay, Susan?" he sobbed. "I don't have any place to go." "What do you mean? Stay here? In this lousy one room? Where do you think I'm gonna stay?" "I'll just stay right here in the chair," he sobbed. I turned silent, refusing to talk to him the rest of the night. I immediately changed into my pajamas behind the wardrobe and went directly to bed. The next morning began where we had left off. "Susan, why don't you come back with me and Steve?" "Are you kidding?" I smiled sarcastically. "Back with you in that life? I've had it with you." He was unable to argue as tears once again overcame him. "Why don't you be a man and take hold of me and make me go back?" The thought startled me. I was sure I hadn't said it out loud. Instead, I said, "Yes, I've had it. I'm out on my own, and I'm going to stay that way. And I don't want you and that stinking detective bothering me anymore. Do you understand?" I was amazed at my viciousness. I repaid in full for old injuries, for old resentments, for drunkenness, for Mother's death. My father cried as he left. I could feel the cold concrete block in my chest. Chapter 6. Crime. It was the night shift. The boss was upset about something, but at first I didn't pay much attention. Then I understood what was bothering him. If those guys don't clear out of the back alley in 5 minutes, I'm calling the cops, he said through clenched teeth. What's going on, Max? I asked. I don't know, except those guys are laughing and talking out there, and they're up to no good. I can see that. What are they doing? I persisted. I can't tell for sure. They just seem to be drinking beer and shooting the breeze. When Max wasn't looking, I opened the door to the alley and stuck my head out. There were 4 guys, men, just outside the door. Hey, you guys, I whispered as loudly as I dared. You'd better get going. My boss is going to call the heat on you. I went back into the coffee shop. Things were slow. 5 minutes later, the 4 guys walked in the front door. They seemed to be in their early or mid-20s. They didn't look as though they had enough between them for a cup of coffee, let alone for the 50 cent a person minimum charge for the booth they crowded into. They didn't sit in my area, but I decided I should wait on them just the same. They might get into more trouble. Besides, the tall blonde was really handsome. What'll you have, fellows? As I suspected, they didn't have enough for the minimum. Don't worry about it, I said, and I brought each of them a piece of pie and a cup of coffee, paying for it out of my tips. I'm dead if Max catches me, I thought, but I was curious about the foursome and interested in the blonde. When do you get off work? He asked as I brought the pie. Why? I asked. He smiled. His teeth were beautifully white. Just curious. At 11? It was 8:30. They returned a few minutes after 10, going to the same booth. They had more coffee. I walked out the front door with a smile in their direction. They got up and followed me out. I started up the street toward my hotel. I could hear footsteps behind me. It was just one person. I managed a sidelong glance behind me. The good-looking blonde man was about 50 feet away. My heart began to pound, and I was excited. My latest attachment, Bob, was just too dull. He loved me and wanted to marry me, but I needed more excitement than he could generate. The man behind me was exciting. I sensed it. The faster I walked, the faster he walked. When I slowed, he slowed. Finally, I stopped and he came up to me, smiling that full, handsome smile. I just wanted to thank you for saving our skins tonight. We shouldn't have been making so much noise. We could have gotten busted over nothing. That was nothing, I said. Max was just jumpy. Well, thanks for helping us. And thanks for the pie, too. We stood on the sidewalk looking at each other. Can I walk you home? He asked, finally. Sure, if you want to, I said, as nonchalantly as I could. We reached my flea bag of a hotel, and before I was even aware of it, I had asked if he wanted to come up. "Sure," he said, "if you would like to talk a while." Talk? I thought. But that's what we did. I was astounded. That mysterious young man, he told me his name was Al, merely sat and talked to me about everything under the stars until the sky began to lighten. He made no passes at me. We didn't even kiss. He was just too occupied with his dreams of getting together enough money to go to Oregon, buy a place, and settle down. It was fascinating, but I wasn't sure I believed it all. He was too much of a man to be vanishing off into the woods somewhere. When the sun finally appeared over the building tops, he asked me if I wanted to go for a motorcycle ride with him through the San Francisco hills in the early morning. Why not? I'm not sleepy. I changed clothes and away we went. At his place, I was surprised to find 6 men living together in one large room. They seemed rough, but they were certainly polite enough to me, and they seemed to hold Al in especially high regard. They made me uneasy, but that all vanished as we roared off on his bike. It was near noon when he stopped. Al turned to me abruptly and said point blank, "I'm going up to Oregon to take care of some things that have to be done, and I'd like for you to come along with me. I want you as a part of my life. And when things get straightened out and we can settle down, I'd like you to be my wife." I immediately knew I would go with him. "If you're sure you want me along, then I believe I'd like to go." "That's good," he said. "Cliff, he's one of the guys back at the house. He'll be going with us." My face showed disappointment. "But you won't mind him," Al pressed on quickly. "He'll just be with us for a while. You and I will be together." I had faith in Al. I knew he could take care of me. He was big, beautiful, and mysterious. I was in love with him and with the mystery of him. Even if he wasn't precise about what was ahead, I still trusted him. "Okay," I said, "if that's what you want." The brand new Buick Riviera was smooth and quietly powerful. All my belongings were packed neatly in the trunk, and my job, my hotel, my dear, dull boyfriend Bob were all far behind. Stockton, California was not far ahead. Clifton was a surly, unlikable fellow. He and Al talked softly and sporadically as I slouched between them, sometimes dozing, sometimes staring into the star-filled night. The radio played good music. The Beatles were sweeping the country. It soon became clear to me that the motives for their trip north were not especially honorable. They apparently had robbery in mind. Both were ex-convicts. My big, handsome, mysterious Al had spent a lot of time in prison, it seemed, and was then on the run from his parole agent. Clifton declined to tell me what he had been in prison for, but the look on his face frightened me, even without words. He, too, was on the run, and the rented car was, by then, a stolen car. I was glad to feel Al close beside me. I leaned into his warmth. "I'm involved with criminals." The thought finally penetrated my consciousness. The kid from the green country is running with 2 cons. I didn't know if I should laugh or cry. An inward chuckle finally prevailed. Just like the movies. It sure beats rotting away in that hotel. And my old man can't bug me anymore. I began to piece together the immediate plans. Way back behind my suitcases was a high-powered rifle. It would serve to get more guns, which would open the way for a big heist. Then, Al said over and over, we'll have enough money to get married, buy a home in Oregon, and go straight. My faith in him was so great, I believed him. In 3 or 4 days, we abandoned the Buick, guessing that an alarm for it was out by then. Using money stolen late at night from a gas station, we acquired what seemed to be the perfect car for us, a well-worn, nondescript Rambler sedan, just right for young people doing some camping in the beautiful Oregon countryside. Equipment was easy to steal from the local stores, and we had everything we needed for camping in the woods near a river. Our chosen site was actually property owned by relatives of Clifton. My main concern was their reaction to the noise of our target practicing with the rifle and the 2 handguns acquired by Al and Cliff. They were turning me into a sharpshooter. One late afternoon, we prepared to go to town for supplies, but the Rambler's battery was dead. "What do we do now?" asked Cliff. "Let's go up to your cousin's and see if he'll drive us into town to get a new one," replied Al calmly. "It's worth a try," said Cliff. "But don't be surprised if he says no. I'm not his favorite cousin, you know." Cliff smiled. Evilly, I thought. We were camped more than half a mile from the cousin's mobile home. As we approached it, we saw 2 highway patrol cars in the driveway. "Hold it," Al said quickly. The next thing I knew, I was rolling side over side with another body down a scratchy, rocky ravine. The other body was Cliff's. He had his right hand clamped tightly over my mouth. His hands and wrists were scraped and scratched by the small, wiry bushes. They stung, and I sat upright, brushing the dirt away from them. "Be quiet." It was Cliff. Al was nowhere in sight. Before I could ask, Cliff said, "Al's gone around back to see what's going on." Just like the movies, I thought. But I didn't smile inside. I was scared and confused. Cliff had a revolver in his hand, and the sight of it brought back his words in the car one night. "When you see cops, shoot first. Don't play around." Lying at the bottom of the ravine, he whispered to me, "I told you you were in this with us, but I don't think you believed me. Maybe you should have split when you had the chance. It's too late now. You're part of the stolen car, and now you're running with us." His smile was almost a sneer. I still didn't like him, and my fear was deepening. In a few minutes, we heard Al's bird call whistle, and he slid quietly down the ravine to my side. The fear eased. "We've got to go," he said in a whisper. "They're after us." For a day and a half, we walked north, staying several feet off the road and running for the woods when we heard anything approaching. Our progress was slow during the daytime, and we sat out a lot of the day hours. The first night, a strong wind and rainstorm drenched us, but we kept moving in the dark. I was ready to give up. "You guys better go on without me," I said desperately. "I'm holding you up. You're just gonna get busted. I can go up to a farmhouse and give them a sob story. They'll take me in." Al shook his head. "Absolutely not," he said. "We're not leaving you behind. You and I are together." And Cliff wasn't about to go without Al. He, too, saw him as a protector. "I'll tell you what, though," Al said. "We're not getting anywhere with all this running and hiding. We haven't seen a cop car in hours. So let's stop hitting the dirt every time we hear something coming." Cliff wasn't happy with that proposal. "They'll bag us for sure." "Maybe not." Al was aggressively positive. "We'll get out of here faster. They've probably given up on this road anyhow." That seemed to settle it. Cliff was obviously against it. But I wanted only to be close to Al. 10 or 15 minutes passed. Then we heard a car coming. Cliff and I looked at Al. He kept walking. It was a highway patrol van. The next thing I knew, I was lying face down on the concrete highway with a booted foot pressed into the small of my back. A shotgun was aimed at my head. "Don't make one false move or you're dead," said a voice above me. We were searched head to foot, then handcuffed behind our backs. With my head resting on the pavement, I looked solemnly at Al. I could feel a tear coming across my nose. One of the two patrolmen spoke enthusiastically to the other. "It's a good thing we got that alert down the road there. We might never have spotted them." Just 3 miles up the road, they had received a radio description of 2 men and a woman, armed and dangerous, wanted on suspicion of robbery and parole violation. Al managed to smile at me. "We almost made it, kiddo." 3 months later, 3 months among hardened prisoners in Rock Butte County Jail, I arrived back in San Jose, free on a suspended sentence and 2 years probation. My father and Aunt Joy met me. I was stone cold inside. I could not smile, even as I embraced each of them. This was not my family, although I agreed to stay with my aunt. The warmth had long ago dissipated. Life was somewhere else. And then there was Al. His parting words echoed in my head. "Don't get lost, Sue." I would probably never see him again. The one I had chosen as my refuge was locked securely in prison. Chapter 7. Break. Just like the movies. The thought stuck with me. Dan the sailor was absorbed in rolling a cigarette, a joint. He held a small pouch of marijuana between his legs and carefully rolled a cigarette, then a second, then several. Dan was a nice guy, medium height, with black wavy hair. "You'll really like it," he had said in the cheap lunch room pool hall where we'd met just hours before. "It beats booze." That was a welcome thought. Liquor seemed to do very little for me anymore, except leave me with a hangover. I was drunk a lot, but enjoying it less. I wanted something different. I watched him intently. He was still young, but seemed to know what he was doing. The idea of the movies filled my mind. It was just like the film they had shown us in high school about drugs. "Don't abuse them," it had said. And it had shown a scene of two kids in a cheap flop house, just like the one we were in. $1 per room. A chair and a bed, dark, damp, and smelly. Dan sat on the edge of the bed, and I sat in the rickety, straight-back chair. The scene was right out of that movie. It gave me the creeps, but I sat still and watched. He lit one of the joints and handed it to me. Then he lit one for himself. We said little and did little, except inhale deeply and let the smoke swirl around us. Not much happened, but then we smoked two more, and the movie scene seemed more far-fetched. It felt really good. I was happy and relaxed. "They didn't know what they were talking about in that movie," I said aloud. "What's that?" Dan said dreamily. "That movie I saw in high school about dope. They didn't know what they were talking about. This stuff is good. How can anything this pleasant be all that bad?" Dan smiled. "Yeah, it's the same old crap. Don't do this, don't do that, don't even live." He laughed. "You're right. They don't know what they're talking about." We spent the whole night in the flop house, but we only smoked and talked and dozed. Dan didn't try to get me into bed. He liked me just for myself, he said. I wasn't used to that sort of attitude in the bars I had been hanging out in. I'd been sleeping with one guy after another ever since landing in San Francisco for the second time. 4 months had passed since my arrival back in San Jose, my head hanging and my lover, Al, locked up in the Oregon Penitentiary. I had lasted less than a month with my aunt, then took off once again for San Francisco. Max had given me my job back at the coffee shop. I had moved into a $2 a day hotel on Market Street. Bob had forgiven me for my little fling, but he was duller than ever. I had reported regularly to my probation officer, and I had hopped from bar to bar, night after night. I needed excitement. "Maybe grass is the answer," I said aloud, dragging on another joint and watching Dan's head sink lower onto his chest. The early evening was quiet as I stretched full length in the overstuffed chair by the cloudy window in my little room. You're 18, and what have you done? I thought. What are you going to do? The room was quiet. Once again, the full, choking feeling of loneliness swept over me. I was cold. You've been in jail. You've deserted your family. You're an alcoholic. And you're no better than a tramp with the neighborhood men. How much lower can you get? My cheeks were wet. I was crying without knowing it. I can go a lot lower, I said audibly. A sour taste flooded my loneliness. I'll show them how low I can get. They think I'm in the gutter now. They haven't seen anything. I got up, the tears still streaming over my cheeks, and changed clothes, putting on a mohair suit and high heels. Everybody's talking about drugs, this LSD stuff. Let's see what they're talking about. The thoughts raced quickly through my mind. They were full of crap about grass. Let's see what they know about LSD. I didn't have the slightest idea where I was going, but I was going. It was 9 o'clock when I walked onto the street. I took a streetcar toward the Tenderloin area of Market Street. I knew the long-haired people, the hippies, papers called them, had taken over a 3-block area. They were different. I was different. Let's see what it's all about, I said. My eyes dry by then, and my face in control. The area was filled with discount stores, a few coffee shops, and some declining restaurants. A group of the long-haired people sat on the steps to the entrance of one of the discount stores. They looked friendly enough, but I was scared. I stopped in front of them and picked out one person to speak to. He was the strangest-looking guy I had ever seen. Long red hair and a bushy beard that was even redder than his hair. He was large, and the beard and hair made him seem even larger. May I speak to you for a moment? The question hung in the air. The redhead looked at me with a placid, wide-open face. Then he looked at his friends, and suspicion crept across his eyes. My high heels and fitted clothes were definitely not in keeping with surroundings. Sure, lady. He shrugged and rose. He was at least 6'4", bigger than I expected. But he was lean and gangling when standing erect. He obviously thought I was a cop, but he stepped away from his friends. What can I do for you? I was embarrassed and nervous, but I pushed ahead. Do you know where I can get some of that LSD stuff? Silence. He lowered his head slightly and stared into my face. Then he stood erect again. What do you want LSD for? His voice contained a smile, but his face was sober. Well, that's all I've been reading about and hearing about for weeks, and I've decided I want to try some to see what it does. I've done just about everything else, and I want to try this. Apparently my answer was so naive and my manner so awkward that his eyes and then his lips crinkled into a smile. But he didn't laugh at me. He just smiled and let several seconds pass. Well, It takes money, my friend, he said. I started for my purse. It didn't contain much money, but he pretended not to notice. That's no problem, he went on. We always panhandle it, and then it's easy from there. What do you mean, panhandle? I asked, even dumber sounding than I actually was. He laughed loudly, throwing his head back. The others on the steps stopped talking for a moment and looked at us. Then they resumed. Come on, little girl. I'll teach you. After less than 2 hours of conning and begging people for money on one of the busier streets, he took me by the arm and walked up to a flower vendor. He talked quietly to the man, and in 2 minutes we were walking back down the street. He handed me a tablet and said, Here, swallow it. He popped one into his mouth, and I swallowed mine. We headed in the direction of my hotel. As we walked, the buildings and lights began to change shapes and colors. Within a few blocks, everything was changed. We managed, finally, to get to my dingy hotel room, where I fell over backwards onto the bed and stared around me at the weird things that were happening. I was immobile. All sounds were alive. Noises from surrounding rooms, noises from the street, the flushing of the toilets in nearby rooms. All were vibrant, living sounds. The redhead, his hair aflame, bent over me and stroked my hair. Who am I? I asked. You're Susan. You're Susan. A message he was to repeat frequently in the next 12 hours as I slipped from fear to hilarity and back to fear. My brain was on a roller coaster with dizzying rushes upward and down. Oh, I moaned. My eyes nearly burst as I watched grotesque living beings come out of the walls and the ceiling. They were monsters, every color from yellow to black. Some crawled, and others crept. Some twisted and slithered. Others moved in massive blocks. I remained silent as the flowers in the faded, worn-out wallpaper came to life. They bloomed and withered away to stubs, and flourished back to blossoms, an endless array of speeded nature. It's just like time-lapse photography, I said, or thought, or dreamed. My bearded friend stroked me and kissed me and talked to me. You're Susan. You're you. You're all right. No, I'm lost, I moaned. It's all so bright and so fierce. I'm not coming back. I will stay. I'm on the other side, and I'm above and behind. Oh, I don't know myself. I could see myself, but I can't remember. You're Susan, he said softly, far away. You're Susan Atkins. The clock said 2:25. The sunlight glared against the dirty window. I was in bed with no clothes on, and I was alone. The room was just as it had been. The walls and the ceiling were the same. My clothes were strewn on the floor. That was insane, I thought. I've never done anything like that before. The hallucinations. What were they? Everything became life. There were things I didn't know were there. Where did they come from? I shuddered and pulled the covers close around me. I saw new things. My thoughts were smooth, not erratic. Those were things. They had beautiful colors, but they were scary. I squeezed my arms across my breasts. I smiled. It was dangerous, but it was exciting. It was an adventure. It was what I've been looking for. There is something there. I looked at the glaring window. Maybe it's God. I jumped out of bed and went into the bathroom. I had to work that night. But there'll be other times. It was shortly after the first of the year in 1967. The country was churning with discontentment. Race riots and anti-war protests were rampant. In my discontent, I was moving more and more away from liquor and into drugs. But that night, and that North Beach nightclub, it was strictly booze. With Bob far behind me, I was with one of a long list of nameless, faceless guys. Good guys, but mostly the same. Mostly like me. Thriving on sex and the best highs available. About every hour, the lead guitar player in the musical group would say something about our big amateur topless contest tonight. The night when you can fulfill your dreams and make it as a dancer. Hey, that's for you, my faceless friend said. The way you dance, there'll be no contest. I was drunk, but I was in control enough to know what kind of dancing they were talking about. You expect me to get up there, naked in front of everybody? I laughed. Why not, Susan? It'll be no contest in that department either. An hour later, the guitar player announced the final call for the dancing contest. You know something? I said, interrupting my companion in mid-sentence. I think I'll do it. I think I'll enter this contest. It'll liven things up. I danced well. I had done it all my life. My ability may have been linked with my fondness for physical education. I was coordinated and can flow with every rhythm conceivable. I didn't have to think about it. It happened. It was part of me, within me. Fortunately, I didn't have to stand motionless before the staring men and women. I entered dancing and soon became oblivious to the fact that I was naked from the waist up, covered only by my half-slip, which was rolled high up onto my thighs. I yielded my soul to the dance and felt warm, straining pleasure from my body's movements. I knew they were nearly perfect. When the number ended, the applause was loud and wild. Male shouts rose all over the room. The band, behind me, shouted its approval. I won the contest and became the youngest go-go dancer on the North Beach Strip. My biggest problem, and my boss's, was staying ahead of the vice squad, which regularly checked IDs among the younger customers and would have loved to have grabbed me. Alertness and an alias, Sharon King, kept me out of trouble with the law. When the heat showed up, I'd be out for a walk. The pay was good, and so were the drugs. The apartments were better than dingy flop houses, and the men were just as ravenous as anywhere else. I began work at 4 in the afternoon, dancing half-hour sets with 15-minute sets until 2 in the morning. This was usually followed by a visit to some other club to dance for nothing until daybreak, hoping continually to be discovered by a talent agent. It was a plastic world of booze, drugs, sex, flashy clothes, and big-time as well as small-time hoods. Money bought anything. It was a slow afternoon, and I considered my first 30-minute routine as merely a warm-up for the wilder things to come with nightfall. I was just finishing when Mr. Garnett, the owner, walked in with a man I had not seen before. The room was quite dark, but the afternoon sunlight splashed through the swinging door behind them. The man seemed to be dressed entirely in black. His face and the top of his bald head were extraordinarily pale. White. Garnett and the stranger walked toward me. "Sharon," my boss said as I reached for a wrap and moved toward the side of the stage. "Sharon, I'd like for you to dance one more number." "But I've just finished, Mr. Garnett." "I know, sweetheart," he smiled. "But I'd like for you to do one more number for Mr. LeVay here. This is Mr. Anton LeVay." I smiled at the man. His gaze was as intense as any I'd ever seen, even though his mouth was smiling. His eyes seemed to be black and glistening. "It's important, Sharon," Garnett said. "You can stretch your break a bit afterward." "Okay." I walked over to Tommy, the bartender, and told him to put on my favorite record. "I might as well give him the works," I mumbled to Tommy. The intensity in the stranger's black eyes deepened as he watched my movements. A smile curled about his lips. I slipped into one of my fantasies about Sharon King, the dancer, the sensuous, long-legged, full-breasted movie starlet, the Broadway queen. The music penetrated the lower depths of my abdomen and up into my chest cavity. It possessed me. Garnett motioned me to the small table where he and Mr. LeVay were seated. "She's one of my best girls, Mr. LeVay. Do you think there's a part for her in your production?" "Hello, Sharon." LeVay's voice sounded as though it were in an echo chamber. "That was very good." He turned to Garnett. Yes. She would be very good for the vampire role." "Vampire role?" I asked silently. Garnett turned to me. "You see, Sharon, Mr. LeVay has agreed to stage one of his productions here at the club, A Witch's Sabbath." "Yes, Sharon." Mr. LeVay smiled, his face paler than ever. I'm going to produce and direct for your Mr. Garnet a genuine witch's Sabbath, topless and all. And I think it would be fun for you, if you're interested. What's a witch's Sabbath? I asked, looking first at Mr. Garnet, then back at the bald-headed man. LeVay threw his head back and gave a barking sort of laugh. It's a time, my dear, when the witches worship their leader, Satan. It's a marvelous ceremony and will be very colorful for your club. It's a bit out of the ordinary. I shrugged. It sounds it. I thought it was weird, but it might be the trick to launch my career. Sure, if Mr. Garnet wants me in it, he's the boss. Good. Good. LeVay rubbed his palms together. But what about costumes and all that, Mr. Garnet? I asked, trying to understand the thing better. Don't you worry about those details, LeVay interrupted. You don't need much to wear. Besides, we will be having a meeting at my house to discuss these matters. It will all work out. He turned to Garnet. I think she will be excellent. And she will also be good for the witch in the torture scene. Torture scene? Again, I spoke only to myself. It has been nice meeting you, Sharon, LeVay said to me, turning to walk away. I know you will find this most interesting. I was near exhaustion the next night. The men in the crowd demanded more of me than I was able to perform. They seemed to want explicit sex acts, not merely free dancing by a nearly naked young woman. They equated dancers with hookers. I welcomed Garnet's high sign to cut my last number short and come to his table. Sharon, he said, I know tomorrow's your day off, but I would like to have you join the other selected girls and me in going to Mr. LeVay's house. He wants to fill us in on the witch's Sabbath and black magic. We've got to start preparing. Why his house? I was still uneasy about LeVay. It's all part of a Satan worship routine. You know anything about that? My silence spoke for itself. Everyone has his own hustle going, Garnet said. LeVay's is the Satan thing. He calls himself the high priest of Satan. He's a full-fledged honcho in that stuff. His wife is a full-fledged witch. They have a Satan church in their home. It's a big thing around here. You're kidding. You mean they really worship Satan? It's not just for show? Hell no. They really mean business. Of course. He grinned. They put on a pretty good show, too. It's good show business. And that's what I need right now. Something to get us out in front of the other clubs. We can be the hottest thing on the strip. He paused, looking first at the drink in his hand and then into my face. His mouth was set. So I need you to come with us tomorrow. We'll leave from here at 3 o'clock. All right, Mr. Garnet, but only because I need the job. I don't go for this Satan stuff. He laughed. Neither do I. But business is business. We turned the corner, and there was no mistaking LeVay's house. It sat in the middle of the block, with empty lots on each side. The house was wholly black. Not one bit of white or other color showed. Even the curtains were black. Wow, one of the girls wheezed softly. This is weird, I said. Look at the lawn, Garnet said. It's all weeds and dirt. He was right. Nothing of any beauty seemed to be growing around the 2-story black monster. What a place for Halloween, one of the girls said. We all laughed, a bit too loudly. When I stepped out of the car, I was actually shaking. Mr. Garnet, I asked weakly, are we really going into that house? Aw, come on, Sharon. If you don't believe in black magic, nothing can hurt you. Don't be afraid. I wasn't convinced. I don't believe the other girls were either. Garnet reached for the doorbell. I expected a gong or a howl or something. It was an ordinary ding-dong. The door opened, and there stood LeVay, all in black, his powdery white skin glowing. I felt sick at my stomach as I walked past him. His smile was sickly, I thought. Then I froze in my steps. Straight ahead at the far end of the entrance hall was a human skeleton in a glass case. It seemed to have the same sickly smile as LeVay. This is all the horror movies rolled into one, I thought. What am I doing here? I wonder if I'll get out of here in one piece. Please, come right into the living room, LeVay said, with refined politeness. His manners were exaggeratedly excellent. My stomach sickness immediately deepened. The first object to attract my eyes in the living room was a huge, black, grand piano. That was okay. But right beside it stood a stuffed, full-grown wolf, and atop the piano itself was a stuffed raven. The fireplace mantel held a large stuffed owl. LeVay and Garnet launched immediately into discussion of the witch's Sabbath. But I had trouble maintaining concentration. The decor of the house was beyond my imagination. I examined the stuffed animals and found myself shivering. Their eyes seemed alive. The maypole ritual is a fertility dance. LeVay's voice penetrated my consciousness for a moment. I smiled and felt a giggle inside. I played that all the time when I was a kid, I thought. How come I'm not pregnant? The giggle choked inside me as I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of someone descending the staircase in the hallway. It was a woman with the longest hair I'd ever seen. It was as black as it could possibly be, and hung at least 3 feet well below her shoulders, full and thick. At first I thought it must be a wig, but it was real. Ah, my wife, LeVay said, rising. Hello, everybody, the woman said, softly and seductively. Her manners were as impeccable as her husband's. She stood for a minute, smiling warmly at everyone, and then said, Would you girls like to come into the kitchen with me? I'm going to prepare some coffee. Yes, ladies. Why don't you go with Mrs. LeVay while we finish up these details? But we'll be finished soon, and I do want you to stay for our evening services. Things will come a lot clearer to you when you see it firsthand. We all looked quickly at one another. I spoke at first, and my voice was not particularly steady. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay, Mr. LeVay. I hope you won't be offended, but I don't believe in the devil, and... LeVay interrupted me with a wave of the hand and a wide smile across his white face. But Sharon, we don't believe in God either. But that doesn't mean he isn't real. I only shook my head and followed the others into the kitchen. His remark left me speechless, but my first sight upon walking into the large, quite ordinary kitchen changed that. Through a full glass back wall, I could see a real lion in the yard. He was huge and rather mangy looking, but he gave a loud roar as he saw us enter the room. That's too much, I said, only barely audibly. What kind of place is this? I added under my breath. I backed out of the kitchen and retreated to the living room. Mr. LeVay, I interrupted. I'd like for you to excuse me, please. I'm not feeling too well. I turned to Garnet. Mr. Garnet, I think I'd better leave now. I'll be your vampire and witch, but I must be going now. Sharon. LeVay's voice was gentle, but his smile was still strange. You've only just arrived. Won't you please stay? I'm holding services this evening. There will be special secret rites, and I'm sure you would enjoy it. It isn't often that I invite an outside guest to these rites. I looked right into his eyes momentarily, but I couldn't withstand his gaze. No, thank you, Mr. LeVay. I hope you won't be offended, but I was raised to worship God, not the devil. I must leave now. Garnet apparently recognized the urgency and decided against getting tough with me. Okay, Sharon, you take the car, and we'll get a cab later on. He walked me to the door and out to the car. Will you be all right? Yes. I stopped beside the car. I'm sorry, Mr. Garnet, but my imagination must have been working overtime. I had visions of somehow being sacrificed and all that. Besides, I'm tired and need to go to bed early tonight. Looking back at the scary black house, I wasn't sure I'd be able to go through with LeVay's plans. But then again, what other course did I have? I looked at my 2-inch long false fingernails, painted brilliant red. and my face was something special as I looked up into the mirror. It was eerie, milky white, broken by bright red lips that matched the color of the fingernails, and by seemingly sunken blue-black eyes expertly twisted upward at the outside corners. Grotesquely exaggerated cat eyes. Jet black hair framed it all. I was the perfect, sexy vampire, ready for my casket, lying at the center of the stage. Using care because of my fingernails, I reached into my big black handbag and fished out a pill. Rehearsals had gone well. We were ready for the weirdest show on the strip. But I knew I'd never be able to get into that casket for real without being stoned. I popped the acid tab into my mouth, carefully avoiding any lipstick smears. As the end of the production neared, I lay inside the casket. I remembered very little of the show. I had shaken several people with the reality of my performance when I had risen from the casket and pointed a long, blood-red fingernail at the audience and marked them as my next victims. Gasps from both males and females had surrounded all around the club. But as I lay there, I fancied the idea of being dead and still hearing all the sounds around me. I heard everything. The footsteps, the breathing, the sighs in the audience. But I'm dead, I thought. It's so pleasant. I'm outside my dead body. I'm a spirit. I can see and hear everything. I'm dead, but I'm really alive. I lay in the casket so long that I missed the curtain call by 5 minutes. I just didn't want to get out of it. The audience went wild over the performance. Garnet had himself a hit. I was convinced he had a whole lot more than he realized. But the night's success spelled trouble later. Gary, my current lover of about 3 weeks standing, lay quietly in bed as I entered the room. I was still stretched tight from my acid trip and sat down next to him. "You're awfully quiet, Gary. Is something the matter?" "I don't like what's happened to you, Sharon," he blurted out. "This whole thing you're getting into at the club is crazy. It's changed you. All through the rehearsals, I've watched you change." "I don't understand," I said softly, not wanting to get into a hassle. "I haven't changed." "Yes, you have," he said sharply. "It's hard to describe, but something's happened to you. When you play your auto harp, for instance, it's creepy. There's a strange sound to it, and when you sing it, it's like something far out, far somewhere else." I persisted with my soft approach. "Oh, come on, Gary. You're imagining things. This is just a job. There's nothing to that black magic stuff if you don't believe in it. Relax, babe." "Please, Sharon, baby, get out of the show. You don't need the money. We can live dealing dope. You don't need this stuff." Gary was getting to me. and the room started to close in. I'm going out for a while, Gary. I'm really wired from the acid I dropped tonight. You go to sleep. I'll be back. I picked up my harp and walked out onto the street, throwing a gray cape over my shoulder. The night was foggy. I walked along quietly for several minutes and then began to strum the harp softly. I tripped out again and was a little fairy playing my music. I sat down under a window and played softly for the whole neighborhood. Strangely, no one bothered me. It was dawn when I walked back into the apartment and found a note from Gary. I saw immediately that his things were gone. Sharon, the note read, I love you too much to sit and watch you lose yourself to LaVey. Goodbye. I sat quietly and sadly, strumming my harp and humming. The show was a smash hit along the strip. Garnet had scored big. But the Witches' Sabbath and my total sellout to LSD, marijuana, and hashish, and to sex with virtually any attractive man, landed me in the hospital for 4 months. I was half dead from gonorrhea and had a complete physical breakdown. Chapter 8. Counterculture. My job was gone, but I was glad. The plastic world was not for me. The only people I'd found who seemed to understand and welcome me, as me, were those in Haight-Ashbury, those of the new culture, the counterculture. They had found the world crooked and perverted and had dropped out of it except for their protests against the Vietnam War and pollution. Make love, not war, they shouted. That sounded good to me, and I found myself more and more into the hate, more and more into the new culture, the drug culture, more and more into the new morality. One girlfriend continually counseled me, quit playing games. Come on over to the other side. My first step to the other side came when I met Michael. He spent a lot of time in the Haight, but lived in a big house overlooking Muir Beach a few miles north of the Golden Gate. I need a housekeeper, he said to me one night with a grin. Why don't you come with me? It's a free area. You'll like it. I moved in with him and immediately set off on a big trip. Nature and drugs. It was all there. Earth, sky, and sea. Plus, lots of dope. Everybody in sight was a dopehead. The house sat on one of the cliffs framing the beach. Down below were little cottages sitting close to the beach itself. Michael was fine, for a while. But we eventually grew tired of one another, and I moved in with a guy at the other end of the beach. But I didn't confine my favors to one man. I had by then decided that no one man could keep me happy, either with sex or with other mental and physical stimulation. I kept looking for that one place, but nothing lasted. I ended my Muir Beach stay with John, a carpenter. He fell in love with me and was rather pitiful about it. He asked me to marry him, but I knew he wasn't for me. One night we experimented with a heavy hallucinogenic drug that was new to me, STP. It took me beyond anything I had known. I lay on the floor, and, as though I could see inside myself, I surveyed a massive battleground right within my chest and stomach. I couldn't distinguish one from another, but spirits or some such force battled and clawed and screeched within me. Before long, the increasing numbers of spirits spilled over to my exterior and battled and raged all about me and upon my skin. I screamed, "John! John! Oh God, help me! It's good and evil. They're battling in me. Help me, please. There's the good, and there's the evil. Oh, John, help me. They're killing me." John stroked my forehead and kissed me all about the face. "It's all right, Susan," he said softly. The screaming eased into moans and groans, but my body twisted and squirmed. John fondled me all over, seeking some way to bring me through this terrible turmoil. He gently removed my clothes and began to make love to me. I finally quieted, and the hour of horror passed. Again, John asked me to marry him. I lied and told him I had to go ask my father. Instead, I went straight to Haight-Ashbury in search of a life I could lead. "Hey, Susan." Standing alone in the front of the drugstore, one of the Haight's better-known hangouts, I turned in the direction of the voice. It was an old friend from Los Banos. "Barbara, what are you doing here?" I said. I was excited to see a familiar face. Barbara was a good-looking brunette, about my age, but not the kind I'd expected to find in the Haight. I remembered her as a straight kid, right off of a Los Banos farm. "I've been here quite a while," she said. "Everything else is a drag, but things are happening here." "I know," I said. "It's one of the few places where I feel comfortable." "Me too. And I've got a great new family here. You'll have to come over and see them." "What do you mean, family? You're not married, are you?" "Heck no. This is another kind of family. A real one. We all live together and take care of one another. I've got an old man, and he watches out for me." "How many are you?" 11 right now," she said. "Some come and go after a while. We figure a dozen is about right. 6 couples." "Someone's missing?" "That's right," Barbara smiled. "Bob needs a woman. He's my man's partner. That's Tom, the head of the family." "I see." There was a pause as we watched the people go by. "Why don't you come on home with me?" Barbara asked. "I want you to meet everyone and see our house. It's great." "Sure, if you think it's all right." "No problem," Barbara said. "We have a lot of visitors." The family's home was a big 2-story brown house at the corner of Oak and Lion Streets. It was an impressive old home in the midst of several impressive ones. The area had passed its prime, but still maintained a certain elegance. "Janis Joplin lives over there," Barbara said, pointing to the house next door. "There are a lot of great people around here." We entered the brown house, and Barbara took me up one flight of stairs to the big room, the living room where I was to have my first encounter with Charlie Manson. Dominating the room was one guy who turned out to be Tom, Barbara's man. He was the head of the family. I stood in front of him, and he smiled at me. He was sitting in front of a huge hookah pipe, dragging periodically from the long, flexible tube that passed through water. "The best Acapulco gold in town," he said as I stared at the contraption, which was right out of an old Errol Flynn movie about the desert sheiks. I smiled. "It looks good." It was a strange scene. Rock music was playing in the background, the Jefferson Airplane. Every man seemed to have a woman, except for one. That must be Bob, I thought. He smiled at me. We spent the next 2 hours talking and smoking grass. It was as good as any I tasted. I was talking exclusively to Bob. He told me a lot about the family. Each man in the group was a dope dealer, moving some of the highest quality drugs in the country out into the streets of Haight-Ashbury. The girls were often used to go out into the streets and hand out samples of the latest batches as advertising. Of course, she explained, they used a lot of the drugs themselves. They shared everything in common, except for the girls. And sleeping partners, they were monogamous, following the developing hippie lifestyle. Bob eventually asked me to accompany him to his room. We made love there, and from then on, I was his woman. For 3 weeks, I was constantly loaded on hashish, marijuana, or acid. I was fulfilled for the first time in my craving for dope. There seemed to be an endless supply. One of my favorite pastimes was sitting, stoned, on the front balcony and listening to Janis Joplin playing, singing, and boozing. Other times I would just sit, watching the trees and the birds, and then the steadily increasing numbers of young people finding their way to Haight-Ashbury. There even came the time when we picked up word that the FBI was watching the house. Not only we were heavy into drugs, but we were also militantly active in the peace movement sweeping across the youth of the land. Once we knew, the agents were easy to spot. Many times I sat on the balcony listening to the radio, waving at them from time to time. That seemed to panic them. There was one sunny afternoon when I, again, was stoned on hash and my serenity failed to hold steady. I had many moments like that, but that afternoon was especially difficult. Despite the excitement around me, the apparent love, the sex, the drugs, despite my family, I was lonely. The afternoon was warm, but the old familiar chill of loneliness moved up and down my body. It was far deeper than tears, a fullness in the throat and the chest. I'm still an outsider. The thought rushed across my mind over and over. Bob likes me for sex, and the others put up with me because of him. But they don't like me. I'm too weird. I'm not like them. Barbara and Ella accept me, but that's all. I listened to the street sounds for several seconds. What's wrong with me? Won't I ever belong? First my own family, then Al and all the others, and now here. Can't I find a place anywhere? Things suddenly slipped out of control when the police and the federal authorities intensified their pressure on us. My man, Bob, was arrested for selling drugs. Tom was immediately obsessed with the desire to free his partner. And that required considerable money for lawyers, fines, and related activities. It was early afternoon when Tom and I went out onto the street. We immediately knew we were being followed. We crossed the Golden Gate Panhandle, and, when the way seemed momentarily clear, we separated, and I began a big circular swing back toward the house. Tom was to keep moving and hide out for a day or two. I would be in a position to come with help if he was caught. I was breathless as I shut the door of the old brown house behind me and stood for several minutes listening to the music. A man's voice, coming from the big room upstairs. I climbed the stairs slowly and stepped into the dusky room. Seated on the couch in front of the bay window was Charlie Manson, playing a beat-up old guitar remarkably well and singing in a clear but soft voice. The shadow of your smile when you are gone will color all my dreams and light the dawn. After listening to Charlie sing and talk, after dancing with him and making love, after sensing and seeing the power of his mind, I knew I would go with him if he asked me. I felt fully responsible for my actions, but at the same time, I knew there was something inside me that was attracted to something inside him. I knew I had never encountered this before, and I knew I had to have what he had. I was 18, but older inside. I was free. My father, brothers, and I were irreparably torn apart, it seemed. I had come close, but so far had found no substitute. Charlie had instantly seemed more of a father to me than my own father. It was obvious from the way those three girls, Lynn, Pat, and Mary, followed him that he could lead. He could make things happen. If he were the head of a family like Tom, there would be no falling apart. He would know how to keep it together. He could make one for all and all for one work. He not only preached love, he had power. What he wanted, he could get. He often sounded like God. When Charlie said, "Come on, we're going to LA," I was prepared. It didn't take much to talk Barbara and Ella into going with us. Chapter 9. On the Move. By the time I joined him, Charlie Manson had spent more than half of his life, 17 of 32 years, in institutions. Although I knew virtually nothing of his background, he had only recently been released, March 21st, 1967, from federal prison. Over the previous 17 years, he had served time as burglar, car thief, forger, and pimp. According to Deputy District Attorney Vincent Bugliosi, Manson had begged the authorities to let him stay in prison even on the day of his release. It had become his home, he told them. He didn't think he could adjust to the outside world. His request was denied. He was released at 8:15 a.m. on March 21st, 1967, and given transportation to Los Angeles. That same day, he requested and received permission to go to San Francisco. It was there, in the Haight-Ashbury section, that spring, that the family was born. Bugliosi and Gentry, Helter Skelter, page 146. By the family, Bugliosi was referring to that steadily enlarging group of young men and women which began to gather around Charlie, starting with Lynn, Pat, Mary, Barbara, Ella, and me. Charlie was born no-name Maddox on November 12, 1934, in Cincinnati, the illegitimate son of 16-year-old Kathleen Maddox. The only possible identity available for his father is Colonel Scott of Ashland, Kentucky, the target of a bastardy suit filed by Kathleen in 1936 in Boyd County, Kentucky. The court awarded her a judgment of $25 plus $5 a month for support of Charles Mills Manson. Later court actions indicate that Kathleen had trouble collecting. Following is an excerpt from Bugliosi's findings regarding Charlie's very early life. According to his own relatives, Kathleen would leave the child with obliging neighbors for an hour, then disappear for days or weeks. Usually his grandmother or maternal aunt would have to claim him. Most of his early years were spent with one or the other in West Virginia, Kentucky, or Ohio. In 1939, Kathleen and her brother Luther robbed a Charleston, West Virginia service station, knocking out the attendant with Coke bottles. They were sentenced to 5 years in the state penitentiary for armed robbery. While his mother was in prison, Manson lived with his aunt and uncle in McMecken, West Virginia. Manson would later tell his counselor at the National Training School for Boys that his uncle and aunt had some marital difficulty until they became interested in religion and became very extreme. A very strict aunt who thought all pleasure sinful, but who gave him love. A promiscuous mother who let him do anything he wanted, just so long as he didn't bother her. The youth was caught in a tug-of-war between the two. Paroled in 1942, Kathleen reclaimed Charles, then 8. The next several years were a blur of run-down hotel rooms and newly introduced uncles, most of whom, like his mother, drank heavily. In 1947, she tried to have him put in a foster home, but, none being available, the court sent him to the Gabault School for Boys, a caretaking institution in Terre Haute, Indiana. He was 12 years old. Helter Skelter, page 137. Along the way, Charlie landed at Father Flanagan's Boys Town after it was erroneously reported that he was a Roman Catholic. He stayed only 4 days, breaking out with another boy and finally committing his first armed robbery at the age of 13. From there on, it was in and out of one institution after another, all across the United States. Reports on him over the next 19 years painted a picture of a young man with a marked degree of rejection, instability, and psychic trauma, heightened by a sense of inferiority in connection with his mother, by his small physical stature, and by his lack of parental love. Others found him to have homosexual and assaultive tendencies, safe only under supervision, criminally sophisticated, headed for serious difficulty soon, young, small, baby-faced, and unable to control himself. An almost classic textbook case of the correctional institutional inmate. One who hides his loneliness, resentment, and hostility behind a face of superficial ingratiation. An energetic, young-appearing person whose verbalization flows quite easily. who gestures profusely and can dramatize situations to hold the listener's attention. The record showed that Charlie had married at least 2 women and had fathered at least 2 boys before I met him. They also showed a deep but temporary involvement with a number of religious sects, including Scientology, Buddhism, and many Eastern religions. He was described as knowledgeable about certain portions of the Bible and Christianity. And it was in prison that Charlie developed his musical ability: the guitar playing, the singing, and the songwriting. He took himself so seriously as a musician that he was described as jealous of the monumental fame that flowed to the Beatles in the mid-60s. It was this Charlie, the balladeer, the self-made philosopher, that I was learning to know as we wound our way toward Los Angeles in 1967. We picked up a hitchhiker, Scotty, as we approached the Los Angeles area, and he invited us to his place in Malibu on Topanga Canyon Lane. We pulled the big bus up in front of his house, which we very quickly named the Spiral Staircase House, because of its stairway. Topanga Canyon, a surprisingly steep and rugged area above Santa Monica on the coast, just off Santa Monica Bay, was fast becoming a hippie haven, at least in its southern portion. Large numbers had established the communal living in the houses on both sides of the canyon, winding down south to the ocean. Topanga Canyon Boulevard was the main thoroughfare running north and south. Topanga Canyon Lane, where Scotty took us, was a little curving road at the southern end of the canyon, leading down to a cluster of small beach houses. Scotty's house was midway along this lane, with houses on each side and across the street. We had no sooner arrived at Scotty's than a spontaneous gathering developed, with about 40 or 50 people, including us, and a big acid party was underway. It came right on the heels of our bus experience with Charlie. People were all over the house, on couches, chairs, the floors, upstairs, downstairs. Records were playing one after another. The Doors, Jefferson Airplane, Dylan, and lights of every color tinted the walls, ceilings, and floors. Someone even presented a light show on one bare wall. Again, I was in my customary position during the heavy stages of a trip, prostrated on the floor. My arms were stretched out, and I sensed I was on a cross. I have to die for all these people, I thought. They don't know it. They don't know I'm dying for them. People were everywhere, doing everything imaginable, and I was inside them. I was one with every person there. I love them, I said inside myself. I love them so much that I want to die for them, but they will not know it. It doesn't matter. I love them. As this sense slipped away and I was aware of myself on the floor, I yearned to see Charlie. I wanted him to share this experience. But I couldn't see him as I wandered from room to room. Everyone was tripping in a dozen different ways. I eventually wandered out to the bus. Charlie was there, alone. He was dressed in a long white robe. I immediately knew that he might be God himself. If not, he was close to him. He held a pan of water in his hands, resting on his lap as he sat on a pile of pillows. Susan, love, I'm going to wash your feet. No, Charlie, you can't do that, I said softly, yielding fully to the realization that this was a deep spiritual moment. I'm not worth it. Susan, you are beautiful. You are perfect. You are one with God. We're all one with Him. I must wash your feet. I must show the way. I sat on the floor of the bus, and he rolled over onto his hands and knees and washed my feet. Right in the middle of the washing, a tall, rugged, auburn-haired guy came into the bus and watched. Charlie looked into my face and said, "Now, you must wash this brother's feet." Without hesitation, I moved to my hands and knees and washed the feet of this giant of a man whom I didn't know. He merely stood, looking down at me, unsmiling, completely solemn. He looked as though he might weep. Others began to arrive in the bus, men and women, perhaps a dozen or 15. The next thing I knew, people were making love all over the bus, in every possible way and position. Bare bodies were everywhere, some pale and soft, others hairy, bony and tan. It was a full-fledged orgy of the kind I had heard about, but had never witnessed or participated in. I made love with the big auburn-haired fellow, but as I did, so I was, in a flash of light, aware that I was once again inside all those people. I was inside them, even inside the auburn-haired guy. My God, I screamed inside myself. I'm making love to myself. My consciousness and awareness of my individual self slipped away. I had no idea who I was, only that I was in total oneness with everyone in that bus. Indeed, everyone in the whole world. Who am I? The voice yelled deep inside my bowels. I don't know who I am. Then a voice said, You're everyone. You're with everyone. You're in everyone. All sense of being slipped away as I abandoned myself to the man whose feet I had washed. LSD and marijuana were the center of our lives at Topanga Canyon Lane. I was losing my individuality, my identity, more completely as each day passed. It was an evolution that I welcomed as I sensed a oneness, a togetherness with others. But with this loss of individuality came what seemed to be an increasing contradiction, a craving for attention from others, especially Charlie. And he did not give me attention to the degree I was begging for. There was a hug here, a smile there, with no dependable pattern. But he had me hooked. Several times he took me aside during my petulant moods and repeated his earliest line with me. You are beautiful and perfect. You must accept yourself. You must love yourself. Somehow he knew of the insecurities within me. I had terrifying moments of feeling very ugly inside. He knew this. And during those frightening moments, he was there. In my manic moments, he shot needles at me over my desire for the spotlight. "You just want to be the queen bee," he said. Both forces, seemingly opposites, played within me, and he watched them keenly, as he did with the peculiarities of all his girls. We were in Scotty's house in late afternoon, a few days after arriving. Charlie took the floor as usual. "The thing we must understand," he said softly, pacing the floor, "is that the past is over. There is no past. It is dead, severed. In fact, there is no time. Get rid of your watches. You don't need them. There is no time." The room was silent. Mary, Ella, Pat, and I, with some new girls and guys, watched every move Charlie made. He had talked a lot since we had left San Francisco, but this was on a new level of intensity. He was serious, and we knew it. "Now listen to me," he said, raising his voice and slapping his palms together. "Yesterday is dead. Tomorrow never gets here." He looked around the room. His eyes were on fire. "Do you understand that? Yesterday is dead. Tomorrow never gets here. We live in the eternal now." He stopped walking and stood in the center of the room. "All your roots are cut," he said, lowering his voice again. "You are freed from your families and all their old hang-ups. You are cut loose into the now. You are free. And because we are free, we can become one. The Bible says we must die to self, and that's exactly true. We must die to self so we could be at one with all people. That is love." We all felt we understood that, and several heads nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Smiles were on several faces. Out of those lectures by Charlie came constant actions aimed at ridding us of our inhibitions. One of the most used techniques was the one he had used on me about making love to my father. "Don't be afraid of that," he said. "Pretend you're making love to your father and get rid of the inhibition." Another technique growing out of that was the use of orgies to break down inhibitions. If we were hung up on any aspect of sex, he would lead us into group activities aimed at shattering those hang-ups. In fact, it seemed to many of us that Charlie pushed the orgy concept too far. Quite a number had come out of the hippie lifestyle where monogamy was more prevalent in sexual relationships. Most of the men were growing beards and long hair, and several of them were quite attractive. The women were young, also growing long hair. In fact, giving up even shaving of the underarms and legs. Natural, free. Those were the bywords. Clothing trended toward blue jeans or work pants, t-shirts, and other inexpensive, earthy attire. The women were more varied. Sometimes we wore blue jeans, other times extremely short miniskirts. Still other times, long, old-fashioned dresses and skirts. It wasn't long before we began to share clothing communally on a first-come, first-served basis. Everything was washed together, and we each took what we wanted for the day. It was obvious to all that one of Charlie's plans was to use his attractive young women to lure men to the group. We weren't talking about family at that time, but that was the direction. Hundreds of young people were on the move throughout California, and promise of lots of sex and dope was enticing. One of the most attractive men to show up during this period was one who gave Charlie a run as a leader. He was Bobby, an outstanding guitar player with an unusual ability to motivate young people, especially women. He arrived on the Topanga Canyon scene one day with his own following of girls. He didn't tie up with Charlie permanently then, but came and went throughout the whole period, with his stays increasing in duration. Music was important to Charlie, and so was Bobby's talent. In fact, Charlie often used music as a device to break down our lingering inhibitions. "Come on," he said. "You could do anything you want to. You could sing. Shake all the past and throw yourself into it." We did become more than moderately accomplished, most of it singing behind Charlie, who was obsessed with the belief that his music could change the world. From Scotty's house, we moved into a rented house farther up into Topanga Canyon. Several people were coming and going from the group, and our numbers were increasing. But the core consisted of Charlie, Mary, Lynn, Pat, Ella, myself, and 3 or 4 others. Pat and I were quite close during this period, and I even adopted part of her name to become known as Patty Sue. She, in turn, became Katie, a name that was to stick with her. One night in the rented house, we were high on grass, and for some reason, the women and men were momentarily separated. In a stoned condition, I looked at Charlie across the room. The men were clustered around him. I counted. There were 12. In his lengthening hair and beard, his eyes staring intently from face to face, he looked like Jesus, talking to his 12 apostles. The thought simultaneously startled and thrilled me. I felt he might be Christ. Highly mobile at the time, we traveled all over Southern California and Charlie's school bus, which we had by that time painted black. We stayed in the bus or with people we'd strike up friendships with or in the woods. And we soon made our first trip out into the desert, Death Valley. Charlie seemed fascinated by it. "This is part of our return to the land," he said. "We've got to get back to the land. We must learn how to live off the land." Hardly impressed by the endless wasteland, I merely shrugged my shoulders. "It's okay to live off the land, Charlie," I said to myself. "But the desert?" Then, with no clear explanation, we had no explanations for the things we did in those days, we agreed we should go to Florida for the approaching winter. Charlie wanted to go, and we were with him. So we headed toward the southeast. We got as far as Texas. There, Charlie's teeth began to bother him. He was in great pain, both from receding gums and deterioration from the use of drugs and lack of proper care. "I've got to get help," he declared, grabbing his face with both hands. We went in at the first hospital sign in a little Texas town and drove to the emergency entrance. A doctor said it seemed to him the only solution was to have Charlie's teeth pulled. Charlie was like a little child. "You can't pull them," he whined. "I'm a singer, a performer, and I've got to have my teeth." He prevailed, and the doctor shrugged his shoulders, giving him some medicine for the pain. That was the end of the trip to Florida. We turned back and roamed around New Mexico for several weeks, stopping off in a little college town and attracting considerable unpopularity. We were a weird gang in an even weirder black school bus. In Arizona, we were caught in a snowstorm, forced to halt for several hours, and then to move slowly and wearily westward. Charlie, hurting from his teeth, went into a deep depression that no amount of care and concern from us girls was able to lift. The next morning, he announced to us all that he was leaving the bus to hitchhike back to Topanga Canyon. "I can't take this anymore," he said. "The rest of you stick with the bus and come on back as quickly as you can." The next day, we were still getting practically nowhere. I was fed up, too, and I talked with one of the guys. New Bruce, as distinguished from Old Bruce, an earlier family associate, into hitchhiking back to California with me. When we arrived back at the house, Charlie flew into a rage, swearing and yelling at me and coming very close to striking me for having left the others. "Don't you have any loyalty?" he screamed. "What about the others? You just left them out there alone. Maybe to die? Who the hell do you think you are? I told you to stay there." I tried to hold my ground, but I was too frightened to say what I was thinking. "Fuck you, Charlie," I roared inside. "You can go jump off the cliff. You left, didn't you? You're no better than the rest of us. So I left. What difference does it make?" Things were cool for several days between Charlie and me, but it passed after the others made it back with the bus. So life resumed in Topanga Canyon for Crazy Charlie and his girls. We were increasingly unpopular with the hippies because we lacked any sort of code at all, especially sexually. They saw Charlie as a strange little guy who was exploiting a gang of attractive, wild young girls to feather his own nest. Even in Topanga Canyon days, most of us had been busted by the police several times and were on parole. We were always in danger of being picked up for anything from vagrancy to drug possession and more. "We need new IDs," Charlie said. And before long, who should arrive, fresh from prison, but Randy, a master counterfeiter. Seeing our problem, he agreed to make new driver's licenses for everyone. When he got to me, he asked what name I wanted on it. "I don't know," I said, "but don't make it Sharon. I've worn that one out." Suddenly, Charlie said, "She's Sadie Mae." "Sadie Mae?" I exclaimed. "That's right," he said persuasively. "That's the perfect name for you." "Sadie Mae what?" I pressed on. But Charlie was silent. After a moment, Randy said, "Gluts." He and Charlie roared with laughter. "That's it," Charlie said excitedly, still laughing. "Sadie Mae Gluts." "What are you guys laughing about? What is gluts?" After a pause, Randy explained. "It's a prison term, Susan. You know, Joe Glutz, like Joe Smith. We used to call the guards gluts. So there was born Sadie Mae Glutz, a name that I could rattle off in perfect Arkansas accents when questioned by the police. I'm Sadie Mae Glutz from Arkansas, and I'm thrilled with your California. Strangely, it seemed to work. Other names awarded at that time were Jaime Hobsnobber, Charlie, Katie B. Everglad, Pat, Ella Beth Cinder, Ella, and someone even reached so low as to take I'm a fibbin'. Some avoided bad puns, adopting names that were to stick in many cases: Squeaky, Gypsy, Wish, Little Patty, Sandy. One day, a group of us were picked up for vagrancy by the police outside Los Angeles. We were sitting in the courtroom when the bailiff began to read off the names. The judge, a woman, started laughing. "This is like a fairy tale," she said. The cases were dismissed. It was just after our move into a second rented house in Topanga Canyon that I discovered I was pregnant. Conception apparently occurred during a trip to Phoenix by New Bruce, Mike, and me to visit Mike's parents, who were wealthy and socially active. They put us up in the city's leading hotel, and for several days we engaged in luxurious, high society binge of fancy clothes, the latest hair fashions, the best food available, and one party after another. My lover on that trip was New Bruce. Charlie flew into another rage over how we had backslidden into the world's way when he saw us with good clothes and groomed hair. "Can't you guys get it through your heads? You've got to break, once and for all, with that plastic world. It's doomed." I was the second woman in the group to become pregnant. Mary gave birth to a boy, Pooh Bear, in Topanga Canyon, which delighted Charlie more than any single thing in that period. He was radiant over the fact that I was going to have a baby. "We want lots of babies," he said. "They're the kings in this world. Completely uninhibited and free from all the garbage of society. We can let them grow up free from the plastic world. They won't even have to go to school. They'll learn in their own freedom, even how to talk." His eyes sparkled, and his smile grew wider and wider as he watched Mary's baby. Chapter 10. The Ranch. I walked out of the supermarket and headed across the shopping center parking lot. The walk from our Topanga Canyon house had not been bad, but 2 shopping bags full of groceries made the return walk look difficult. I reached the road and turned to see 2 fellows in an old car slowing down as they approached. They were smiling. "You're headed back down the canyon, aren't you?" the driver asked. "Hop in." "Yeah, I sure am," I said, reaching for the door. I'd seen them before, but I didn't know them. As the opening conversation lulled, I asked, "Hey, you 2 guys don't know a place where about 20 people can live, do you?" The one on the passenger side said, "You're with Charlie Manson, aren't you?" "Yeah," I replied, "and we need a place to live. We're being kicked out of our house. It's gotten too small anyway." "Well, there is a place," the passenger said. "I'm not sure you could get in there, but it's perfect for you guys." I was excited. "Where is it?" "Well, it's the old Spawn Ranch. an old run-down place that was used for cowboy movies. I think the old Gene Autry and Roy Rogers movies were made there. It has a complete Western town movie set right there. But who's there now? I asked. It's not used for much of anything now. Old man Spawn, George, lives there with a few cowhands, and they keep some horses for people to rent and hide. It's kind of a mess, but there's a lot of room, several houses and barns and other buildings. I think a few of the people from Topanga Canyon may be living in some of the buildings out back. Where is this place? I asked. It's not too far, up at Chatsworth, up by Santa Susana Pass. When we got to the house, I took them in to meet Charlie. He was extraordinarily friendly and asked them several more questions. "Sounds great, you guys," he said. "Maybe something will work out for us. We'll check it out." The two agreed to take me up to Chatsworth, north of the canyon, to look at the place. They were right. It was perfect. It had some wide open fields, lots of trees, and all kinds of gulches and hills, some rough and craggy just like the Wild West movies, some gentle. It was perfect. It was real nature, at last. The buildings were, for the most part, run down, in fact, dilapidated in some cases. The main building, the owner's house, was right in front. Behind it was another house and some outbuildings. To the left was the movie set, a western street, a saloon, several stores. To the side and behind the street were a big corral and 2 barns. Farther back behind the buildings was a cliff running down to a creek that crossed the property. Even farther back, a perfect setting for the little western town, were rough terrain and woods, then the mountains. It was rugged land. To the right, some distance from the main buildings, were a sizable house and some shacks. Hippies had moved into them, apparently with Spawn's permission. After my enthusiastic report, Charlie went to see Spawn and apparently did a masterful job of conning and manipulating the old man, who was nearly blind, into letting us live on the property. He convinced him that we would fix the place up in return for his letting us stay. And never missing an opportunity for enticement, Charlie told George about his young girls, about how nice it would be to have such pretty young women looking after him and meeting his every desire. When we showed up, Charlie drove the bus way out back behind the hippie's house, out into the fields, virtually out of sight. We camped there for some time as Charlie steadily ingratiated himself into Spawn's favor, convinced him the hippies were giving the place a bad name, and finally drove them out. It wasn't long until we, a group ranging from 15 to 20, had taken over the entire ranch, with the exception of George's house. And even there, several of the girls moved in to take care of the old man and keep him convinced we had his best interest at heart. Part of the movie set, including the big saloon, was turned into a main hangout for us. We set up a kitchen and used the saloon for our meals, parties, and other family events. We slept all over the place, in beds, sleeping bags, and whatever else would suffice. It was a perfect place for us. We got along well with the cowhands and managed not to interfere with the horse riding business. In fact, we used the horses a lot ourselves. All seemed to be going well until, after several weeks, Charlie, for reasons that were never clear to me, decided we should split up. I never understood Charlie's reasoning in this. I knew only that he had fallen into one of his erratic, dark moods. He seemed to feel that the family concept would never work, that we were getting on each other's nerves, or that we just needed a change of scene. It could have been simply another of his calculated maneuvers to keep us shaken up, confused, and ultimately subservient to him. At any rate, under his direction, Mary, Pat, Ella, Stephanie, and I headed north in the old black school bus. We rented a house in the little town of Philo and launched a female duplicate of Life at Spawns. It seemed that I was in charge, although others may have disputed this, and it was astounding even to me how I could control people just as Charlie had. I was able to mimic him perfectly. I could walk like him, talk like him, to the amazement of all who knew Charlie. The spookiest thing about it, however, was that I seemed to have the same sort of mind control over some of the girls that Charlie had over his followers. I found that I could actually read people's thoughts, just as Charlie could. I knew what the other girls were thinking and was able to manipulate and control them. I seemed to draw from them the same sort of loyalty that Charlie, as mean as sometimes he was, drew from us. Even some of Charlie's musical talent rubbed off on me. Just as he frequently did, I found myself composing and singing songs that were uncannily applicable to whatever situation we were in. The words and music just flowed into my mind. We were using drugs just as much as we had been at Spawns. Perhaps even more so. And my similarities to Charlie were powerfully revealed to me during one acid trip. It was late at night. Everyone was tripping. As I sat watching the other girls, I was aware of other persons within me. I had often sensed that I was in other people, but at that moment I actually saw the dark, indistinct shapes within me. They were alive, moving, talking, laughing. I immediately recognized them as the same beings I had sensed in Charlie. My imitation of Charlie was perfect because we had the same things inside us. One day I drove into San Francisco to replenish our LSD supply. While I was away, a gang of high school boys from Philo raided our house and, with threats and sheer strength, forced the girls to have sex with them. It was rape. When I returned, the gang of 7 or 8 boys was still there. They were threatening the girls further. But my roughness and confidence intimidated them, and I was able to entice them to stop by offering them acid. It was an unwise move. They went wild, turning their energy and wrath on the house and the bus. They literally tore up the bus, ripping out the insides and rendering it unusable. I was afraid they might kill us, but the rampage attracted attention, and before long, the police arrived. They arrested the girls and me on charges of drug possession and contributing to the delinquency of minors. The boys were freed, but we were sentenced to 3 months in the Mendocino County Jail, finally getting that reduced to time already served while awaiting trial, plus probation. Similar experiences for other members of Charlie's group brought us all back to Spawn's Ranch. None of us could make it for long out in the world. It was a dangerous place. Life at Spawn, although intentionally unorganized, developed patterns. There were certain chores that had to be done, and most of the people accepted them without grumbling. Not me. I was a constant complainer. Just plain mean. The assignments, of course, were ultimately dictated through subtle manipulation by Charlie, but usually most individuals took certain kinds of work on themselves without duress. Some of the women cooked for the men, including George Spawn and the cowboys. Some made beds, some washed dishes, others did laundry. All clothes were washed in buckets and hung out to dry. Very seldom were they ironed. Some were assigned the jobs of finding ways to get things we needed, usually in the early days of panhandling, using a parent's credit card and stealing. We Manson girls were noted, for example, for our junkets to shopping centers, where we raided the garbage cans for discarded food that was still edible. Most of us carry traces of acne and other problems resulting from eating things that were less than wholesome. Often the afternoons were quiet and slow, devoted to sleeping and lying around. Of course, sex was a major preoccupation, and lovemaking was apt to occur at almost any time of the day or night. During more leisurely times, games of every kind, checkers, chess, cards, and many varieties of word and number games, might break out. And, despite our professed corner on the world market of genuine love, much time was consumed in arguments and squabbles, and, frequently, petty gossiping and backstabbing. If they got out of hand, however, Charlie would always move in and suggest solutions, which was tantamount to dictating them. Dinner was an important time for us, the time when we overtly drew together as a community or family. We all gathered in the movie set saloon, sitting on the floor, the stage, chairs, some merely standing, and ate our evening meal out of the same pot. Because of our numbers and the fact that so much depended on our scrounging for food, our main meals usually took shape as stews, rice dishes, bread, and coffee. Brown rice was such a main staple that we bought it in bags of 50 or more pounds. After dinner, we almost always smoked dope of some kind, getting high, singing a lot, dancing, making love, usually in couples, but frequently in groups if Charlie could talk us into it. During this period, my hair was returning to its natural dark brown color, following the San Francisco bleached and frosted days, and it was growing long. Standing nearly 5'5" and weighing 115 pounds, I followed the fashion trend of mostly jeans and shirts, with an occasional turn in a long granny dress or sometimes a short skirt with a tight top. None of us wore shoes 95% of the time, and no makeup, but we were heavy into beads and jewelry. We had reached the point of sharing everything, even underwear, although none of us wore bras. Sometimes girls would stash things they particularly liked. One girl was always trying to do this with underwear, but we would be discovered after a few days. Then, given a chance, I always preferred the sexier clothes. I wore pants as tight as possible, and in other things, I strove for the clingy look. We women made many of our clothes, following the lead of a new girl, Nancy, who was an excellent seamstress. We would scrounge material, and she would do wonders with it. One thing we girls made that was special at that time was a multicolored vest for Charlie. It was begun by Lynn, and then Nancy joined in. One by one, all the girls made a contribution to it, except for me. I felt totally inadequate in the embroidery department at that time, and thought the whole thing was rather foolish besides. But I eventually felt guilty about it, and made a tiny patch which someone later covered up anyhow. The unspoken idea was that your contribution represented how much you loved Charlie. As the last touch, we used our own hair and wove a hair lining and hair tassels for it. It was actually beautiful. Typical of the jealousy and rivalries among us, each of the guys decided he wanted a vest like that too, and picked out a girl to get it started. For nonconformists, we conformed a lot. We had just finished our evening meal, and joints were being passed around. It was a relaxed time. Charlie was seated in a chair somewhere near the middle of the saloon. I watched him for a minute as he began to warm up for one of his preaching sessions. Then my eyes wandered over the group, picking out the new faces. There was Tex, a quiet, rather clean-cut guy of about 21. His hair was getting long, but he still looked like the college student he had been before he dropped out with just a year or so to go. He was good-looking, and I immediately liked him. And there was Bobby. It appeared that he had decided to throw in with us and stop trying to go his separate way with his own family. He was still very good-looking, though a bit scraggly right at that moment. There was Leslie. At 18 or 19, she had considerable mental and emotional strength. She was smart, more than able at that early stage to hold her own with anyone, except perhaps Charlie. There were many more: Catherine, Clem, Linda, old Bruce. Charlie was talking. He was sold on the idea of reincarnation. "We are ageless," he said. "We will never die, but nothing else is secure because time is running out for the world. The end of the world is coming. Society is killing the planet. Vietnam is just a part of it. And pollution, too. Society is evil. Big business is evil. The establishment is evil. Time is running out, and we've got to get out into the country, into the desert, to live off the land." It seemed to make so much sense. There was hardly a head in the room that didn't nod in concurrence, although later conversation convinced me that when Charlie talked like that, we all heard different things. He spieled generalities, and we supplied the details individually. But despite this, he was saying, we have to continue to live one day at a time. You should have all thrown away your clocks and watches. That's a must. There is no time. We're ageless. There is no time. Everything is now. Being stoned helped us to maintain this consciousness. "Love is free," he went on. "Love just loves. We are all one. God is everywhere, and everyone is God. Nothing makes sense. There is no such thing as no such thing." The sentences all ran together, and my mind seemed torn and twisted as it tried to wrestle with them. But to the 20 or more dropouts in that little parcel of Southern California in the late summer of 1968, the year of the assassinations of Robert F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr., they sounded like the greatest words of wisdom ever uttered. In fact, many of the girls wept quietly as Charlie discussed the source of his understanding. "This is not something I wanted," he said. "It happened one day in prison. The Infinite One just came into my cell and opened up my head. He showed me the truth, but I didn't want it. I cried and yelled at him, 'No, no, not me.' But he showed me the truth." It was an October evening, and I was more than 7 months pregnant. Nearly a dozen of us were gathered in the back house at Spawn's, getting ready for a party with our supply of liquid acid. But Charlie and 2 of the girls were giving me a hard time about taking acid since my pregnancy was so far along. "Come on, Sadie," Charlie said. "Children are precious, and you've got to take care of yourself for your own sake as well as for the kids." But I wasn't convinced. I felt the warnings about drugs had for the most part been lies. "Nothing's going to happen to me, you guys," I said, laughing it off. "You've been giving me the best food for months and taking good care of me. Everything's going to be all right." Selfishness was in high gear within me. I wasn't going to miss out on some fun just because I was pregnant. So I prevailed and joined in the acid party. Little of a supernatural nature seemed to occur to me, but I did watch the baby's form within my belly drop drastically. There was no particular sensation, but the baby dropped. Giving it little thought, I joined in the party, except for the lovemaking, and we stayed up until dawn. I slept a whole day, waking in the evening with considerable discomfort in my lower back. I got out of bed, but was unable to stand for long. Finally, I gave up and went back to bed after refusing to eat the lunch one of the girls had brought me. I didn't feel like eating. All night I tossed and moaned, waking early the next morning, exhausted and certain that my insides were coming apart. I couldn't sit and I couldn't stand. So I decided to walk, and for the whole day I walked from the back ranch house up to the front of the ranch, back and forth so many times I lost count. Some of the men saw me on the road and offered me rides as they made their daily runs into town, but I couldn't bear to sit. So I walked and smoked marijuana almost constantly, trying to alleviate the pain. At one time, when I was near the front of the ranch, I asked one of the girls, Sherry, to saddle an old mare for me so I could sit on her. As crazy as it seemed, I thought that straddling a horse might prove a way for me to sit down. But the pain was intense. "Surely I can't go another 2 months like this," I sobbed. As evening came, I walked back to the ranch house and lay on the couch in the big room, placing pillows under the small of my back. The women were preparing dinner, and it smelled good for a while, but then I knew I wouldn't be able to hold anything down. I was hungry and nauseous at the same time. About 7 o'clock, one of the men started a fire in the fireplace. It was cheery, and everyone was in a good mood. Soon, another party had evolved, but I was really out of it, although I did manage to get a toke on every joint that was passed around. I was desperate to overcome the pain, which by then was coming from contractions, although I didn't know what was going on. There were about 20 people in the room. The music was getting better but louder, and the smell of marijuana blanketed everything. I couldn't take it any longer and slipped almost unnoticed into an adjoining room. The wall was paper thin, but I was away from the crowd. I soon was in deep labor, and my groans became louder. Some minutes later, I was aware of someone beside the bed. It was TJ, one of the guys. He was kneeling beside me. "The baby's coming, isn't it?" he asked softly. I began to cry. Yes, and quick. For at least 20 minutes he knelt beside me, holding my hand during the contractions and giving me a toke off his joint. But Charlie interrupted this scene. He seemed angry as he entered and told TJ to leave. "What in the world are you doing?" he said, turning to face me. His voice was sharp. I looked at him, almost in panic. "I'm going to have the baby real soon." He burst out laughing. "Aw, come on, Sadie. You're not due for 2 or 3 months." "You're wrong, Charlie," I said in desperation. "It's coming now." The anger returned to his face. "You're imagining things. Now knock it off and stop worrying about the baby. I need to shave. Will you boil me some water?" We didn't have a hot water tap in the back house, so I got out of bed, went to the kitchen, and began to boil some water. He's never lied to me before, I thought. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am foolish. But as I stood in the kitchen for at least 20 minutes, our old stove didn't put out much heat. The contractions came faster and faster. I managed to pour the water into a wooden bowl, got a fresh towel, and set up a mirror for him in the bathroom. And then, almost out of my mind, sat on the toilet. As I relieved myself, I saw I had passed a lot of blood. I staggered to my feet and went into the bedroom. "I don't care what you say, Charlie. The baby's coming now." I gasped for breath. "Charlie, TJ, Mary." I seemed to cave in. Everything else came to a halt in the house. In my delirious state, it seemed people were running in every direction. Someone yelled, "Play music for the baby," and the guitars and singing started up again. I yelled for them to stop, and there was silence, then a rising and falling hubbub. The girls were all around me. Someone stroked my head with a damp cloth. 2 held my hands during the contractions. They whispered softly to me from time to time. At one point of great pain, I yelled for Mary. "Thanks a lot," Charlie said sarcastically. Despite the agony, I heard him clearly. He seemed to think he was the father and should be called first. He was not the father. At 2:00 in the morning, October 7th, 1968, my baby was born. Tiny, weak, and transparent looking. His cry was a mere squeak. He was, in fact, the smallest baby I'd seen, 2 months premature, but alive and well. I heard one of the men, I'm not sure it was Charlie, tell one of the women to bite the umbilical cord. "That's the way the primeval man did it," he said. "Besides, we don't have any clean razor blades." The women took charge, however, and the cord was tied off with a violin G-string, the only catgut available. Nancy took charge of cleaning up the child as others tended to me. I was totally exhausted, but aware of a feeling I had never experienced. I felt I had transferred all my life into the child's, and somehow it seemed a holy glow engulfed me. I felt someone else was present. It might have been the result of the large quantities of drugs I had been taking for days, but my awareness and perception were sharp, not drugged. The baby and I were both treated to clean, fresh clothes and sheets. We had all panhandled for money to buy the things that would be needed for this special event. Tired, clean, and warm, my son and I went smoothly to sleep on a bed placed near the fireplace just for us. The next day, one of the girls called a doctor she had known, and he came to check the baby and me. He said my son weighed only 2 pounds, yet every organ was perfect. He instructed me to use a doll's baby bottle to feed the child from my own milk. 5 days later, the women arranged for me to move with the baby to a nearby religious mission and retreat house called The Fountain, where some of the girls had stayed occasionally, hoping to obtain it someday for the use of the people at Spawns. I was granted permission to stay there as long as I would help with the work. So, then the family had 2 children of its own, Mary's and mine. We eventually named my son Zizo-Zay C-Zadfrak for no other reason than that at the torn and twisted time, it seemed like a good name. His name later became Paul. I do want to preface that I'm reading the hardcover version of the book. So in chapter 11, there are some pictures of Susan that you can sort of see. Now, this version has pictures at chapter 11 and a soft cover book, which you can see in the back of my video. There are pictures, actually different ones, around chapter 14. So I just want to point out that there are slight differences with different editions or versions of Susan's book, which might be interesting. There are some pictures like this one. I don't believe, not both books or different versions of the book don't have the same exact pictures. So if anyone is paying attention to maybe a physical copy of Susan's book, just know that there are different pictures. So here's the beginning of chapter 11. Chapter 11, Helter Skelter. When I get to the bottom, I go back to the top of the slide, where I stop and I turn and I go for a ride, till I get to the bottom and I see you again. Do you, don't you want me to love you? I'm coming down fast, but I'm miles above you. Tell me, tell me, tell me, come on, tell me the answer. You may be a lover, but you ain't no dancer. Helter Skelter, helter skelter, helter skelter. Will you, won't you make me want to make you? I'm coming down fast, but don't let me break you. Tell me, tell me, tell me the answer. You may be a lover, but you ain't no dancer. Look out, helter skelter, helter skelter, helter skelter. Look out, 'cause here she comes. When I get to the bottom, I go back to the top of the slide. And I stop, and I turn, and I go for a ride. And I get to the bottom, and I see you again. Well, do you? Don't you want me to make you? I'm coming down fast, but don't let me break you. Tell me, tell me, tell me the answer. You may be a lover, but you ain't no dancer. Look out, helter skelter, helter skelter, helter skelter. Look out, helter skelter. She's coming down fast. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Helter Skelter, Lennon McCartney, The Beatles, 1968. Charlie obtained the Beatles' so-called White Album in late 1968. It had a tremendous impact on our lives, especially Charlie's. One night when many of us were playing records and listening to the album, Charlie said, "They're speaking to me." He was convinced that he had some sort of apocalyptic connection with the Beatles. I never fully understood it, but I knew Charlie, our unchallenged leader, was deeply affected. And I, and most of the others, believed that in some way, Helter Skelter, the end of the world, was coming down fast. But as always, our pattern was inconsistent. We were running Helter Skelter ourselves. For example, during this time we struck up a relationship with Dennis Wilson of the famous Beach Boys. I was never sure how Charlie got to know him. It undoubtedly had something to do with Charlie's own musical aspirations, plus our constant need for money. But at any rate, we spent a lot of time at Dennis's house on Sunset Boulevard. Large numbers of us lived there for irregular but sometimes lengthy periods. At one time, nearly a dozen of us stayed there, and at Dennis's expense had thousands of dollars worth of dental work done. Because of heavy drug use and neglect, our teeth were in constant disrepair. I was never sure whether Dennis tolerated us because he liked us, or Charlie, or because he feared us. But through him and others, we were often in contact with well-known, respected people within the Los Angeles, Hollywood, Beverly Hills community. We were great at crashing parties. Charlie was preaching constantly about the end of the world and the need to flee into the country, specifically into the desert. "We have to find a place to live," he said. And he was convinced that the desert was the place. None of us disagreed. We felt an intense pressure mounting on us, a pressure from society, especially the police. We were a strange gang, and the police watched us constantly. They knew Charlie was on parole, as were several others. They also knew, but had trouble proving, that we were heavy into dope, both using and, before long, dealing. They followed our bus frequently. The least little safety violation, a burned-out light for instance, brought them down on us. Large numbers of runaway kids were also showing up at spawns, looking for a place to stay or hide out. They were from all over the country: New England, the South, the Southwest, and up and down the West Coast. We felt an intense pressure to help them lie low until the heat was off. But most deeply, we felt that society was destroying itself, but that we were immune because we were in the thought. The early Christians had referred to themselves as being in the way. We were in the thought. We tuned into God, at least Charlie was, and the rest of us through him. But we believed we had to fight to survive. "We have to survive above all things," Charlie said, over and over. We thus made many trips to the desert, taking the bus as far as it would go, and walking even further. We explored places all over Death Valley. I had not known an area as desolate or impenetrable before. We had to have a way to travel. Then, we came across the idea of dune buggies. They were to be our solution. We had a place in the desert to go finally. One of the girls, Kathy, was the granddaughter of a woman who owned a place deep in the desert, Myers Ranch. Not too far away, less than half a mile, was another place we believed we could move into, Barker Ranch. But we needed transportation, dune buggies. We launched an all-out program to get them, and this led us into serious crime, which became like quicksand. We dealt dope actively to get money for the buggies. Tex during this time became one of our main dealers. We agreed to plan to build buggies using Volkswagen bodies, but engines and parts from other vehicles. This meant stealing cars, which we entered into on a fairly modest scale. The parts we didn't use, a whole chassis for example, were buried out back at the ranch. We were very expert, and many of the men who had either joined us or hung around a lot were excellent mechanics. As our desperation mounted, we began using shifts and working around the clock on the buggies. The rest of the world didn't understand, but we were serious. My loyalty to Charlie continued through all this, and probably heightened, although there were several moments when I wanted to leave. In fact, I did leave several times, staying with some hippie friends in the canyon or others in LA, but I always returned. Several of the other people did the same thing, but most of us, at least the core group, came back. We were hooked, even on the hysteria. Since the birth of my baby, Charlie had an additional grip on me to go along with my addiction to his internal power, which I thought was from God. If I got out of line, Charlie would either subtly maneuver me to the children and go to work on me about their security and future. He frequently became cruel, manifest most horribly when he would take my baby by the feet and swing him around and around high over his head and then down to within an inch of the rocky ground. He was crazy at those moments. But a split second later, he would seem to be full of love for the children, which he continued to think of as gods or kings. Despite his control over me, Charlie kept criticizing me for being too independent and disobedient. He played me like a yo-yo, first hugging and praising me, then demeaning me in some way. One night in the desert, we were walking some distance away from the others. He was dressed in a black cape and rather subdued, moody. He abruptly swung the cape around him and turned to me. "Sadie," he said softly, evilly. "The trouble with you is you don't fear me enough." He was wrong. I feared him deeply, but I was at the same time thoroughly committed to him and desired probably more than anything in the world to please him. My desire for his attention was an obsession. I was constantly torn up with the thought that he didn't like me very much, which he kept churning up within me by reminding me that I didn't like myself enough. The ugliest turn in our course to that point came when Charlie thought he had killed a black man. This sent a fresh wave of paranoia that gave us a vision of all-out war between blacks and whites that was to usher in helter-skelter. The end. Few of us knew any details, but we were told that Tex had been burned by a black man in a dope deal. The black man, Bernard Lotzapapa Crow, was said to have cheated Tex. I frankly assumed that Tex had ripped off the dope, but regardless, Charlie ended up going to Crow and ultimately shooting him, leaving him for dead. In fact, Crow was severely injured, with a bullet lodged next to his spine, and was on the hospital critical list for 18 days. Meantime, Charlie thought Crow was a Black Panther and was dead. He was terrified, figuring that the Panthers would come after us. To begin with, Charlie hated blacks, and this only intensified his fear. He often said that all the black men wanted was to get the little white girls, while he, Charlie, wanted to keep the race pure. I believe most of the analysts of the Manson family and its crimes failed to appreciate the impact the shooting of the black man had on the future events. Vincent Bugliosi, the deputy district attorney who later prosecuted several of us, in my view, gave Charlie more credit for criminal intelligence than he deserved. Bugliosi seemed convinced that Charlie was leading some grandiose plot against the world, when, from where I was, Charlie was merely reacting, for the most part, to a situation that flew out of control. Initially, he was reacting to the supposed killing of the black man. He already felt a black-white Armageddon was coming, and then feared that the Crow case might trigger it. Charlie was not, in my opinion, trying to initiate the black-white showdown, but was merely reacting to it. To us, Helter Skelter was real. To the Beatles, their song was a takeoff on the use of a slippery slide in a children's park, to which they added some suggestive, primarily sexual connotations. To us, it meant things were going out of control in the world, and the end was coming. But we were reacting to it. It was running parallel to our crazy circumstances. We were not starting it. But we knew we had to survive it. Out in the desert, for example, where Charlie believed there was a bottomless pit in which we would escape the apocalypse and perhaps return to show the way to a new world. This was all very fuzzy, very tentative, very mixed up. But I am convinced that none of us believed Helter Skelter was something we were going to direct. I, for one, was somehow aware in my subconscious that things had slipped out of control with us, but I did nothing about it. The feeling broke over me when Charlie called us together one day. You know that they're after us. The cops, the niggers, the establishment, they're all after us. And they're all cracking down harder and harder. Everyone was grim-faced as we watched him. I'm going to start carrying a knife. Each of you might want to get one. That was always his way. A hint, a suggestion, and never a direct order to do something. This buck knife here, that's a good one. We watched him hold it aloft. It's not too big, but it can do the job. You might get yourself one, and get it sharp. Keep it with you. We'll probably be getting some guns, too. We'll have to learn how to handle them. And another thing, he said, taking a few steps across the floor. We ought to establish a guard here. We need to put guards on top of our buildings 24 hours a day. We can't afford to let them sneak in on us when we're not expecting it. I shook my head. What is this? I thought. 24-hour-a-day guards, 24-hour-a-day shifts on the buggies, knives, guns. But that wasn't all. We needed more money. So we started stealing more. We stole credit cards, especially gasoline company credit cards, to meet our soaring need for gasoline and mechanical parts for the dune buggies. I went creepy crawling with Linda into homes and garages, an expression that came from me as we practiced and mastered silent entry into places, armed with our knives, and moved about the occupied houses without being detected. Barefoot in old dark clothes, deadly earnest, we became expert in burglarizing right under the noses of our occupants. The fear and thrill were exhilarating. I had always liked danger, although it kept me close to hysteria and panic. Furthermore, I felt we were perfectly justified in what we were doing. We were in the thought, in the now, free from thought, escaping from a doomed society. Darting in and about the dark recesses of my mind was a thought that I had trouble articulating, however. It flitted in between the thoughts of knives, creepy crawling, stealing. It was a genuine awareness that something was happening to the ingredient we had once talked about so much. Love. What happened to our love for one another and for other people? I thought one night, in one of my more lucid moments, which were less and less frequent. I felt a similar concern in a number of the other girls, but none of us put our thoughts together. Our thinking had turned into something like this. We have real love, the kind Charlie talks about, and we have to protect this precious love. We have to protect it from the policemen. They are our arch enemies. Society is blind to the fact that it is under the control of those same enemies. Society is in fact one big prison yard, and the policemen are the guards. The policemen are getting worse. We have to retaliate. We have to attack before we are attacked. We need money to do this, but the money is ours. Everything in the world is ours. The homes, the cars, the credit cards. People only think these things are theirs, but nothing is real. The Beatles' White Album, which, it must be understood, we were being immersed in, along with consuming unimaginable quantities of drugs, had a song that summed up much of our thinking. It was entitled Piggies, and it seemed to liken the straight people of the world to pigs. It spoke of little piggies crawling in the dirt, and bigger piggies in starched white shirts stirring up the dirt. It criticized the unconcern of all the piggies about what was going on around them, and said they needed a damn good whacking. And the final verse told of the piggies and their piggy wives out for dinner, clutching forks and knives to eat their bacon. We had a friend over in Topanga Canyon, on Old Topanga Canyon Road, who had been kind to us in the last year. He had helped Mary with food and other things for her baby. His name was Gary Hinman. He was in his early 30s, big, husky, 6'2", with thinning, short-cropped hair, and a very gentle spirit. A kind man who practiced transcendental meditation. A music teacher, he was a homosexual who was attracted to Charlie and Bobby. One afternoon, Charlie came up to me as I was perched on a huge rock on the street near the movie set saloon. No one else was within earshot. "Sadie," he said, "you're not a frontline person. You're a behind-the-scenes person. Why are you always trying to get in the living room? You belong in the kitchen." He paused. "If you want to do something important, why don't you kill Gary and get his money?" His eyes stared hard into my face. The tension between us was palpable. But within me, I could hear the words. "I'll show him. I'll show him I could be just as tough as he can." The discussion ended abruptly for the moment. But 2 nights later, Charlie told 3 or 4 of us that the need for money was great. I wasn't sure exactly what the money was needed for, except for dune buggies. But Charlie told us that Gary had inherited $21,000. I want you guys to go get it from him. He spoke directly to Bobby, Mary, and me. He'll give it to you, I'm sure, but I want you to get it. His earlier words drove into my chest. Why don't you kill Gary? My body was frozen. I knew I wasn't rational. I'll show him, I had said. I was out of control. I was a scared young woman. But somehow I sensed Charlie was just a scared little man. Sexy Sadie, what have you done? You made a fool of everyone. You made a fool of everyone. Sexy Sadie, oh, what have you done? Sexy Sadie, you broke the rules. You laid it down for all to see. You laid it down for all to see. Sexy Sadie, oh, you broke the rules. One sunny day, the world was waiting for a lover. She came along to turn on everyone. Sexy Sadie, the greatest of them all. Sexy Sadie, how did you know? The world was waiting just for you. The world was waiting just for you. Sexy Sadie, oh, how did you know? Sexy Sadie, you'll get yours yet. However big you think you are. However big you think you are. Sexy Sadie, oh, you'll get yours yet. We gave her everything we owned just to sit at her table. Just a smile would lighten everything. Sexy Sadie, she's the latest and the greatest of them all. She made a fool of everyone. Sexy Sadie. However big you think you are. Sexy Sadie. Sexy Sadie, Lennon McCartney, The Beatles, 1968. Chapter 12. Murder. Old Bruce let Bobby, Mary, and me out of the car and drove away. I looked up at Gary's place. It was a 2-story wooden house on the side of a hill, set back off Old Topanga Canyon Road. Because of the hillside, the first floor living quarters seemed to be on the 2nd story, with a long row of stairs leading up to it. The 3 of us began to climb the stairs. I was scared. The summer sky seemed very blue, and the hills were magnificent as my eyes swept across the landscape. Sadness mingled with my fear. I was heavy and sad that late July day in 1969. Bobby seemed nervous, but his natural arrogance compensated for it, and he was as cocky and confident as ever. I thought of his competitiveness, especially with Charlie. He was gripped with the need to prove that he could do anything Charlie could do. He seemed to need to prove it to himself, to Charlie, and to all of us. I knew he would kill to prove it. Mary was quiet and brooding. I can only surmise that she felt much as I did, afraid and sad. Gary had helped her retain her baby when authorities had threatened to take him. Bobby knocked on the door. After several seconds, Gary opened it and grinned broadly at the 3 of us. I knew he felt more than friendship for Bobby, but he had been a genuine friend to all of us. We said, "Hi," almost in concert. Can we come in? Bobby asked. Sure, Gary said. Please do. He led us directly into the kitchen. Sit down, he said, motioning to the chairs around a kitchen table pushed close to the wall in a little alcove, with just room enough for a chair on each side. Bobby took the place next to the wall. Mary and I were on one side, and Gary sat opposite us, cater corner to Bobby. Small talk continued for a minute or two, and then Bobby looked into Gary's face. We need money, Gary. Would you give us the money you have in the bank? And your cars? Gary owned a van and a car. Gary's face clouded, but the smile remained. I don't have any money in the bank, or anywhere else, he said. I'll give you all that I have, but it's only $10 or $15. Bobby's face was starkly emotionless, without a hint of a smile. We know you have a lot of money, Gary, he said huskily and barely audibly. Gary stared back into Bobby's eyes for several seconds and moved as though to rise from the table, but remained seated. I think you'd better leave now. Bobby reached quickly under his shirt and pulled out a gun, a .22 caliber revolver. You don't understand. We want your money. Gary stood up, and in a flash, Bobby reached across the table and hit him flush on the mouth with his fist, knocking him to the floor. Gary spit out a piece of tooth and rose slowly to his feet. Bobby scrambled from behind the table, and they began to fight. Bobby fired the gun once, and the slug splintered the wooden cabinets on the opposite wall. He then handed the gun to me and said to Gary, I'm going to teach you a lesson. They battled furiously, slugging and wrestling and kicking all over the kitchen, down onto the floor, and then up again. Without thinking, I put the gun on the table, and Gary immediately lunged for it, getting it ahead of Bobby as they struggled. Gary broke clear and held the gun on Bobby and on Mary and on me. We stood absolutely motionless. The only sound was the gasping, desperate breathing of Bobby and Gary. Bobby began cursing me. You dumb bitch, he screamed. Why did you let him get the gun? He blistered me, and I wilted close to tears, but held them back, determined not to let my weakness show. We stood there for several minutes. Gary obviously didn't know what to do. There he was, threatened right within his own home. He had no place to go. His gentleness and sensitivity began to show on his face. He was a pacifist in the truest sense, and clearly had no stomach for the madness of that moment. With tears in his eyes, he handed the gun back to Bobby. I don't believe in violence, he said. Here, you take the gun. I don't want it. Why don't you just go? We'll be in here. I could hear Bobby trying to persuade Gary to give him the money. His voice was low and gentle, then sharp and harsh. Gary insisted over and over that he had no money. Finally, he said, I'm tired, and I want to go to sleep. He lay on a couch in the living room. Bobby stuck his head into the kitchen and told me to go watch Gary. "I'm going to call Charlie," he said. It seemed less than an hour before Charlie arrived, accompanied by old Bruce. Gary was awake. He began yelling at Charlie. "I thought you were my friend." Charlie had a 20-inch razor-sharp sword buckled to his waist. I had seen it before at the ranch. He pulled it from its metal scabbard and, without warning, slashed the whole right side of Gary's face, from ear to chin. It was a ghastly cut, and blood spurted all over the room. Gary screamed and fell back onto the couch, grabbing his slashed right ear. He was in terrible pain. Mary ran to get a towel for him to hold over his face. The blood was spattering everywhere. Mary and I went into the kitchen, and Charlie followed us. I was shaking all over and was terrified. "Take care of his wounds," Charlie said to both of us. "Make him comfortable." Then Charlie and old Bruce abruptly left. I had no idea what was going to happen. I'm sure none of us did. Gary fell onto the floor and went to sleep, holding the towel against his face. He frequently moaned, and occasionally deep sobs came from his throat. Throughout that night, Bobby, Mary, and I took speed. One of us always kept close to Gary, while the other two talked and dozed and listened to the radio. Late in the morning the next day, I walked to the Topanga Canyon Shopping Center to get supplies. I was in a stupor and hardly remembered going and coming. I walked into some friends from the canyon, I remember, and they all said I looked terrible. Fortunately, they couldn't see inside me. I bought food, bandages, hydrogen peroxide, and dental floss. We had decided to try to sew up Gary's face and ear with dental floss, although this never materialized. Back at the house, Mary tended to Gary's wounds, trying to clean them, but infection had already set in. I prepared chicken and rice soup for him and spoon-fed it to him on the floor. "Don't talk now," I said. "Just eat this so you'll get better." I continued feeding him. He was unable to smile, but his eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. "Please give us the money, Gary," I said softly. "Then everything will be all right." He didn't say anything, continuing to accept the soup from my hand. He looked directly into my eyes. "Sadie, you're an angel." I couldn't take it anymore. I finished giving him the soup and left the room. I was on the verge of vomiting. Several jumbled hours of indecision followed. I don't believe anybody knew what was going to happen next. Bobby, Mary, and I tried to persuade Gary to give us the ownership registration papers for his cars. He wouldn't tell us where they were. Then we asked him again for the money. He persisted with his denials that he had any. Then came more hours of indecision and waiting. Late in the day, the second day, Bobby fell asleep and Gary made an attempt to escape. But Bobby awoke as he neared the door and beat him horribly. The second night was long. The three of us slept in shifts, and the confusion and desperation deepened. Everything was unreal, surrealistic, and slow motion. By early morning of the third day, we were convinced that Gary had no large sum of money. We figured it was impossible to hold out as long as he had in his condition if he was lying. But we continued to badger him for the car papers. Finally, he told us where they were, and under Bobby's threats, signed them over to him. It was late in the afternoon of the third day. Mary and I were in the kitchen. Bobby walked in and said quietly, "You two stay in here. I'm going to have to kill him." I stood facing away from the living room. I knew Mary was in the kitchen, but I felt alone. Alone and cold. I shivered. From the living room, I heard Gary's voice. "No, Bobby. My God." I couldn't stop myself. I ran into the room. Gary was standing, holding his stomach, and Bobby clutched a knife. Gary lurched toward the bathroom off the living room. He stayed only a few seconds and came back into the room. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Gary was obviously mortally wounded, but we were all standing or moving around. Reality had vanished. A dark brown color had settled over everything. We all seemed transparent. Gary eased himself down onto the floor and lay on his side with his legs pulled up, still holding his stomach, moaning and sobbing. Bobby went to him and stabbed him again. Turning to us abruptly, with absolute blankness in his eyes, he swept his arm across the room. "Get a sponge and go through and wipe everything clean," he said. "Don't miss anything." I looked out of the corner of my eye at Gary. He was dying. Mary and I did as we had been told, and then began packing everything we had bought. Food, first aid supplies, into a big brown paper bag. Suddenly, we were moving quickly, scrambling. The slow motion had turned to double time, like an old Charlie Chaplin movie. We decided on a plan to throw confusion into any police investigation by making the murder look like the work of revolutionaries. Bobby used a glove to write "Political Piggy" in Gary's blood on a wall of the living room. Then we checked everything over one last time and went out the door, locking it from the inside. As we turned to start down the steps, we heard a noise from inside. It was Gary. He was still clinging to life. "We can't leave him like that," Bobby said. The panic in his voice clutched at my throat. He then went to a side window that had been left unlocked and went back into the house. He was inside several minutes, and the hysteria grew. Mary appeared to be near to collapsing. I feared I might begin screaming. Bobby stepped back onto the small porch. I had to smother him with a pillow. We took one of Gary's cars and drove away in silence. Bobby said he'd return for the other one. It struck me that didn't make sense. We should have taken both cars, or left both of them. But they were in Bobby's name then. Chaos overpowered any rational thinking, and we sped away. In Chatsworth, we stopped at a small restaurant where we removed all clothing that showed blood stains and dumped it in a large outside trash receptacle, along with the supplies we had taken. Then, fighting desperately to control ourselves, we went into the restaurant and ordered coffee and pie. Bobby's eyes were steel blue once again as he turned to me midway through the pie and said flatly, "I should have killed you too, Sadie, for letting him get the gun. It was nighttime when we arrived at Spawn's ranch. I went immediately to the back ranch house where everyone seemed to be asleep. I crawled in alongside Ella and Sandra, whispering to Ella as I lay my head on the pillow. Gary is dead. The next morning, Ella and her man, Bill, disappeared, taking a truck and some camping equipment. Things had apparently got too far out of hand for them. They were not the only ones to leave during those crazy days. We had grown to about 25 steady people, with a core or inner group of 15, and many were not prepared for the sort of violence that was unfolding. Even a handful from the core group decided to leave. Through all this uncertainty, Charlie continued to use his girls to attract male followers. He made extra efforts, some successful, to attract motorcycle gang members. They were free and tough, and Charlie both admired and feared them. But not many wanted any part in what we seemed to be driven to. We took Gary's van way out back at the ranch so it wouldn't be seen. But Bobby felt it was not good for him to hang around Spawn's, so taking Gary's other car, he left to let things cool down. I was scared to death at this time. Mary and I decided we should stay in hiding during the daytime and only move around and mix with the others during the night. I was beset with the fear that I would tell everything if I was caught by the police. All of us were thoroughly programmed not to talk if caught, but I had an overwhelming tendency to blurt things out under pressure. Even then, I knew the cause of this weakness. Part of it was fear, and part was pride. The desire to prove myself to be something special, a big shot. Throughout all those days, I was consumed more than ever with the desire to belong. I was becoming more and more possessed with the fear that I was not accepted. In fact, however, it seemed that the others saw me as strong and tough. When the others were practicing with the guns we were acquiring, for instance, Charlie said I didn't need to practice. "You're strong enough to take care of yourself," he said. Despite my huge fears and weaknesses, I was being perceived as strong because of a power within me that was not mine. Charlie recognized this power, and even though I was sure he didn't really like me, he admired this strength because it was just like his. Over and over he told me, "You have power, Sadie. You're strong, tough. You're a leader. You know what to do." But he only told me this when we were alone. In front of others, he degraded me. I know now that his motive was to lift the other girls up by putting me, a strong one, down. He played yo-yo with all of us. During this period of chaos and confusion, especially after Gary's death, we underwent hours and hours, nights and nights of lecturing and indoctrination by Charlie. He was more intense than I had ever seen him. Helter Skelter is coming down faster and faster. The veins stood out on his neck as he declared this time after time. We must survive. We have to kill or be killed. And he spoke repeatedly about the need to escape to the desert. Those people out there in the world, They're so busy running for the almighty dollar, they don't have time to just sit and be with themselves to get in tune with the one. They are like robots programmed to work those 8 hours a day, all caught up in their little worlds, like living in little boxes, waiting to die. Every one of them racing along those freeways to their doom. Even if they could stop and take a look at themselves, they wouldn't be able to accept what they see because of the guilt they carry around. They eat cows and animals and tear down trees and all the things this planet gives us and don't put nothing back into it. Selfish and greedy robots. With their bombs, they think they're going to blow it up one day. Not as long as I'm around, they'll never blow it up. They'll never blow it up. He stopped and then broke into one of his songs, and we picked up the chant with him. Garbage dump, my garbage dump. The world is my garbage dump. The world is my garbage dump. Garbage dump, oh garbage dump. That sums it up in one big lump. You could feed the world with my garbage dump. You could feed the world with my garbage dump. That sums it up in one big lump. We all laughed and passed joints around. That seemed to be the only way we could get a handle on what Charlie was telling us. But before our attention wandered, he took the floor once again and pressed on with his monologue. Guilt. Look at guilt. What is guilt anyway? It is just something mommy and daddy put you in to control you, to do what they wanted you to do. If you didn't do what they said, you felt guilty about it. Well, listen. I've told you this over and over right from the beginning. There's no such thing as guilt. You don't gotta do what mommy and daddy say to do anymore. You are your own person. And you just do what you want to do. Do what you do and don't think about it. There is no guilt, he shouted. Guilt is all in your head. It is an illusion. It isn't real. He shouted it. Everything you see is an illusion, a figment of your imagination. You create the world you live in. You are what you see. Get outside yourself and look back at yourself, and you will see that even you are an illusion. There is only one, and we are all part of that one. I watched Charlie carefully. We all did, hanging on his every word. But does it make sense? I asked myself, taking a toke on a joint. Sometimes it doesn't seem to make sense. But then I laughed. Charlie had the answer for that, too. He was forever saying, no sense makes sense. On August 6th, a couple of days after Bobby had left, we received word that he had been arrested and was in the Los Angeles County Jail. His knife had been found in the trunk of Gary's car that he was driving. Instantly, the atmosphere at Spawn's tightened even more. We figured that it would be only hours before the police came down on us. But, additionally, we were all affected by Charlie's obsession with getting Bobby out of jail. Bobby had been driven by a need to prove himself as tough as Charlie, And now Charlie was possessed with the need to prove his loyalty to his brother, to die for him if necessary. "He's our brother," Charlie almost shouted to a small gathering of the core group. "Our enemy has him in his territory, and we have to get him out." I had never seen him more determined. His eyes seemed to burn. I, meanwhile, sensed doom. I felt a great cloud, a huge gray blanket, beginning to fall over me. But Charlie's loyalty touched a similar spark in me, and I forced myself to join in the round-the-clock sessions to find a way to free Bobby. Out of all the confusion and the mass of words, the constant use of drugs, came a vague sort of scheme to try to convince the police that Bobby could not have done the Hinman killing. It was a plan for copycat murders that would have made the police believe they had the wrong man in jail, since similar revolutionary killings were still taking place while Bobby was behind bars. In our crazed condition, we convinced ourselves that the police would be forced to release our brother, and we would all meet in the desert to begin new lives, free from the world and its problems. Vincent Bugliosi, the prosecutor, later totally rejected this theory and remained convinced that the Manson family had had a wild and massive plot to bring about Armageddon and flee to the bottomless pit in the desert from where Charles Manson, sometimes thought of as Jesus Christ, would one day be summoned to lead the world. It is entirely possible that some in our group, perhaps including Charlie himself, had, in our satanic state, slipped into such ideas. But to the best of my understanding, the copycat plan was the primary motive behind the most horrible rampage of killing and human destruction in California history: the Tate LaBianca murders. Okay, so I'm just going to preface by saying that I'm standing up right now because my ass hurts. So maybe I'll start reading books this way, right? Chapter 13. Slaughter. Tex and I have been secretly snorting, or inhaling, methadone, crystal speed for 3 or 4 days. In violation of the unspoken family code, we had kept our own private stash and were using it constantly. I had become fond of Tex. He was a tall, string bean, bony Texan with beautiful blue eyes. Suave and at the same time very gentle, he was demonstrably grateful for favors and kindness, unlike many of the men at Spawn's. He was important to life at the ranch because of his mechanical ability. He knew how to maintain machinery and had an uncanny ability to repair just about anything. To Charlie, he was valuable in maintaining our motor vehicles and especially in building and caring for dune buggies. This gave him an independence and high standing among the men at the ranch, especially Charlie. He was also popular with women, but seemed to prefer only one at a time. It is unclear now, but this high standing probably was the reason why we felt we could get away with keeping our stash. At any rate, Tex was as sold out to drugs as I was. He had an unusual way, for example, of maximizing the effect when he was tripping out. He would shake his head violently back and forth, his hair whipping and whirling. Then he would hold his head perfectly still while his eyes rolled and a strange, inhuman noise came from his mouth. He would become stoned beyond belief. Tex and I, both stoned, were lounging around the boardwalk on the movie set with 7 or 8 others on the sweltering night of August 8th, 1969. It was Friday night. Charlie walked up and called 4 of us aside. Tex, Pat, Linda, and myself. He spoke to each of us together, yet separately. Get a change of clothes and your knife and go with Tex. Do whatever he says to do. I knew inside we were going out to kill someone. I hesitated. But Charlie looked at me. I want you to go. When I returned with my things, Charlie and Tex were talking. I was unable to hear what they were saying. Tex was apparently the only one who knew where we were going. I climbed into the front seat of the old Ford alongside Tex. Linda was the only one with a valid driver's license, but Tex did the driving. We were both stoned, but our senses were keen. We were alert. We knew what we were doing. We didn't know who lived there, but we were going to a house Tex had been in before. Formerly the home of Terry Melcher, Doris Day's son. We were going to take all the money we could find and kill everybody there. We were racing out of control. We looked at the fence at 10,050 Cielo Drive. With a pair of wire cutters bought from the ranch, Tex had cut the telephone wires leading into the house before we parked the car at the bottom of the hill. Cielo Drive is a narrow street winding up sharply from Benedict Canyon Drive, a major thoroughfare running northwest off Sunset Boulevard and Beverly Hills out into Bel Air. It is breathtakingly rugged and luxurious in area, secluded and quiet. Suddenly, that whole section, number 10,050, was cut out of the world and lifted up into another existence. We were separated from the whole world. Perhaps for the first time in my life, I was deeply aware of evil. I was evil. But the 4 of us, darkly dressed, I in black jeans and a long-sleeve black shirt and barefoot, didn't stop. Avoiding the high metal gate, we picked a spot in the fence and climbed over one at a time. As I reached the top, the hot air of the 90-degree night smothered me. I looked around in a fraction of a second. It was crazy. Some multicolored outside Christmas lights were still up along a wall, and they were lighted. I dropped down into a bed of ivy and fell to my hands and knees. Together we began moving up the hill toward the house, keeping low and quiet. The house was about 100 feet away. Suddenly, headlights flashed across the yard. A car was coming down the driveway. "Get down," Tex whispered sharply. "Stay here." I flattened myself on the grass, and the sour taste of panic rose in my throat. Tex disappeared into the darkness, and in a moment I heard his voice. "Halt." Silence. Then a different voice sounded in the night. "Please don't hurt me. I won't say anything." Then came 4 gunshots in quick succession. Tex returned immediately and motioned us forward. When we reached the car, a white Rambler, I saw a young man, Stephen Parent, who had been visiting the caretaker, William Garretson, in the guest house at the rear of the property, slumped in the seat. Tex reached inside the car and turned off the lights. The four of us pushed it back up the driveway to the garage area to the right and rear of the main house. We went to the house and 3 of us waited at a window next to the front while Tex disappeared around the back. In a few minutes he opened the window and Pat and I went inside. Linda remained outside to watch, quiet in our bare feet. We went into the living room. At first it seemed unoccupied, but we saw a man asleep on a couch. Pat and I moved around the couch, and Tex, a long .22 caliber revolver in one hand and a knife in the other, stood in front. A coil of rope was slung over his shoulder. Pointing the gun at the man's head, he said sharply, but not loudly, "Wake up." The man, whom we determined later to be Wojtek Frykowski, a playboy of Polish background, opened his eyes, understandably startled. "Who are you?" he blurted. "What do you want?" Tex then, very matter-of-factly, uttered the words that still echo in my mind. "I'm the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's business." Still holding the gun on the man, Tex told me to get something to tie his hands. He obviously had other uses for the rope still coiled over his shoulder. I looked all over the living room and went into several others. All I could find was a towel. I grabbed it and rushed back. Tex looked at me rather exasperatedly and told me to tie the man's hands. I did the best I could with the towel, but I knew it wasn't very secure. Tex then told me to go check for other people in the house. I walked down a hall and past a room where a woman wearing glasses was reading a book. I waved at her, smiled, and kept going. The woman, Abigail Folger, heiress to the Folger coffee fortune, smiled and waved back. I continued on down the hall and came to another room. A very pretty, pregnant woman was in bed, and a man was sitting on the bed. They were talking. They turned out to be Sharon Tate, the actress and wife of movie producer Roman Polanski, and Jay Sebring, an internationally known hairstylist. I was to learn later that this was the home of the beautiful Miss Tate and Polanski, who was out of the country at the time. A noted movie man, Polanski had produced the controversial Rosemary's Baby, a film about a woman who bore a child by Satan. Miss Tate and her visitor continued to talk, apparently not seeing me. I found no one else in the house. Walking back toward the living room, I waved at the Folger woman again and reported to Tex. "All right," he said. "Take your knife and go bring them in here." So once again, I walked back down the hall to the far bedroom where the man and woman were talking. Only this time I burst into the room with my knife thrust out in front of me. I surprised them, and they seemed rattled. "Come with me," I said evenly. "Don't say a word, or you're dead." Walking behind, I herded them down the hall, and taking them into the Folger woman's bedroom, I ordered her to follow. And surprisingly, she came too, saying nothing. I held the knife menacingly in my right hand, although I write with my left, and my costume and bold manner obviously intimidated them. In the living room, Tex told all of them to line up in front of the fireplace. At that, Sharon Tate started crying. "Shut up," Tex shouted. Sebring looked hard at Tex. "Can't you see she's pregnant?" She was very pregnant, and with the bikini panties and flimsy top she was wearing, it showed plainly. Sebring stepped toward Tex and started to reach for him. Tex turned the gun and shot him twice. He fell over in front of the fireplace, apparently dead or dying. The Tate woman screamed, but then quieted into sobbing and weeping. Tex told Pat to turn down the lights. He continued talking. "Where's your money?" The Folger woman spoke first. "I have some credit cards." I moved swiftly and grabbed her, holding my knife to the abdomen. I walked her to her bedroom. "Please don't hurt me," she sobbed. "You can have everything." I spoke fiercely to her. Tex took her wallet. It had $70 in it. "Is this all you have?" Tex demanded. "Yes," she sobbed. Tex's stony eyes passed from one to another. "Prepare to die." Tex took the rope he had brought and tied it around the necks of all three. He threw the end over one of the living room beams and pulled it tight, forcing each of them to stand erect or choke. Tex, looking vicious and cruel, yet blank and pale, turned to me. "Kill him." He motioned toward Frykowski. I raised my knife to plunge it into his chest, but my hand would not come down. I tried to swing the knife down, but my hand wouldn't move. The seconds flashed by. I yelled, "Tex, I can't do it!" Suddenly, Frykowski, still tied about the neck, but free of the towel around his hands, grabbed me, and we began to struggle. Apparently, the rope over the beam pulled loose, and we fell to the floor, rolling and twisting. I was fighting wildly, but was aware that Pat and the Folger woman had begun to struggle also. There were screams, yells, curses, wrestling, stabbing, and kicking as a desperate fight for life was waged in that luxurious house of horror in the hills of Bel Air. It was total chaos. Frykowski grabbed me by the hair and pulled desperately, violently, literally tearing it out by the roots. He had me from behind, and I flailed wildly with my knife, stabbing him over and over in the legs. Blood was everywhere. Strangely, right in the middle of the battle for life, Linda came into the house, obviously terrified, horror-stricken. "Do something!" she screamed. "Sadie, can't you stop it?" Still struggling, I somehow managed to converse with her. "No, I can't do anything," I yelled. And above everything, I could hear Sharon Tate, crying, sobbing. The fighting with Frykowski probably lasted only 30 seconds, but it seemed like an eternity. until Tex jumped in and began to battle Frykowski too. He hit him over the head several times with the gun. I heard the crack of bone, Frykowski's skull. I thought he was surely dead. But he struggled on and finally broke free, running out of the house and onto the lawn, screaming. Just then, Linda came back in. "Give me your knife," I yelled. "I've lost mine." Apparently, Linda did give her knife, for I soon had another one. My own turned out to have fallen between cushions on the couch and was to be found by the police the next day. Folger, Tex, and Pat all ran out onto the lawn after Frykowski, and it was there that the bodies of Miss Folger and her lover, Frykowski, ended up, unbelievably battered and punctured. As they raced and clawed their way out of the living room, my burning mind recorded a scene I'd never forget. It was a picture of my good friend Tex, a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, both arms extended, and a terrible mixture of scream and laughter coming out of his wide-stretched mouth. He was 4 feet off the floor, suspended in the air, a man possessed, driven. Even in that second, I recalled the unusual words of Linda one night after she had made love to Tex. "I feel like I'm possessed." In that flash, I knew Tex was not a human being. He was another creature. Suddenly, I was alone in the house with Miss Tate and Sebring's body. The bedlam had turned to silence. It was so quiet that I could hear the gurgle of Sebring's blood. Miss Tate had fallen on the couch and continued to weep. I turned to her. "Shut up, bitch. You're going to die." Immediately, Tex was back in the room. "Kill her," he said. I grabbed her and held the knife to her, but that's as far as I could go. "I can't, Tex." "Kill her," he yelled. "I can't," he snarled. "Get out of the way, then." He plunged the knife into her. Once again, it was very quiet. Everyone was dead. I could distinctly hear the sounds of death. In that quietness, I wondered why no one had heard the awful noises coming from the house. The gunshots, the screams. There was no explanation except one later given by the prosecuting attorney. The canyons play tricks with sounds, sometimes causing a soft sound to be heard distinctly a quarter-mile away, while other loud sounds aren't heard a few yards away, even as close as the guest house where young Gerritsen was alone. The 3 of us, Linda was gone again, looked quickly around the room. It was a shambles, and the blood was spattered everywhere. Little was said, and we left through the front door. We were almost to the gate when Tex said, "Did anybody write anything on the door?" "No, I forgot," I said. We had determined to leave a message that would hopefully establish a pattern that would recall the Hinman case and cause the police to suspect revolutionaries, probably black, and thus lead them to release Bobby. I went back to the house alone. Inside, I saw Sharon Tate on the floor. Blood was all around her. I knew I shouldn't use my fingers because of the possibility of prints, so I settled on the towel we had used on Frykowski. I knelt beside Miss Tate and dipped the end of the towel into her blood. It was still warm. My mind began to race madly. I thought of her baby. I had a strong urge to remove the baby, to save it. But I knew that was impossible. Then I pictured myself tasting her blood. I nearly threw up at the thought, and a wave of disgust swept over me for even having the idea. I found myself looking at the woman. She was very pretty. I took the blood-dipped towel and went to the front door. On the bottom section, I wrote the word pig. Then I threw the towel back into the room and left. To get out of the door, I had to step in blood with one foot. So I hopped on the other foot down to the grass and wiped my bare foot back and forth several times. I joined the others at the fence, and we climbed over and walked quickly and silently down the hill to the car. Linda was sitting behind the steering wheel. Tex told her to get out of the way, and he got in behind the wheel. I climbed into the back seat. All of us were angry at Linda for having left us. She remained silent as we changed our clothes and drove away. I had a lot of blood on my clothes. My head was aching terribly, and I reached my hand up to it. A large clutch of hair came away. Frykowski had battled with all of his might. There was little talking as we drove. We made several stops at embankments to throw away our soiled clothes and weapons. When I realized I didn't have my knife, we talked it over and decided it was not worth the risk to go back and look for it. Somewhere along the way, we stopped at a house on a side street where we spotted a garden hose. We washed our hands with it until a man came out of the house and yelled at us, "What are you doing?" Tex told him we had just stopped for a drink of water. But the man persisted and reached into the car to try to grab the keys. Tex hit him, and we sped away. Back at Spawn's ranch, we drove up to the boardwalk where we were met by Charlie and Clem. Tex told them we'd have to clean the blood off the car. Around the door handles and the steering wheel primarily. We went into the bunkhouse, and Tex began to tell Charlie about the night. I couldn't hear everything they were saying, but I did hear Charlie ask, "Did you go to the next house?" "No," Tex said. Charlie became agitated. It was obvious he was angry. "Man," he said sharply, "I told you to go to every house on that street. Now we'll have to go back." Tex was also angry, but I couldn't hear everything he said. I heard a phrase, something like, "It was crazy. Everything went wild." I couldn't believe my ears. What does Charlie want? Dragging myself into the next room, I fell on the bed, exhausted. I felt as though I, too, were dead. I wasn't alive anymore. The next day, I learned the identities of the people we had killed. Business was going along as usual at the ranch, but I decided to go into the house trailer parked alongside one of the buildings to watch the news on the television set there. The show contained little less but the account of the Sharon Tate murders. I ran to get Pat and Linda. As we watched, someone said, I believe I was the one, "The Soul really knew what he was doing this time." The Soul was one of Charlie's many nicknames. I have no explanation for how hardened I had become in only a few hours. As I watched the TV reporters, I even laughed as they described the details of the horror. That night, Charlie came up to me again. "Come on, we're going out again." I knew he meant there would be more killing, and I was immediately afraid. But I was obedient. Charlie, Tex, Linda, Pat, Leslie, Clem, and I drove off in the old Ford. Charlie was behind the wheel, and he drove and drove, covering many miles, but I wasn't sure where we were most of the time. There was little conversation, but at least about where we were going or what we were going to do. It was mostly light talk. I'm not sure about the others, but I was once again quite stoned on methadone and was pretty much preoccupied with my own thoughts. At one point, Charlie stopped in front of a large church. "I'm going to kill a priest and hang him upside down on the cross," he said, nonchalantly. No one said anything. In a few minutes, he was back. Nobody was there. We also stopped in a residential district, and Charlie got out and headed for a house. He returned soon, saying he had seen pictures of children on the walls through a window and didn't want to harm the little children by killing their parents. Again, we drove away and continued for many miles, eventually coming to a stop in front of a house on Waverly Drive in Hollywood, not far from Griffith Park. I recognized the house. We had known a guy who had lived there, and some of us had been to one of his parties. Charlie got out once more, but he didn't go to the house we knew. He went next door. He was gone for a considerable time, although none of us was keeping track of time. Charlie walked rather casually up to the car and motioned Tex outside. They talked for several moments, and then Charlie told Pat and Leslie to go inside the house with Tex. I know nothing firsthand about what happened in the house, which was the residence of Lino and Rosemary LaBianca. I know that Charlie had somehow got control of the LaBiancas and tied them together in the living room. Apparently, when the girls arrived, they took Mrs. LaBianca into the bedroom, where, according to police reports, her body was found full of stab wounds, with a pillowcase around the head and a lamp cord wrapped around the neck. Mr. LaBianca's body was found in the living room, with a pillowcase and a throw pillow over the head and a lamp cord wrapped tightly around the neck. The body contained multiple stab wounds, and a carving fork had been left protruding from the stomach. The word "war" had been carved into the abdomen. Writing in blood had been left in 3 places. High on one living room wall were the words, "Death to pigs." On the opposite wall was the word "rise." And finally, on the refrigerator door in the kitchen were the words "Helter Skelter," with the word "Helter" misspelled. In the car, meanwhile, Charlie, Clem, Linda, and I drove around some more. Charlie showed us the woman's wallet he had taken from the LaBianca house. He said he wanted to plant it somewhere in a black neighborhood to try to mislead the police. He finally drove into the parking area of a service station and told Linda to hide it in the ladies' room, which she did, putting it in the water tank, where it wasn't found for a long time. Charlie's efforts to arouse suspicions among the blacks failed, since the service station turned out to be white-operated and situated only on the fringe of a black neighborhood. When Linda returned, Charlie asked her, "Do you know anyone we ought to kill?" Linda, apparently trying to keep herself in Charlie's good graces, replied that there was someone in Venice she'd like to see dead. So Charlie drove to Venice. Dawn was approaching when Linda, Clem, and I got out of the car and went into an apartment complex. Linda led us to a door and knocked. No one answered, so we left. I later found out that she had chickened out and purposely led us to the wrong apartment. When we got back down the street, Charlie was gone. We soon realized that he had left us, so we decided to hitchhike back to Spawn Ranch. First, we buried a gun Clem was carrying, and then, with several rides, arrived at the ranch in daylight. Meanwhile, Tex, Pat, and Leslie had also been left to hitchhike back from the LaBianca home. It was a weird thought. A gang of killers hitchhiking home from the scene of their crimes. The killing did not end with the Tate LaBianca murders. A ranch hand at Spawn's, Donald Shea, an aspiring actor whom we called Shorty, died shortly after the 2 nights of savagery. Shorty apparently was thought to have known too much about the killings, having overheard a lot of our conversations. I have no direct information regarding his death, but it was believed and widely reported that he had been dismembered and buried near the ranch. His body was never found. Chapter 14. Busted. Something clicked. Metal on metal. I opened my eyes and looked into the barrel of a rifle aimed at my head. Holding it was a man in strange garb. He looked like a combination astronaut and frogman. It took 5 seconds for me to realize he was a policeman. It's all over, I said to myself, rising from the bed. I wasn't alone in my fear. All 25 of our group at Spawn's Ranch that August morning, 1 week after the Tate LaBianca slayings, were experiencing the same treatment at that moment. A 200-man tactical police force, including the famous SWAT group, swept down upon the ranch. They came in trucks, cars, helicopters, decked out in combat gear and camouflage, catching us completely by surprise. Our ragtag gang was no match for them, 24-hour guard or not. Indeed, we were unable to offer any significant resistance. Charlie and Danny, a motorcycle gang member, were roughed up. So badly, in fact, that Charlie received 2 broken ribs. They rounded us up into the street in front of the movie set and searched the ranch, inch by inch. They tore up the place, breaking down doors, ripping up walls and floors, knocking furniture and belongings every which way. They later took pictures of the wreckage and told reporters we had been living there in that mess. We learned that we were being arrested for auto theft, in connection with the vehicles we've been using to make dune buggies. But they were unable to find much evidence. Nevertheless, we were taken off to jail, the women to Sybil Brand in Los Angeles, and the men to the Los Angeles County Jail. Our children were taken into custody and prepared for placement in foster homes. The Los Angeles Police and Sheriff's Departments were beside themselves with bafflement over the Tate LaBianca murders. Meanwhile, the killers were in custody right under their noses on charges that were quickly dropped. I was in Sybil Brand, a tomb of a prison, for only 72 hours. However, once released, I did not feel free. I continued to be more dead than alive. My feelings were vague, but I was afraid constantly. To my companions, however, I revealed only bravado. I was cocky and arrogant, openly defiant of the law and society. From jail, most of us fled as quickly as possible to Death Valley. The desert was our only hope, but I had other things on my mind. As dead as I was inside, I still wanted my baby. From the last of August through October 9th, I spent all my time working on ways to get him back. I finally found the name and address of the family he had been placed with, and I determined to kidnap him. First, I made several checks on the home, plotting thoroughly its layout and the surrounding neighborhood. My creepy crawling experience paid dividends once again. Early one morning, close to 2 o'clock, Tex drove Sandra and me to the home. I left them in the car and went to the window of the baby's room, prepared to cut the screen and enter. But, oddly, the screen on the window was off, and the window was open. I crawled into the room, and there was my baby. I have no explanation for it, but he was standing up in the crib, watching me enter. He merely stood, looking at me and smiling. I talked in whispers. "Hello, my sweetheart. How are you tonight? Are you glad to see your mommy? I've come to take you home." He remained silent, but continued grinning widely. I made my way in the dark, keeping low, to the kitchen and then to the refrigerator. I opened the door without a sound and took out the baby's bottle. It was full. I went back for my son and then walked undetected out the front door. I had become a master in crime, a first-rate creepy crawler. We went from there out into the desert, to Barker's ranch in the Panamint Mountain Range on the fringes of Death Valley. Barker's was a quarter to a half mile from Myers Ranch, which was the one owned by Kathy's grandmother. We moved in and out of those small, run-down ranch houses, and had begun, as well, to dig big holes in the ground, and in the sides of the hills, to live in, and to store our goods in. Food, weapons, gasoline, and vehicle parts. We had several stolen dune buggies and other vehicles to use for transportation as we waited expectantly for the police to link the Gary Hinman slaying with the Tate LaBianca murders and thus release Bobby. But it didn't happen. Things just seemed to get tighter and tighter. We were undergoing constant indoctrination from Charlie on survival, on how to hide from the police, who from time to time were nosing around, trying to find out what we were up to, and on how to maim and even to kill. Quite a few of the kids with us had no knowledge of the murders already behind us. They still considered us a bunch of anti-establishment young people seeking a better world. Immediately after my arrival at Barker's with my baby, 2 of the girls became frightened by all the talk about survival and killing. They ran away in the middle of the night, and several of us searched unsuccessfully until daylight for them. The girls, meanwhile, had stumbled upon Inyo County Police and asked for protection. The next day came a full-scale raid on the Barker and Myers ranches and our other hideaways out in the wilderness known as Goler Wash. The charges ranged from auto theft to arson. The raid was spread over 3 days, with the police apprehending more of us each day. My baby and I were among those seized the first day. A total of 24 people were arrested, including Charlie. Since I saw those 3 days from my own perspective and was aware only of what was going on around me, I have pieced together many of the details of those hours and days from Prosecutor Bugliosi's account, which I have excerpted and paraphrased as follows. On the night of October 9th, officers from the California Highway Patrol, the Inyo County Sheriff's Office, and the National Park Rangers assembled near Barker for a massive ranch on the raid to commence the following morning. At about 4 in the morning, as several of the officers were proceeding down one of the draws some distance from the ranch, they spotted 2 men asleep on the ground. Between them was a sawed-off shotgun. The 2, Clem and Randy, were arrested. Though the officers were unaware of it, the pair had been stalking human game. Stephanie and Kitty, the 2 17-year-olds who had fled the previous day. Another man, Soup Spoon, was apprehended on a hill overlooking the ranch. He had been acting as a lookout, but had fallen asleep. There was still another lookout post, a well-disguised dugout, its tin roof hidden by brush and dirt, on a hill south of the ranch. The officers had almost passed it when they saw a girl emerge from the brush, squat, and urinate, then disappear back into the bushes. While 2 officers covered the entrance with their rifles, one climbed above the dugout and dropped a large rock on the tin roof. I was one of the 3 women inside. We all rushed out to be met by pointed guns and handcuffs. Those inside the ranch house, 3 other women, were caught unawares and offered no resistance. Other members of the raiding party surrounded nearby Myers Ranch and arrested 4 women. 2 babies were also found, including mine. A search of the area revealed a number of hidden vehicles, mostly dune buggies, mostly stolen. A mail bag with a .22 Ruger single-shot pistol inside, also stolen. A number of knives, and caches of food, gasoline, and other supplies. Also found were more sleeping bags than people, indicating there might be others. The second phase of the raid occurred 2 days later. A California Highway Patrol officer and 2 park rangers arrived in the area before their support did and were hiding in the brush, awaiting for the others, when they saw 4 males walk from one of the washes to the ranch house and enter. The patrolman spotted a sheriff's deputy from the backup unit approaching in the distance. It was already 6 o'clock, the dusk rapidly becoming dark. Not wanting to risk a gunfight at night, he decided to act. While one of the rangers covered the front of the building, the patrolman drew his gun and moved to the front door, flung it open, and ordered all the occupants to remain still and place their hands on their heads. Arrested were 3 females and 4 men. There was no sign of their leader, Manson. The patrolman decided to recheck the house. Using a candle in the dark, he went into the bathroom. I was forced to move the candle around quite a bit, as it made a very poor light, he said. I lowered the candle toward the hand basin and small cupboard below, and saw long hair hanging out the top of the cupboard, which was partially open. It seemed impossible that a person could get into such a small space. It was later measured at 3 by 1.5 and 1.5 feet. Without the officers saying anything, a figure began to emerge. It was Manson, dressed entirely in buckskin. Another man, an ex-convict, was found in still another part of the house. On arriving in Independence, the county seat, everyone was charged with grand theft auto, arson, and various other offenses. Charlie was fingerprinted, photographed, and booked as Manson, Charles M., a.k.a. also known as Jesus Christ. There wasn't enough evidence to hold many of our group, so in a few days more than a half were released. I was not one of them. After 2 days, I was called out of my cell to talk with 2 detectives about the Gary Hinman murder. They said that Bobby had told them I had been at Gary's house and that they had found a fingerprint of mine. Actually, one of the runaway girls had told them of my involvement. I then made up a story about having been there, but I said that Gary had been beaten up by some black men and that he had been alive when I'd last seen him. "Stop kidding us, Sadie," one of the detectives said. "You killed him." I was suddenly very afraid. I knew this was the end of the road. I then said Bobby and I had been the ones at Gary's, but I insisted I didn't know who had killed him. They didn't believe me. On October 13th, 1969, I was booked on suspicion of murder and flown in a 4-passenger plane to Oxnard, then taken by car to the Sybil Brand Institute, the Women's House of Detention in Los Angeles, which was to be my home for the next 22 months. I wasn't going to have to run anymore, dig holes in the sides of hills, or watch for police airplanes. Deep inside, I was very afraid. Yet, strangely, I was relieved. Chapter 15. Conviction. I was booked into Sybil Brand, a genuine prison with no country club trimmings, on October 13th, 1969. I knew I would never get out. I knew I'd never see the free world again, but that had little meaning to me then. There was very little meaning anywhere for my deranged mind and soul. However, I was impressed, even if negatively, by Sybil Brand. It was a real jail. 3 stories of iron bars and cell blocks. The doors to our cells were opened at 4:30 in the morning, and we had breakfast at 5. Unless appointed trustees with jobs, we had nothing to do until the lights were put out at 9 o'clock at night. It was one of the toughest places I had seen, and I had seen plenty of toughness and meanness. I saw several women die there from disease and other causes. Burned into my twisted mind was the sight of one woman undergoing a seizure and falling from her top bunk, cracking her skull on the floor. I was close to screaming myself into insanity, but somehow I knew I had to be tough. I had a compulsion to prove I was as tough as anyone there. Even in my totally defeated and broken self burned the need to impress people. I was beset by twin drives. The need to be tough to survive in the midst of harshness, and the need to feel accepted. Behind both of these drives lay fear that was nearly paralyzing. The same fear I had felt when I was first arrested with Al up in Oregon. Could that have only been 3 years earlier? When it became obvious that I was going to be there a while, I checked into dormitory 8000 on November 1st. This was a large room. A dormitory with 4 rows of bunks running the length of the room. It contained 48 to 55 women, charged with every kind of crime imaginable, some gravely serious, like mine, some far lighter. My pals from the desert were in other dormitories. We rarely saw one another. I was assigned a bunk opposite a tall, buxom woman named Ronnie, a pretty but hardened former call girl in her 30s, who was charged with forging a prescription. Coming into 8000 with me that day was another call girl who had known Ronnie quite well. Her name was Virginia, a woman about my size and build, with short, reddish, curly hair. She had been picked up for parole violation. These 2 women, whom I seemed to get along with better than any of the others, were to affect my life profoundly. Virginia and I were thrust even closer together when we were assigned to the same work duty. We became trustees and were assigned as runners, carrying messages between prison authorities. When activity was slow, we sat in the message center and talked. It had been nearly 3 weeks since I was arrested, and something welled up within me, actually tightening and pushing outward against my chest. It grew and grew until it burst. I had to talk to someone about those nights of horror in the hills of Hollywood and Bel Air. All the women knew I was in jail on a murder charge, but I didn't look like much of a murderer to them. They thought I was a little kid. So they tested me, trying to get something out of me, trying to see how tough I was. They often called me Crazy Sadie, and with good reason, I guess. My memory is extremely fuzzy on many of those days, but I believe I often walked around in something of a fog, and then would break out laughing and singing for no apparent reason, and sometimes would jump into one of my go-go dance routines. I was crazy, all right, but lucid often enough to want to project an image, to grab the spotlight. The craving, again, became my downfall. The great pressure within my chest finally gave way fully near the end of my first week in dormitory 8000. It began when Virginia and I were waiting in the message center. "What are you in for?" she asked. "First-degree murder," I replied. She looked skeptical. "Yeah," I continued. "A man snitched on me. He was picked up and thrown in the LA jail." I was referring to the Hinman murder and Bobby, not knowing the runaway girls had provided the information on me. Unable to shut up then, I told Virginia more about the murder in the next couple of days. Finally, she asked me point blank, "Did you do it?" I can remember looking her right in the face and smiling until the corners of my mouth stretched tight. "Sure," I said. I then babbled on with a fraudulent account of what had happened, saying I had actually stabbed Gary over and over, which was a lie. Why did I lie? Why this need to put the spotlight on myself? I was wallowing in my filth, and everyone else's too. And then came the point, 2 days later, when I erupted fully. It was late afternoon, and the workday was finished. I walked over to Ronnie, who was lying on her bed, and sat down beside her. She had done a lot of time and was knowledgeable. She had her head together about prison life. I wanted her to like me. I began rambling and went on for 45 minutes, covering almost everything I had ever done, and ended up knocking the police for stupidity. "You know," I said, "there's a case right now that they're so far off on, they don't know what's happening." There was a long pause. "What are you talking about?" Ronnie asked. Her dark brown hair was very long and was pulled back along the sides of her head and was hanging loose in the back. She watched me closely. "That one on Benedict Canyon," I said. Again, a long pause. "You don't mean Sharon Tate?" Ronnie's mouth actually fell open and stayed that way. The dam within me burst wide open. "Yeah," I said slowly. And the torrent came, full of lies and innuendos, full of glory-seeking. I was to be a big shot at last, taking credit for the killing of the pregnant Sharon Tate and all sorts of atrocities. But it didn't end there. One night I went over and sat down on Virginia's bed and poured out the same garbage. The clincher came when I said, "I bet I could tell you something that would really blow your mind." "I don't know," she said. I didn't know it then, but Ronnie had already told Virginia some of my story and urged her to pump me to see if I told the same story. They perceived they might be able to negotiate their way out of jail. But I didn't need any pumping. I was determined to establish myself as something special. "You remember the Tate deal?" I asked. She nodded. "I was there. We did it." "Really?" She revealed only moderate interest. Anyone can say that, you know. Then I laid out everything in happy hysteria. Virginia understandably got a lot of it mixed up, confusing Charlie and Tex, for example. And because of my lies, she thought I had stabbed Sharon Tate several times in the chest. She quoted me as saying, "It felt so good the first time I stabbed her." Within a week of me playing blabbermouth, the Tate LaBianca cases blew wide open. I was folding clothes in a big room at Sybil Brand just before supper when a woman burst in and said the official word was that I had killed Sharon Tate and was going to be charged. In hours, I was moved into isolation, where I remained for 3 months. Alone, in cell block 4000, the mental observation tank, steel and concrete. I began to feel the seriousness of my situation sinking into my sick brain. I lay in my hard single bed at night, listening to the guards slowly making their round of the catwalk. Tap, tap, tap. Slowly, slowly. The lights were never put out, only dimmed. I've failed again. I've given up sacred information to outsiders and betrayed my own people. I'm going to be fingered from both sides. The world will never understand me. They will hate me. Charlie, Pat, Leslie, Tex, Mary, they will all hate me. They will never trust me again. What am I going to do? A yawning, pulsating sickness filled my stomach. I knew I had dug a deep hole, so big and so deep that I'd never be able to crawl out. My mind turned to blackness. In a proceeding that I'm unable to recall at all, Richard Caballero was assigned as my attorney of record in the Hinman case. As we spent more time together in the lengthening days that followed, I realized I had never met or even heard of a lawyer like him. Richard, a former deputy district attorney, was the most serious-minded and dedicated man I knew. He eventually came to the conclusion, which he shared with me one afternoon, that I was not in my right mind. "There is a force working in your life that is stronger than you are," he said, "and I want you to get away from it." I didn't know precisely what he was talking about, but I believed he was right. I presumed he was referring to Charlie's power. And for my case, which soon included the Tate LaBianca murders, Richard wanted to try to save my life, hoping to work out a deal with the district attorney's office that would allow me to plead guilty to a lesser crime and get off with a life sentence. Much of the time during those days was taken up in meetings with lawyers and with Prosecutor Bugliosi, who was handling the Tate LaBianca case, but not the Hinman. I was even taken out of jail on more than one occasion to make a tape of my confession and to visit by car the areas of the crimes. Finally, Caballero struck a deal with the district attorney. He felt it was a good bargain for me. If I testified before the grand jury, the prosecution would not seek the death penalty for me, and my testimony would not be used against me or the co-defendants when we went to trial. I was wobbling all over the place in my attitudes toward testifying, toward my co-defendants, and toward myself. I just didn't know what I would do from hour to hour. But I agreed to the deal. At least I wouldn't die. Meanwhile, I began to receive messages from Charlie through my visitors, the members of our group who were not in jail. He was working on me subtly, trying to bring me back under his domination, trying to get me to deny everything I had said. I eventually refused to testify at the trial, although I did go before the grand jury and tell everything as accurately as I could remember it at that time. Finally, I was so strung out that I asked to see Charlie. Caballero did everything he could to talk me out of it, but failed. On March 5th, nearly 5 months after entering Sybil Brand, I was taken to the Los Angeles County Jail to see him. Sitting opposite me at a table in the big visiting room, with a large divider between us, Charlie looked pretty much as he had. He had a beard and shoulder-length hair and was dressed in jailhouse blues. He was friendly, but hard as steel just beneath the surface. I was frightened. With Caballero sitting to my right and a deputy sheriff with him, Charlie looked at me with his piercing eyes early in the conversation and spoke to my insides. "Sadie, are you afraid of the gas chamber?" I knew he was pressing me as to why I had talked. "No, I'm not afraid of it now," I said, smiling. In that instant, I was back under his control. I knew it, and he knew it. But I was still afraid. He then launched into a sort of double talk, with real words dropped in every now and then. The others had practically no idea what he was talking about, but I grasped most of his meaning, I believe. The essence of his remarks, which were tantamount to directives, was that I should fire Caballero, drop any moves toward an insanity plea, and refuse further discussion with Bugliosi. As his eyes burned into my face, I was overwhelmed with yearning for his acceptance, his forgiveness. At the end of our 15-minute meeting, I was not fully certain that I had received either. But the next day, I sent word to the judge that I wanted a new lawyer. I was firing Richard Caballero and hiring a Korean-born lawyer, Dae Shin. Then I proceeded to deny everything that I had told the grand jury. My deal with the DA was blown sky high. I might be executed ultimately, but I had taken a step or two toward getting myself back into the family's good graces. Maybe. Finally, on June 15th, 1970, the trial of Charlie, Pat, Leslie, and me began, with jury selection, and a court presided over by Judge Charles Older. Tex had fled to Texas during all the confusion over the Barker arrests, the lack of evidence, the release of many of our group, and my talking. From there, he fought extradition successfully for some time, but eventually was returned to be tried himself. Linda, who testified for the prosecution, was not on trial. From the outset, the trial received full coverage of all its weird details. Little new can be added, even with the advantage of hindsight. However, I was left with several strong memories. First, I was ashamed of that 9-month trial. The crimes we were accused of were horrible, brutal, the worst imaginable. But what took place in the halls of justice was also horrible and brutal. It seemed so obvious, with the benefit of hindsight, that on display were three young women clearly not in their right minds, who were in slavish obedience to a madman. Every defendant in the case was mentally and spiritually sick, deeply ill. We were not to be excused. We were guilty. But we were desperately sick, legally so, and all the authorities refused to acknowledge this. We were treated as though we were intelligent criminal masterminds. For our part, throughout the trial, we did everything possible to disrupt the legal process. We shaved our heads to protest. We fired our lawyers. We loudly ridiculed and vilified the judge, the prosecutors, society, everyone. Charlie shot paper clips at the judge, who kept a bodyguard nearby. I even managed to knock Prosecutor Bugliosi's stack of papers and briefs onto the floor one day. He momentarily lost control of himself, took a swing at me, fully reported in papers next day, and snapped through clenched teeth for all to hear. "You bitch!" I walked arrogantly across the room, hips swinging vulgarly, relishing a small victory. One of our most sensational acts, for which I still bear the scar, came near the end of the courtroom proceedings. Charlie arrived one morning and brought gasps from many spectators. He had carved a bloody X in his forehead. Outside, our colleagues distributed a typewritten statement from Charlie. "I have X'd myself from your world," it declared. Other bits and pieces said, "I am not of you, from you. I stand opposed to what you do and have done in the past. You make fun of God and have murdered the world in the name of Jesus Christ. My faith in me is stronger than all of your armies, governments, gas chambers, or anything you may want to do to me. I know what I have done. Your courtroom is man's game. Love is my judge." The following weekend, Leslie, Pat, and I used matches, red-hot bobby pins, and needles to burn X's into our foreheads. If it was good enough for Charlie, it was good enough for us. What an ugly mess we were. One very serious thing that was blamed on us and our colleagues, but which I am convinced to this day was not done by us, was the death of Ronald Hughes. Hughes was a big, bearded, long-haired, good-natured man with a reputation as a hippie lawyer, although he had never tried a case when he was taken on by Leslie as a replacement for a dismissed lawyer. On Monday, November 30th, Hughes was absent when court convened. Much investigation revealed that the burly lawyer had gone to an area called Sespe Hot Springs, some distance northwest of Los Angeles, where he had often spent weekends camping. Flash floods had occurred that weekend. It was assumed by everyone, especially Bugliosi, that the Manson family had done Hughes in. Actually, I believe the lawyer died an accidental death. His body was found by fishermen after the completion of the trial, wedged between two big rocks in the Sespe Creek. It was midday on Monday, January 25th, 1971, when we received word that the jury had received a verdict, having deliberated for 10 days. Pat, Leslie, and I were taken to the courtroom. Soon, Charlie was brought in. He was smiling and winked at us. We all returned the wink and giggled loudly. Soon the jurors filed in, and I found my hands and lower arms growing tense, heavy. My breathing slowed to almost nothing as the foreman handed a sheaf of forms to the bailiff, who then handed them to the judge. "The clerk will read the verdicts," he said. Time stopped in the courtroom. The court reporter, who hadn't smiled in 9 months, looked straight ahead, unsmiling. Judge Charles H. Older, graying, hefty, his double chin hanging over his collar, slouched ever so slightly against one side of his chair. Bugliosi sat erect, expectant, in his vested suit. Fluorescent lights struggled valiantly against the natural darkness of the room's brown wood paneling, and the air conditioner maintained its incessant 9-month hum. I looked momentarily at the red carpet, vaguely aware of the 2 female guards standing only a few feet behind me, with Pat and Leslie to my right. 1 male guard stood behind Charlie. 3 people to my left. Were they ready to clutch us? Time resumed as I heard the clerk read a long, 1-sentence passage that my mind struggled unsuccessfully to put together. Then he said loudly and clearly, "We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Charles Manson, guilty of the crime of murder of Abigail Folger in violation of Section 187 Penal Code of California, a felony, as charged in Count 1 of the indictment, and we further find it to be murder of the 1st degree." He continued on for more than half an hour, reading the verdicts of guilty of all charges for Charlie, Pat, Leslie, and me. 3 of us, Charlie, Pat, and I, were guilty of 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder and 7 counts of murder in the 1st degree. Leslie was guilty of 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder and 2 counts of murder in the 1st degree. Next, under California law, came a so-called penalty trial in which it was determined whether we would be sentenced to death or to life imprisonment. It was a chaotic, dragged-out affair in which we did all we could to throw everything into confusion by changing our stories all around and trying to prove Charlie innocent. On March 29th, with shaved heads and bloody crosses on our foreheads, the 4 of us were escorted into the courtroom for the verdicts. In each case, the penalty was death. I was immediately filled with fury. Several things were spoken loudly by the 4 of us. I can only remember that I shouted out, "Better lock your doors and watch your own kids." I was overcome with hate in that very instant for those who had judged us. I thought they had no right to judge me or anyone else. They had done too many wrong things in their own lives. They were my enemies. I hated them. And I was certain that the world would fall apart just as we had proclaimed, and that each of my enemies would receive his just reward. I had no realization of what had happened to me. No deep-down realization that I was to be executed for my crimes. Acceptance of that fact would take several weeks. Clem, Charlie, and old Bruce were subsequently convicted for the murder of the actor ranch hand Shorty Shay.